You guys are funny. I'm looking at these comments. Am I muted? Please tell me I'm not muted. Hey Jinxie, thank you so much for being here. I went ahead and modded you up. Thank you so much for showing your support. You're usually here in my live streams, and I just want to show you my appreciation. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Chocolate Girl Naima, hello there. How are you? Bobby Brown says, I feel better now that Brian's dad has cut the front lawn. I saw that. I saw that today. Now if only we can get him to tell us where Brian is so we could put him through the process. I'd feel a lot better after that. Alan Crooks, thank you so much for being here. How you doing? Chris Ralph, hey, says, did he really mow the lawn? He seemed like it was his first time to me. I bet nobody wants to take that job. I wonder if they like tried like calling around like a mowing service and try to get somebody out there. They probably all said no. They're like, hell no, we don't want that. We don't want that smoke from all the protesters that are around. Bobby Brown says, yes, he cut the lawn this morning. I have a clip. Thank you. Glad. Let me know, because sometimes I get real excited and I get like distracted, you know, like sharing screens and stuff like that. Sometimes I mute myself and then I forget to unmute myself. So if that happens, my apologies. Just let me know and I'll fix it. Bobby Brown says, does anyone know when Brian will be caught? Soon, I hope, because I'm sure most people here have heard the update. The coroner did a little news conference, I think yesterday, and officially, you know, it's really hard to say it, but Gabby Petito passed away of manual strangulation. As far as I know, it was manual. I think I heard somewhere that they wouldn't say if it was manual or if it was like with something, but we're gonna go through my playlist. Most of us know that this is how we do things around here. I make a playlist, I choose the news clips that I think are important and relevant, and I just pick the wrong screen to share. You see how that happens? Very quickly I can get distracted and then I don't know what I'm doing. Where are we? Here we go. Alright, cool. So first, I wanted to start off by thanking everyone for being here. I should introduce myself. My name is Rachel Moody. You could call me Rachel or you can call me Ray. Miss Ray, either way is good. My channel name is Miss Ray Moody Live. Maybe I'll change it, I'm not too sure. I am kind of used to people calling me Rachel, and then I switched it to Miss Ray, like to do for the channel, but my friends still call me Rachel, so I don't know. I'm still kind of like up in the air on if I should change my channel name or if I should just leave it the way it is. I'll figure that out. But first, I wanted to start off by showing a clip about the timeline in Gabby Petito's death. I think that would make sense since I did take a few days off of live streaming to work. So I just wanted to make sure that we're for the most part caught up. I did end the last live stream, I think, covering news clips from like late September, because the first one that I have here ready for us starts September 30th, and that's going to be all of this between then and then now. So I'm going to try to get through as much of this as possible. I'm hoping to go through all of it, but I am seeing that there's some clips that are like an hour long almost, so we'll see what happens. But I mean, I'm in for it tonight, so hopefully I'll be able to play this whole list. Let's see. Bobby, are you seriously gonna start? Do we know whether Gabby deserved it or not? No, she did not deserve to die. If you keep talking like that, I am gonna give you the boot, dude. I keep giving you chances, and you're playing. I don't know. You're giving off a bad vibe, and I don't know if I want you sticking around. Chris Rell says the sticking point is the word throttling, which means manually, even though the coroner wouldn't clarify. Got it. Hey, Observing Stuff, how you doing? I was just at your live stream. I was paying attention. I was just setting up for this live stream. Let me see if I can get the link to your channel, but I don't know if everybody here knows that Observing Stuff has a channel. He games, and today he was playing, I think, was it Call of Cthulhu? Correct me if I'm wrong, but let me grab your link here. I hope this is correct. Let me know if it's not, and I'll fix it. There we go. Awesome. Alright, let's start with the timeline. So this is called Gabby Petito's Death, a Timeline, and this is posted by 10 Tampa Bay. And the date of it is going to be October 12th, so this was actually yesterday. So let's take a look at this timeline before we really get started. It is quiet at first.
We've now learned that Gabby Petito died as a result of strangulation from the Teton County Coroner's Office. But how did we get to this point? Well, on July 2nd, Gabby and Brian start their road trip, posting pictures on social media, even starting a blog and a YouTube channel. A few weeks later, police stop the couple in Moab, Utah for reports of domestic violence. A few days after that, Brian flies back to Florida to clear out a storage unit and then returns to meet with Gabby in Utah on August 23rd. Then on August 24th, 25th, and 30th, those are the last times we hear from Gabby. It's most likely that she dies during this point based on what the coroner has said. On September 1st, Brian returns to his family's home in Florida, and a few days later, they all go camping in Fort DeSoto. On September 11th, Gabby is reported as missing, and on the 15th, Brian is named as a person of interest. But a few days before this, Brian goes missing too. Then on September 19th, Gabby Petito's body is found in Grand Teton National Park, and her death is confirmed as a homicide. On the 23rd, an arrest warrant is issued for Brian after using Gabby's debit card, which brings the search until now, where we finally learned how Gabby died.
Alright, so that was a very quick rundown of the timeline. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the news clips. This next news clip is going to be called Grady Judd Comments on Gabby Petito Case, Brian Laundrie Search Efforts. And this was posted September 30th and courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8. And I think most of us here know who Sheriff Grady Judd is. If you don't, he's a sheriff out of Florida. He does news conferences on crimes that he himself finds the most egregious, the most heinous, the most awful, and he'll do a news conference and show pictures and tell everybody the whole story, let everybody in on whatever information he can share, and he's just very interesting to listen to speak. So I wanted to go ahead and share this with everybody, so let's go ahead and watch that.
County Sheriff Grady Judd. If you let me just set the stage here for you. If you don't know who Grady Judd is, Grady Judd is somebody who, when he walks up to a podium, when he walks up to a microphone, it's instantaneous. Must see for a lot of folks online. Yeah, he has a way with words, a way with articulating how he feels and how his department, how the Polk County Sheriff's Office feels about a particular story. He does not hold back any punches. This is somebody who speaks his mind. And if you've never heard of Grady Judd, believe me, there are endless clips and reels on YouTube that you can find, and it will give you an idea as to who Grady Judd is. And I'm saying that because normally I would never have to say that on WFLA Now, because our audience is very honed in here on the Tampa Bay area, and Grady Judd is just, everybody knows who Grady Judd is. But outside of the Tampa Bay area, outside of Florida, and we have an international audience. We've had people joining us from the UK. We have people joining us from Germany, from Norway, from Denmark, from Australia. All over the world have been joining us, and you probably don't know who Grady Judd is. But ever since this story began, and ever since Brian Laundrie was declared officially missing, everybody has been asking me to talk to Grady, or asking our WFLA team to talk to Grady to get his 2 cents on what he thinks, because he doesn't hold back on what he thinks about modern day law enforcement and modern day crime. So here is a short time ago, big shout out to Stacy DeSilva from, of course, our team here, WFLA 8 on your side, for helping me out with this. But this is Grady Judd at a press conference here talking about a separate operation that his office had conducted Okay, but he, in a Q&A portion, of course, he was asked about the Gabby Petito and the Brian Laundrie story.
Gabby Petito, I'm not involved in that investigation. My team's not involved in that investigation. I could only speculate based upon news reports, and as you know, those are incomplete at best, and sometimes they can be fictionalized at worst. I can tell you that according to Florida law, when she was a victim of domestic violence originally, he would have been arrested. I can tell you at this sheriff's office, when he showed up with her car and she was no place to be found, we would never have let him out of our custody that day. Other than that, I'm not sure where their investigation is.
Interesting comments here from Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, saying that if Brian had come back and it had been in his jurisdiction, he never would have let Brian get away. And he highlighted the domestic dispute that occurred between Brian Laundrie and between Gabby Petito. And Grady saying, and listen, there have been endless comments thrown my way on social media with hashtag AJB saying, hashtag AJB, Grady never would have allowed this to happen. But let's also keep things in perspective here, folks. This has been a complicated case from the beginning. Very complicated. The FBI is on the case. And there is nobody out there that is more pro-law enforcement or I'll say as pro law enforcement than, of course, one of the many great sheriffs that we have here across Florida. That one, of course, that you just heard from is Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. And we've had a lot of comments just come in the last several seconds about Grady Judd. Hashtag AJB Sheriff Grady Judd is great. Every county needs one of him. I'm from North Carolina and wish we had him here. Yeah, his signature saying, if you've never heard it, is, did you hear what I said? And Grady, if this story had occurred in Polk County, I can imagine that there would have been that the Grady Judd mania that is every one of his press conferences would have been exponentially increased to an international audience. But for what it's worth there, folks, for what it's worth, there you finally have for the first time Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd commenting, saying that if it had been a case that came into his office, he's saying he never would have let Brian Laundrie get away. But let's also not forget here as well, folks, that we don't know if law enforcement ever did actually have tabs on Brian Laundrie when he returned from Northwest Wyoming. So Grady is saying, oh, if he had been under if he had come into Polk County, but at the same time, it's so complicated of a case because we don't know exactly Brian's timeline upon arriving here back in Florida. So it's just take that for what you will. But that is, I just wanted to provide that to you because I've been asked about it nonstop. What would Grady say? You just heard it here, folks, on WFLA now.
The aggressor. So at this point, unless the guy.
That's weird. Why did it end like that?
Polk County.
Did it show it all? Yeah, I guess it did. Sorry, I was distracted because I was typing. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and finish my comment there. But okay, let's watch the next video. Alright, so if you haven't been with us during this process with the Gabby Petito case, we did see the first body cam footage that was released, but we hadn't gotten around to watching the second footage, or like the second point of view footage of that. So I went ahead and saved it. I saved it twice in case one of them deletes, because that's what happens sometimes when I make a playlist. For some reason, some of the videos disappear, they go private, they get deleted. I don't know why. They're from official news stations. I wouldn't think that they would do that, but they do. So yeah, I saved it here twice. So we'll watch that, and then we'll continue with some short news clips. And then I also found some episodes of Ashley Banfield, and she covers like true crime on whatever channel she's on. So that's going to be coming up as well. So let's go ahead and watch the second point of view body cam footage of the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie being pulled over, I believe in Moab. This is called New Body Cam Footage Released in Gabby Petito Case, and this premiered September 30th and courtesy of NBC New York. I'm going to speed it up a little bit just so that we'll have, more time to watch the other stuff. So if it gets to be annoying, like if it's too fast or something like that, just let me know. I won't get offended. I'm just trying to save time so we can watch more clips, and then hopefully we can be caught up tonight. Alright, so there's some reading. I don't mind reading in case anybody's out there multitasking. It says, on Thursday, police in Moab, Utah released new body cam footage of their stop of Gabby Petito's van on August 12th. Hi, Michael Anderson. I don't know if it's going to be more to read. It's probably going to be end. I'll go ahead and mute myself.
How's it going?
How are you doing?
Good. Hey, we got a call about a male hitting a female and the two of them getting in this vehicle and taking off.
So I don't want to try and defend myself by saying anything here, but I pushed her away. She gets really worked up, and when she does.
Alright, so actually I had slowed it down, so my apologies. I went ahead and sped it up. It says the new video provides new insight into the stop that has become a linchpin in the case.
She swings and she had her cell phone in her hand, so I was just trying to push her away. But Gabby, I'm talking about fiance, right? What's that?
10-4, fill the page back, we'll let us know if we need to head that way. It's nothing more pressing than asking here. It's 10-14 at this point, they're going to get their ride to get their cars and being in traffic. It's going to be quicker to get there.
Where's she at? Is that your car?
He dealt with her, I don't know where he put her.
Got some marks on this chin and his right eye.
Is she in my car?
Yes.
This isn't my car. Oh, she is in here.
So we gotta lock it.
Yeah. Hey, how are you? My name's Eric. I'm with Moab Police. What's your name?
Gabby.
Gabby, how old are you?
I'm 22.
What happened? What's going on?
I'm just having a very stressed morning.
Yeah. Is this your husband or boyfriend?
My fiance.
Fiance? Is he a pretty good guy?
Yeah.
What happened over at Moonflower?
Well, I was just really stressed this morning trying to get a lot of work done, and I was apologizing to him. I had thrown a bunch of stuff in the back, and all our bags were back there, and I was just apologizing. I was like, I'm sorry that I get so stressed out because I have OCD and I was just organizing stuff, and sometimes I just have a mean attitude, but I'm not trying to be mean about just straightening things up and stuff. So I was just apologizing, but I guess I said it in a mean tone, and he got really frustrated with me, and he locked me out of the car and told me to go take a breather, but I didn't want to take a breather because I wanted to get going. We're out of water.
So it kind of made you more upset.
Yeah,
it didn't help calm you, it made you more upset.
Yeah.
So then what happened?
And so our goal was to come here and come refill our water.
Are you guys living out of the van right now? On travels?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was just really.
So what happened after he locked you out? Until you take a breather?
Well, he walked away to go take his own breather, but I wanted to sit in the car. All my stuff was in the car. I had to run my bag. I was working on something at the moment in the car, and he told me to just relax for a second, and I didn't want to relax, so I got really mad. And I mean, I don't need to be mad.
Yeah, it happens. Then what happened?
And then I told him to drive with me get water because I was really thirsty.
Yeah? Is there something on your cheek here? Looks like, did you get hit in the face? Kind of looks like something like hitting you in the face. And then over on your arm, shoulder, right here. That's new, huh? It's kind of a new mark.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Can I see the other side of your face? So, what happened here and here?
I'm not sure. It was I was just trying to get in the back of the car and his backpack got me back. And it got me.
So the backpack got you? So there's two people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you. There's two people saying that they saw him punch you. We're just independent witnesses by Moonflower.
Well, to be honest, I definitely hit him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him in the face.
You slapped him first? And then just on his face?
He gets cool to shut up.
How many times did you slap him?
Just a couple.
And then what? And his reaction was to do what?
grabbed my arm so I wouldn't stab him.
He just grabbed you?
Yeah.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, and then I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you.
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be
He
honest.
like grabbed my face, like, I guess. He didn't like hit me in the face, like he didn't like punch me in the face or anything.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, like he like grabbed me like with his nail, and I guess that's why it looks. I definitely have a cut right here, so I can feel it.
Yeah.
When I touch it, it burns. But
Okay. So has he been drinking?
no, we don't drink.
Okay. What was up with his driving? This officer said he hit a curb.
I
While you're driving?
well, he was driving.
While he was driving, you were hitting him?
Not a lot, but yeah.
And that was distracting him while he's driving? Are you
Not, only for like a second, but only because I saw the lights come on, and I like kind of like.
Did you already tell him all this?
I didn't get that far into
Okay,
it. She was hyperventilating.
She's
a
saying
little
that they don't drink, but at the point when you let them up.
We don't drink or anything. I was
started hitting him.
I was yelling at him, and then when he turned their lights on, I like kind of punched his arm like there's an idiot.
She's saying it was why he hit the curb. You said it was Gabby?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really glad it was Gabby.
Yeah.
Okay. You okay, Gabby? Do you have medication for anxiety you take or anything? Do you take any medication for any?
I just do yoga and
Try to meditate stuff, but you tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress.
I have a lot of anxiety.
And what's his name? Is it Brian? Is he usually pretty patient with you?
Yeah, but it just makes me upset. I know that he definitely gets frustrated with me a lot because I have a lot of anxiety and he definitely has anxiety too.
Well, that could be a bad combo if you both have anxiety. I have anxiety too, and my girlfriend, my girlfriend's really calm, and she has a way of taking my anxiety and bringing it down. But my ex-wife, that's why she's my ex-wife. I'm just sharing. I know it's a little personal, but to help you understand, we would feed off each other's anxiety and it would spiral. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter how much I loved her. It may be bad for your soul. Just saying. I'm not telling you what to do with your life, but if you know you have anxiety, look at the situations you can get in. You know what I mean? And we're not here to be mean to you or anything. Well, there's a first time, and then it usually. We'll go see what Brian's saying, but I think you've heard everything now from.
Quick question. You said you were hitting him in the arm. Did you grab him?
You want to come stand in the shade? It's getting hot. Yeah, I know the struggle. So you don't drink or anything?
No.
Okay. So you were talking to these officers. I don't mean to butt in. I just felt kind of bad for you. Maybe if you stand here, you'll have more shade.
I don't want
Right?
weirdo ducking down a bit.
No, I know how it is.
I have a big sombrero.
Well, from when I first got here, we were more worried about what kind of a guy you are from what we heard. But in talking to your girlfriend, it sounds to me like maybe this is not so clear cut. So, did you already give a statement to this officer?
I've got this gentleman here.
Yeah. And this gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. So we're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you've probably already told your story. This officer is probably going to be the one handling the whole case. Do you want to listen to what he has to say? And then you tell him what happened, will you? If you don't mind.
Sorry, give me for me.
See if it sounds the same.
I'm gonna turn my car. Get this noise out here.
No, leave your office on.
Could
be hot, man.
So I was driving around. And the flies here, like being fenced. Food around the little we take this to the car.
Thank you. Oh no, apparently they don't even drink. She says that he hit the curb because when Officer Roberts turned his lights on, she started punching him because of the trouble there was. Yeah, he can drink some water. Thanks. Doesn't seem super cold, but maybe. You want Gatorade? You want water? I got some water.
Yeah, do you want water?
Prefer water?
I'm sorry, I only drink water.
I don't blame you. She says that she can only drink water.
Are you worried about her story? Like,
No, you can talk to her. She seems like a really sweet girl, 22 or something, has a lot of anxiety, and from what she's claiming, she's the full-on aggressor here.
that's kind of what you said.
I'd love to go talk to the independent witnesses, and maybe that's all I'll go do.
Go for it.
Yeah, there's a couple waters. Here's this back, because you might need that for someone else.
I know to keep the rings. The phone. And I was on peace, but I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone, I don't have a phone. So she goes off without me. It's alright. I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk, and she was trying to use my service phone. Put it back up, and listen to me. I didn't get, I don't want to push you. I didn't get completely physical. I'm just trying to keep her away and not get hit. And then I got really loud, and I just like, here was the tension where I was going. Back up, get away, just get away.
Okay, so you said you pushed her to create some distance, obviously, right? What happened after that? What happened after that?
Okay, good luck.
So here, I haven't seen this all the way. So here I'm not too sure if there'll be any relevant information. Doesn't look like it.
Police,
so,
how are you?
Hold on.
Hey,
I
we
might
got this
skip
van
it.
stopped, and we've separated the male and the female, and we got both of their stories. Now that we're not looking for them so intensely, I just wonder if you had a minute to just kind of repeat to me what it is exactly you saw.
No problem, sir. Yeah, so I was talking to my friend across the street near the Forest Service building, and I just noticed that the couple was sort of arguing a bit, and I wasn't staring at them, but it did catch my attention. And what I noticed is it seemed like they were sort of squabbling over a phone. I want to say that he was trying to grab her phone, and I'm not sure exactly why. And then it seemed like he had sort of blocked the one side of the van and sort of wasn't letting her in. And then the male was stepping into the driver's seat, and she was trying to get into the van, and he said something about why you being so mean, something like that. And I remember he sort of hit him a few times, and it wasn't like blood in the face, it was just kind of like kids kind of fighting. They reminded me of very secure, I don't know, children sort of fighting. But there seemed like something was off, like a weird vibe. And eventually it was like, she crawled into the driver's seat, sort of like got into the vehicle over his lap, sort of forced her way again, I guess. And then they were in the car, and then they just drove away. So I wasn't sure what the nature of the argument was or what. It just seemed like there was some sort of disagreement and some sort of like shutting. I don't know why she would have entered through the driver's door. I thought that was strange. So I thought about calling it in, but as soon as I walked up to the bar, there's another gentleman who was already calling it in, so I was like, oh, good on you. That seemed a bit off. I wasn't sure what to do in that situation, but that's what I saw, and if there's any other specific questions, I'm happy to try to answer.
Did you ever see the male strike the female?
I would say that I think I saw maybe a push or a shove, but not like a full-on punch to the face or anything.
Was the shove was the shove or push an aggression towards her, or was it a defensive maneuver away from her or to get her away from him?
That's a good question. It was unclear what was going on to me, but it did seem like he was. It seemed like he was trying to close off the passenger side of the vehicle and close things up. It almost seemed like he put that backpack or something on the back of the vehicle. I'm not sure. And then he was stepping in and she was out trying to get in. So maybe.
Okay.
I don't. It was the whole thing was off, and so no, I didn't see anything that was like him taking after her or hitting her or vice versa. It was kind of light, and they were almost kind of laughing, and I wasn't sure if they were just joking around, to be honest. But then it got more strange as he was in the vehicle about to drive off.
But you did see her slapping him, though. It sounds like.
Yeah, it was like my memory is he was in the driver's seat, and she has the driver's door open, and she's like kind of hitting him. Either in the arm or maybe on the face, maybe with an open hand, like, hey, let me in, don't be a jerk, something like that.
Okay. Well, your story is really, really helpful because you're an independent witness, and we've just interviewed both of them, and what you're saying is making everything make a lot of sense. So I really appreciate that I ran into you and that I was able to get your number and talk to you. So thank you very much. If we need to ask for a written statement, obviously it's voluntary, it's helpful, but at this point I don't know if we need to go that far unless you're around and super willing at this moment. I can meet you and get a statement.
Yeah, no, I live here, totally willing to do that.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I can go write it down now before memory fades. Like I said, I was kind of just casually observing, but something did seem off, and just wanted to make sure that no one was in a bad situation. So.
Where can we find you to give you a form real quick? In about 10-15 minutes.
Okay, cool. All
Thank
right.
you. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
Hey, Robin. So I just got a phone with one of the two witnesses, and I recorded it. You want me to tell you what he said real quick? Do you mind hanging with him for a minute? So, if we get away from both of them. So, he said that he never saw the male strike the female. He saw the male trying to lock her out of the vehicle. She even told us that he was trying to lock her out, told her to go take a walk. Said that she was trying to get in. She eventually couldn't get in and actually clawed her way in through the driver's door. He says, I don't understand why she's doing that. Well, I think it's because it was the only door that wasn't locked that she could get through. She's trying to get in over him. He's trying to disengage from her. I guess he hung her backpack on the back probably so she could have her shit so that he didn't have to engage with her. Everything she's saying is the same thing. I haven't heard what he said, but if that's what he said, it's also what the witness is saying. The witness says, I never saw him hit her. I saw him shove her, but I couldn't tell if it was an aggression against her or a defense against her as far as her, being the aggressor. So at this point, unless the guy's screaming that he needs to go to jail and did something to this girl, it sounds to me like she is the primary aggressor.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with her being the primary aggressor is in incidents of domestic assault, be it a male or be it a female, we shall arrest. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they have to go to jail. We can do a citation if it meets one of 3 criterion, which one of them is that we can ensure that they're not going to further risk each other's safety. But the problem with that is they live in the same vehicle.
That's what I was going to say. The other part of it is...
There was actually been injury, too, to the victim, which is him.
Right, and I'm getting conflicting stories about why they hit the curb up here.
What did he say, why he hit the curb?
Well, I watched it. This is what I saw. I saw him cross the double yellow. I was doing 42 miles an hour. I was, I don't know, probably 2 car lengths behind him, tapping my wheels at him, trying to get his attention. They knew I was behind him. And then after he crossed the double yellow, merged over into the right lane, and then out of nowhere, just boom.
So did he tell you why?
He said that he grabbed the wheel and turned it real hard. He said that he was hitting me in the arm. So
sounds legit. I mean, I'm sure if I'm driving and my arm's on the wheel and I'm getting hit in the arm, I'm probably pulling out the wheel.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was a little of both. I mean, usually the truth is somewhere in between. He's probably trying not to say that he hit her because he probably doesn't want her charged with assault, domestic assault. He probably would rather say she pulled the wheel than hit him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, unfortunately for her, we cannot treat, just because he's bigger and stronger, even if he's not willing to press charges, we can't treat this differently than it was a male and female violence.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to charge her. And we can do a citation if there's some arrangement that can be made to separate them, and then we have to let them know that there's no contact order in effect. And then we have to let him know the only way to drop it is to go into the police department during business hours and fill out a waiver, which, by the way, what's today? Thursday? So it won't be till tomorrow. And they're only there till noon, I think.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure he's going to want to drop it.
And well, the other part of it is they said they've been on 4 or 5 months that they've been doing everything.
Well, this is really bad news, so let's talk to him first. Yeah. His name's Brian? Did you ask him that and take pictures of him?
Yeah, I did.
Brian, unfortunately in the state of Utah, we don't have discretion on some things. Like, for example, if I pull you over for speeding and I want to give you a warning, I can do that because it's under a Class A, it's a Class B or under. If I want to give you warnings for all kinds of stuff, I can, but there's a few things I can't. Like, when I say I, the police, I'm not in charge of it. One of the things that the state legislature doesn't give us discretion on is charges when it comes to a domestic assault. And it sounds like you guys are living together, so you meet the statute for domestic partners, and you do have injury. And both an independent witness, probably the next one we're going to talk to as well, which we haven't talked to yet, but the one we did talk to, and your own companion have made it clear that she was the primary aggressor and that she was striking you and that you received injuries. You haven't admitted to striking her. She has not admitted to you striking her. The witness did not see you strike her. So at this point, you're the victim of a domestic assault. Even if you didn't want to pursue this, we don't have a choice. The best thing we could do to not, the law says we have to charge her. It doesn't say we have to put her in jail. Okay, but it also says we have to separate, do a no contact order, and then we have to put her in jail if we cannot separate. And there's a little problem here. You guys are out of Florida living in the van together. How are we supposed to separate you guys? Now, I don't want to take this small 22-year-old female to jail that you could definitely defend yourself against, but at the same time, we can't say because you're a male and she's a female, we can't treat this different than if you were the male hitting her. We got to treat it the same. So she's kind of in a tough spot. So unless you have an idea about how she can not go to jail and be separated, do you have friends in town? Somewhere she can stay. Tomorrow, if you want to, it's up to you. You can go
to jail?
You can't because we don't have a charge for you. Now tomorrow, if you wanted to be with her again tomorrow,
I'm gonna take your radio.
if you want to be with her again tomorrow, because it's after 5, so our office is closed, you can go to the police department, fill out a waiver, to drop the no contact order, so you guys can still be together. But she's going to have a court date online in a week or two. She's going to have to show up for her court date online and answer. The prosecutor might drop it. They might say, for example, if you're not willing to pursue it, if that's your decision.
I was going to say, it definitely is. I'm not going to pursue anything. My fiance, I love her, just a little squabble. I'm sorry that I had to get so public. So I just want to get like the checklist of things I got to do to get rid of it. Since
if you want her back, well, she'll get a paper with the court date. Okay?
How do I get rid of it?
Well, the court date has to be attended in order for them to decide whether they need to continue or drop it. The first is just an initial appearance to say, are you who we think you are? Yes. Do you understand the charge that's been brought against you? Yes or no? Yes or no, the answer. Do you have an attorney? Yes or no? Do you need one? And then from there, she can ask to speak to the prosecutor. The prosecutor might be contacting you. and say, hey man, like, I know she's 110 pounds soaking wet, and you're a big strong guy. We understand you're not even wanting to pursue this, but the cops have to follow the statute. How, like, what in the interest of you, of justice for you, the victim, what do you think? And they can decide to still prosecute her, or they can decide to drop it, or they can decide to give her a plea and make it kind of go away if she behaves from now on. But that still does not eliminate the first court appearance that she has to attend, which thankfully for you guys is going to be online. So you don't have. So if you're out of town, so here's the thing: if you're out of town and she doesn't come into our court appearance online, they can suspend her driver's license. They can issue a warrant for her. So she needs to play ball and go. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And remember her team, me and her team. I'm sorry about all this. I apologize again. But so she's got her online court date. Just acknowledge that she's her, and then she's got the one for the.
Well, there's automatically right now there's something called a no contact order in place. Yeah. From this point forward until tomorrow. If you wish to drop it, you have to go into the 217 East Center Street, Mohawk City Police Department, and you have to ask them, we'll give it to you. You want to fill out a waiver that you're requesting a waiving of the contact order, the no contact order. The no contact order means she cannot come in contact with you, she cannot talk to you, she cannot text you, she cannot go onto any premises that you're occupying, she cannot go to your vehicle. And until you drop that, or until court date, if you don't drop it, it stays in effect until midnight on the day of court. And then that gives you time to get a protective order, a long-term one if you feel like you need one, but it sounds like you don't even want this one. So tomorrow, they open at 8, you can go into the police department, you can fill out the waiver, they can remove it, then you can say, hey babe, where you at, let me pick you up, and you can pick her up. Now, we're hoping not to put her in jail, but if she doesn't have somewhere to go tonight, to be separate from you, then where are we supposed to go? I can't talk to her now because it's separation. There's no contact order now.
So, tell me this, do you guys have enough money for like a hotel room or anything like that? What we could do is we can cite her for this, and then I give her a ride over to whatever hotel you guys choose.
You can pick her up there tomorrow if you want to drop the no contact.
On your way, go pick her up, stop over there at the PD, sign the paperwork that they're requesting, and then you can go pick her up quite literally within minutes.
Unless you know someone else in town that's a friend that she can stay with.
Yeah. You know, unfortunately not. I don't, and I guess that...
Man, I sure hate to... I don't want her to go to jail.
Well, if she goes to jail, it's like, that goes down somewhere instead of her going to a hotel, right? If you get a citation, it would be...
It kind of depends. So if she goes to jail, they're going to book her. And they'll take her fingerprints and it's going to go on her criminal history. And then if they don't convict her, then it will just show that it was dismissed. It'll show up in her criminal history, but the charge was dismissed. If she is found guilty, it'll show up that she was guilty of domestic assault. But the charge itself will show up on her criminal history until she gets it expunged. Now, even if we give her a ticket, we're still going to take a fingerprint, and it's still going to show up. Either way, it's still going to show up. There's no way around a Class A. Or is this Class B?
This is Class B.
But they do require a fingerprint on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
The other part is if you contact her or she contacts you, she can be charged with a Class A.
Well...
Which is a little bit different, but it doesn't help us.
If you were to contact her and she responds to you, then she could get a new charge for violating the no contact order. No contact order doesn't restrict you, it restricts her. So if you go talk to her and we find out you're not in trouble, she'll be in trouble. So it's in your interest to... Does that all make sense?
No, I'm getting it.
It's a lot, really quick.
No, I'm getting it. I'm just trying to figure out a way.
You don't know anyone in town? You guys been here how long?
No, I don't know anyone in town. If she went...
She could... I don't think CK will take her where she's the aggressor.
No.
It is a women's shelter.
I'm curious.
You can find out. Say, hey, she doesn't have where to go.
If you did a citation, say she drove off she could drive off in this car.
We could give you a ride somewhere.
I got my backpack.
It sucks for you.
I got my backpack.
You can spend a night...
You want to drive me to Delegate Art?
Does she have a good driver's license? And
Yes, she is. Like you said.
You trust her with your vehicle? And
yeah, she can handle it.
Well, then you'd kind of be homeless for the night around town.
And I mean, I can't talk to her at all.
Well,
and I've got to do the thing, so I can't go camping.
We can tell her what it is that she needs to do to get through all this, and then let her know what your plan is.
Here's the problem, though. If we take you up to Delicate Arch, you're going to be hoofing it from Delicate Arch all the way down to Moab Center Street, so that you can fill out that paperwork. Because if you're not there by noon tomorrow, you're going to be looking at Monday morning.
Because it's early out Fridays over the office.
Yeah. You'd be looking at Monday morning before you could actually see her again.
And again, we're not trying to make your life hard, but this is written in statute. There's nothing we can do about it. It's designed to protect victims of domestic assault. Not everybody's the same. This is different than normal, but we have to treat everything the same. And that's just how it is.
So you just think you can't afford a hotel?
No.
Very little money we have for sure.
Hotels are expensive here now.
You want me to? I'll call CK then.
Just see if CK will take her for the night.
I'll see if they'll take either one.
This is a women's shelter. Actually, CK will take him as a victim of domestic assault. CK will take you, and they will help you tomorrow.
And you're like a block and a half away from the PD.
Let's see if CK will take him, because they actually they didn't take a guy, but they got a hotel for a guy last time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
CK might get you a hotel. Okay. Now, what she does...
I might be sleeping outside in a sleeping bag.
No,
so
I think CK will get you a hotel. If you want her to have the van, we don't care. It's up to you. But there's nothing we can do about the rest.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think. I gotta grab my...
You sweating to death yet?
I think we're good.
You good? I'm going to talk to you real quick, but I've been talking so much, I got to get some water. I'll be right back. Let me grab water. Now this is the water. It's cold water. Oh yeah? Okay, Gabby, when you grow up and you're a full-grown man, this is what you'll drink from. Plus it's ice cold, and so I'm gonna drink from it. Sorry. You'll probably never be a full-grown man.
And then you do curls.
Then you can do your curls. So, look, I'm going to speak to you frankly. I have a daughter almost your age, and I'm looking at you not so much like a suspect, but also as kind of a victim, in the sense that you're dealing with some struggles emotionally and mentally at your age. Probably they'll work themselves out as you get older. There's a lot of angst at your age, and I remember being your age too. And hopefully it works itself out. But the stuff you did today that contributed to this, because you both contributed to this, is as a result of your inability to cope with the anxiety and the stress that you're having. So in a way, you're kind of a victim of this. I think you would have done better if you had the skills to do better. But you don't learn skills until you learn skills, and you don't have enough life experience yet to know how to navigate everything. Like, I don't either, but I can navigate what happened. If I was in your shoes, I could handle it different because I'm 39 years old. I've been through it. But I've got a lot of life lessons to learn still, because I'm like my dad and my grandpas, they know stuff I don't know, right? They can do stuff I don't know. So in a way, I'm just letting you know that we sympathize with you. But based on what you've said, and based on what our witness has said, and even based on what your fiance has mentioned, trying his very hardest not to have you in any trouble, he does have marks on him that witnesses say were caused by you slapping him. And that even you say you slapped him and were aggressing him first. And I don't have anyone saying that he actually punched you aggressively. It sounds like it was shoving in a manner that was probably more consistent with trying to prevent you from entering the van, or to get space from you, not to assail you. Does that make sense? So if the tables were turned and he was beating on you and you were shoving him, of course we're going to look at it like, oh, of course she's defending herself to get away from this guy. But we're kind of looking at it the same way with him, and we have to treat both fair, even if he's a bigger male and you're a smaller female. The law doesn't say, hey, Officer Pratt and Officer Robbins, you can treat people different based on gender under the same. We can, even if it makes no sense that because you probably could not physically destroy this man the way that he could if he attacked you. We can't treat you different, okay? So all that long-windedness I'm giving you right now is leading up to the fact that if I pull someone over for speeding, I have the right to give them a warning. I have something called officer discretion. But in the legislature in Utah, they have made a law that if we have a domestic assault, they don't trust the police to make good decisions because too many cops have made bad decisions. So they say, we're not going to give you discretion. We're going to write a law that says if you have a domestic assault, whether it's male on female or female on male, whoever the primary aggressor is has to be charged. No choice. You don't get to give them a warning. It doesn't even matter if they're barely hurt at all and the guy doesn't want to press charges, or the girl doesn't want to press charges. We don't have a choice. We literally have no choice. He does not want to press charges. He says you guys are a team. He says you're his fiance. He says he loves you. He says he doesn't want anything to happen. But we are explaining to him that we don't have any choice in this. So we're trying to get a local victims advocacy group called Sea Haven to get him a hotel for the night, so that you can have the van, because they won't give you the hotel because you're the one who is the primary aggressor. So they're going to consider him the victim. So they're going to get him a hotel. So he wants you so that you don't have to go to jail, because the only thing we can do is take you to jail. He says, well, so she doesn't have to go to jail, then I will accept Sea Haven's help if they'll give me a hotel, and then she can have the van, so she doesn't have to go to jail. She can just have the ticket. When you get the ticket, it's going to give you a phone number to call, and they're going to give you a court date, and that court date will probably be online.
I have to come back to Utah?
No, it'll be online. You have a smartphone?
Yeah.
So you can. I go to court. You're okay.
Sorry, I've never heard of this. I didn't know
Yeah.
this was in
When
Utah.
COVID happened, they switched all the court from in person to online. So when I go to court now,
I have a ticket for hitting the curb or something, please, because we're okay. Like, where does it
I
do
understand,
that?
but we don't have any, like, listen, if I had any discretion in this, I would separate you guys for the day and just give you warnings to stop hitting each other. But I lawfully don't have discretion here. I don't have any.
Because somebody said something, like a witness said something?
There's two witnesses. And then there's what you said and what he said, and guess what? It all matches nicely that you were the primary aggressor, and that the injuries he has were caused by your aggression towards him. Even if he doesn't feel hurt, even if he doesn't want to press charges, there's nothing any cop can do about it. It's written into the law.
I don't.
Normally we take people to jail, but he's trying to work it so you can just have the van. Tomorrow,
I don't want to be separated.
You can have anxiety?
Yeah, no, we're a team, please.
There's not? What is it?
No, like, we're a team, please. It's going to give me so much anxiety. Give me something like a driving
Okay,
ticket.
the very best thing I can do is call my supervisor and see if I'm missing something here.
I'll pay any driving ticket, a parking ticket, anything.
Okay, Gabby,
Gabby,
try to calm down, and I'm going to go call a supervisor. But I don't think that there's much I can do, but let me see if the supervisor can tell me something I'm missing to make this not happen.
I can't feel longer than I couldn't handle that. I'm sorry.
Okay, just give me a minute, okay? You don't have to sit out in the hot sun unless you want. Hey, so a tiny little girl, 22 years old, slapped her boyfriend, her fiance, several times. He's got a little bit of a little tiny abrasion on his chin, on his jaw. They got into a van and drove off. He got called in by there's one caller and then a witness. Got them stopped. The story from the witnesses matches the story from the female, matches the story to the male. She was pissed off. She's having a rough day. He tries to separate from her. She's not staying away from him. She has severe anxiety problems. He locks her out of the van, says, "You need to go for a walk and cool off." She's forcing her way into the van. She's clawing her way past him into the van to be with him. He's shoving her to get her out of the van, but he's not assaulting her or he's not assailing her. He's trying to keep her out. She's punching, slapping, everything. She's got to be 105 pounds soaking wet, 22, full of anxiety, having a really tough time. Not making excuses, but I mean, it is written in the code. We do have a domestic assault here. He's not wanting to pursue it. He's very adamant. He does not want to pursue it. We're explaining we don't have any discretion on these things. We're giving him a no contact. We're letting Haven see if they can get him a hotel so she can have the van so that we don't have to put her in jail. She's really struggling with the idea of being alone and not with him and not having the van. They want to be together. I told her, look, there's not anything I can do. This is all written into freaking statute. I just said the last thing I can do is call a supervisor and see where this is such a minor. There's like a slap fight and the injury is from a fingernail. I just don't know if it's worth the whole domestic thing or not, or if it's going to get some trouble if we don't do it this way. Well, they don't want to, but I told them that unless I get some kind of permission some other way, I'm pretty sure this is just statute and that we have to separate you. As far as the domestic assault charge, what do you think about that? Well, I mean, do the whole thing or not? But is there a way to not do anything on something like this? I mean, it's so minor. It's hard to say, right? I'm going to go reread the statute and just see if it fits or if there's a way it doesn't fit. And if I can find a way that, because it really is, the spirit of the law is being lost on this one. It really is. So let me see what I can find, and if nothing else, then we'll have to separate him whether she likes it or not. All right, thanks. All right, bye. Thanks. Bye. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. So let's see. He's not ill. He doesn't have an impairment of physical condition. And if he's not in pain. Like how far do you want to go with this? Like, you know why the domestic assault code is there. It's there to protect people, especially, the reason why they don't give discretion on these things is because too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser. They just wanted him to stop, and they don't want to have to be separated. They don't want him charged. They don't want him to go to jail, and then they end up getting worse and worse treatment, and then they end up getting killed. Mm-hmm. In no way, shape, or form that I can perceive does what happened here, a little slap fight between fiancés who love each other, want to be together, can I perceive that this is going to digress into the situation where he's going to be a battered man? Right. But then again, I don't have a crystal ball. So I was looking at talking to the assistant chief to see if there's any way to just go less than the full force domestic assault route.
Right.
And he says, look, I mean, you either go all the way or you don't. And it's like, okay, but under what circumstances can I not? And really the only time I can not is if it doesn't fit. If it fits, then it's in the law, then you have to do it. So I went and I looked at the code for assault, because this is an assault, enhanced domestic assault. Utah Code, assault. Now you and I both know what it is, but think of how valuable it is to look it up and read it word for word, especially when what you're doing is going to get evaluated by a court who cares a lot about words. Words are there for a reason. Assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. So did she attempt to do bodily injury to him?
She went to smack him.
Was it her intention to do him bodily injury? Now that's what we have to find out, because it says bodily injury is that by definition physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition.
Well, he's got a swollen right eye.
We don't care what the result was, we care about the intent.
So we gotta go find intent.
If she did not intend to cause him pain or illness or to cause him impairment of physical condition.
Was it intent and attempt, or intent or intent?
When you're attempting to do something, you have to intend to do it. If I attempt to get a basketball through a hoop, I have to intend to do it. Intent is implicit with attempt.
Right.
Okay, so what was her intent? What was her intention? If you go ask her, what was your intention when you were slapping him, and she says, I wanted him to hurt or be ill or impair his physical condition, then there's nothing we can do.
Okay.
One way to word it might be, hey, when you slapped him, were you intending to cause him physical pain, and let's get rid of illness because that has nothing to do with it, physical pain or impairment of his physical condition? Was that your intention? Is that what you were attempting to do? That's what it says right here, an attempt.
Right.
Were you attempting to cause him pain or an impairment of physical condition? Whatever she answers to that question will seal her fate. Because the only way you know what she was attempting to do is by asking her.
Right.
Set it up right. Set it up just right. Gabby, this is a very, very important question. How you answer this question is going to determine what happens next. But the only person who can answer this question is you. Think very hard before you answer the question. Do not quickly answer it. Think very hard. When you slapped him those times, were you attempting to cause him physical pain or physical impairment? Was that what you were attempting to do to him? What were you attempting to do? What was the reason behind the slapping and stuff? What was it you were attempting to accomplish by slapping?
I was trying to get him to stop telling me to calm down.
That doesn't sound to me like she attempted to injure him. It's your call. This is 100% your call. I support you either way.
Striking him in the arm. He said that she was striking him in the arm. He said she was, and that's what caused him to get hurt. She said that she got hurt. I might be too much on the problem.
No, she said that too, that she started distracting him by hitting him, and that he probably looked at her, and that's why the marking on the window side, and she said it was her fault that he swerved because she was distracting him by hitting him. But she said she didn't try to hurt him, it wasn't malicious, she thought that he wasn't listening to her.
So assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. The code for bodily injury, the definition says, bodily injury is infliction of pain or physical impairment or illness. So you can go. I'm recording, and society and the judges and everyone can judge me for this. I am looking at a 110-pound female and her fiance who have no means to be separated. He doesn't want to pursue it. She's not a threat to him, more than slight abrasions from her fingernails. I don't care if we use the actual letter of the law to not charge. But I also don't care because it literally does possibly make perfect sense to go full-on domestic assault and do the whole thing. This is your opportunity to make the decision.
Let's do this.
I support you either way.
Let's do this. Taking your advice, let me do crime report on this. Won't charge right now. Won't cite a court right now. We'll send it off to the county attorney. City attorney. Send it off to the city attorney. Let them screen it and make a decision.
If you send it to the city attorney and they strongly disagree with your decision and they throw a complete fit, you might hear about it in a very negative way.
Right.
So I would make a decision yourself.
I'd rather be dinged for a decision I made than a decision I didn't make.
Especially if they think you're completely negligent in your decision. Why give it to them? The only reason to give it to them is if you're not sure is you have enough for something and you want them to decide if they have enough. So I support you. I'm not joking. If you need to go all the way to jail or whatever we need to do, all the way down to... Go ahead. I better go on that. You got this?
I'm making this decision. I'm going to cite him. I'm going to go all through the first.
Would you feel more comfortable handling that guy?
Yeah.
Go handle that guy.
Handle that guy?
Go handle that guy.
Okay.
If you're more comfortable.
Well, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
It's up to you.
I mean, it's a headache whether I go left or it's a headache whether I go
Look,
right.
another option is to not charge them but separate them for the night. If they find themselves together again, what is it to you? You separate them. You provided for his safety. If he doesn't have enough sense to stay away and you got him separated, it's on him.
Yeah, babysit him all night unless I'm in jail, so it's up to them how they're going to do it.
You can separate them and say, don't let this go off till tomorrow. If you don't let it go off and we hear about it, we'll hear about it.
They're camping in the park tonight, we'll let you know.
And if there's some fighting going on, you already was Mr. Nice Guy. You already gave him a chance. What you can't do, by law, is separate someone and say, if we hear from you again, we're going to arrest one of you. Because then if one of them really needs help, they may not call police and get help. The law says you cannot, literally, you may not say, if we get more problems with you guys tonight, one of you is going to jail. You can't threaten them like that. It's true, because it will stop them from wanting to call the police to get help. Does that make sense? So go full or nothing or in between and separate them and kind of give them the nod, the wink, like, hey, just stay separated. It's up to you. I'm going to go handle that. You got very capable help with you here, and I trust you. Call me if you have any problems. SOTT, I'll separate. I'll be in and out to that talk signal. I just want to say thank you guys for helping us. Appreciate you. You too.
Yeah, alright. Let's just watch the rest of this, but that was pretty much the end of it. Let me go ahead and also delete the clips we've watched so far. So this one, and then this is the same video we just saw from a different source. Less than a minute left. Alright, so that's where it ends. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing this screen and move on to a topic that we were talking about in the chat regarding the domestic violence signal for help. We're going to watch that clip. This is called Gabby Petito's Domestic Violence Signal for Help. This was posted by Fox 10 News, and this was from September 22nd.
Millions continue analyzing Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie's final encounters laid out on social media and in police body cam video. We're letting a local domestic violence expert weigh in. And as Tony Ann Torrens tells us, this is just one devastating example of violence that happens everywhere, every day.
With her being so visible with social media and all, that it brings domestic violence to the front of a lot of conversations.
Penelope House Executive Director Tony Ann Torrens believes Gabby Petito's disappearance and now homicide case has gained national attention because of the trail of social media Petito and fiance Brian Laundrie left for their followers. But she says the alleged domestic violence between the couple happens daily.
Domestic violence definitely knows no boundaries, and it can happen to anybody, any race, any culture, any socioeconomic status, any level of education.
This body camera video from Utah police has been viewed millions of times. Police pulled the couple over after a 911 call that Laundrie hit Petito. When police spoke to the couple separately, they noticed scratch marks on Laundrie. Torrens says police have a very tough job to do in these situations.
Law enforcement does have a difficult job determining who is the primary aggressor. Was the victim acting in self-defense, and therefore you will see marks on the perpetrator.
And take a look at this clip when officers first approached the van. There's speculation Petito could have been doing this violence at home signal for help.
It's very hard to look in those recordings what's actually going on. It's kind of frantic. So, I mean, you can probably read into it, you know, what you want to read into it as far as what she may or may not have done. But the bottom line is I think people need to understand, once again, that there is a lot of domestic violence in our communities, and often the domestic violence escalates to a situation where there is a homicide.
Now, police have not confirmed if that was the signal she was using, but if you are in a domestic situation, this is the signal that you can use to alert police if you're in danger. You first put your thumb down and then your fingers follow on top. And if you are a victim of domestic abuse, Torrens says to get out when it is safe to do so.
Okay, so let's go ahead and stop sharing that screen and go back to where we were. I hope that was informative. And I just want to also mention that we all make the live stream together, so don't be shy to ask any questions or anything like that, or make suggestions. I don't mind at all. So let's go ahead and go back. So the next clip we're going to watch is called Domestic Violence Expert Analyzes New Video of Gabby Petito with Moab Police. This is courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa Bay, and I want to say this is still late September.
We're seeing new.
No, actually this was from October 1st. So now we're moving into the news clips that I gathered from October 1st until today. Hopefully we'll be able to watch everything tonight. We'll see what happens.
Body cam video from another Utah officer who responded to a domestic incident involving Gabby Petito and her fiance Brian Laundrie. Watching it, we learn more about the fight between Gabby and Brian on August 12th, weeks before her death. As Fox 13's Jennifer Holton explains, it's raising new concerns by domestic violence experts over whether the situation could have been handled differently.
So there's two people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you.
A nearly hour-long video obtained by Fox 13 shows Gabby Petito telling Moab police officer Eric Pratt that Brian Laundrie hit her before backtracking, then claiming she struck first.
We want to know the truth if he actually hit you. Because, you know...
I guess, yeah, but I should have first. He didn't, hit me in the face. Like, he didn't, punch me in the face or anything.
Mindy Murphy, who leads Tampa's Certified Domestic Violence Center, says this video depicts a clear-cut case of battered woman syndrome.
To me, it is, absolutely. You know, survivors are repeatedly told that they're making a big deal out of nothing.
Listen as Gabby explains the fight.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, he grabbed me, like, with his nail, and I guess that's why I definitely have a cut right here, but I can feel it.
Yeah.
Touch it, it burns.
Murphy says in that moment there, police had a prime opportunity to further question Gabby when she said Brian put his hands on her face.
That would have been a perfect opportunity to law enforcement to ask, has he done this before? Has he ever put his hands around your neck? Has he ever tried to restrict your airflow? Because if he's done that before and he's doing that now, that's going to immediately trigger anxiety and fear in Gabby's part.
Moab police ultimately declined to charge Gabby with domestic assault, though she was deemed to be the primary aggressor. Instead, they drove Brian to a hotel to separate them for the night. Now, of course, police have no way of knowing Gabby would be killed weeks later. And while investigators have named Brian as a person of interest in her disappearance, they haven't named anyone suspected of causing her death. But Murphy says if Moab police had asked more questions, then maybe the ending would have been different.
If they'd asked questions about what happened 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour before, what's happened over the past months, they might have gotten a different outcome altogether.
Jennifer Holton, Fox 13 News.
Earlier this week, the city of Moab released a statement that an unaffiliated law enforcement agency launched a formal investigation into the Moab Police Department's handling of the August 12th incident with Petito and Laundrie.
All right, so let's go ahead and continue. The next clip is called Attorney Questions Sister's Timeline in Brian Laundrie's Search. And this is courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa Bay. And this was posted October 2nd.
Saturday marks just over 2 weeks since Brian Laundrie was first reported missing on September 17th. That same day, his parents told the FBI they actually hadn't seen him since September 14th, when he went for a hike in the Carlton Reserve. Authorities have been searching the gator-infested rugged terrain ever since, but still no sign of Brian.
Me and my family want Gabby to be found safe. She's like a sister, and my children love her.
In an interview posted on September 17th, Brian's sister, Cassandra Laundrie, tells Good Morning America the last time she saw her brother was when he returned home on September 1st. But we've learned now that may not be true.
All I all want is for her to come home safe and sound, and this to be just a big misunderstanding.
In a statement, the Laundrie family attorney, Stephen Bertolino, tells Fox 13, quote, Cassie saw her brother Brian on September 1st when he stopped by her home, and again on September 6th at Fort DeSoto Park. Law enforcement agencies are well aware of these dates. Any prior communication by Cassie that does not reflect these dates is simply a difference of relating an answer to a question misinterpreted by Cassie or poorly posed by the inquirer. Documents obtained by Fox News show the Laundries checked into the Fort DeSoto Park campground on September 6th and checked out on September 8th. The FBI was last at the Laundrie home on Thursday afternoon. The Laundrie family attorney says the visit was to collect personal items belonging to Brian that will assist the canines in their search for Brian. Fox 13 reached out to the FBI Saturday for an update. They simply tell us the investigation is ongoing. Jordan Bowen, Fox 13 News.
Okay, let's continue. I want to say that I have the footage of Cassie and her husband speaking out to protesters. The last time that we all got together to watch the news clips of the Gabby Petito case, I think that day, like, she came out and spoke to protesters, and we were trying to find, like, the video. We're on Twitter, we're all trying to grab it, but I was able to find a source, like, for it, so that's gonna be somewhere around here. We're watching all this as close to order as I could grab the clips. The next clip is going to be called Search for Brian Laundrie, Person of Interest in Gabby Petito Case Enters Third Week, courtesy of Fox 35 Orlando, and this was posted October 3rd.
Also making headlines at this hour, the search continues for the late Gabby Petito's fiancé. It's been more than 2 weeks since he disappeared. The Lee County Sheriff's Office launched a drone to assist with the search for Brian Laundrie and posted the video on their Facebook page. Search crews found Petito's body in a remote camping area in Wyoming on September 19th. The FBI then issued an arrest warrant for Laundrie for the use of unauthorized access devices after he used Gabby's debit card following her disappearance.
All right, so I put that so that we can know that October 3rd was going to be week 3 of searching for Brian Laundrie. So let's continue. This next clip, I hope I don't get my stream like shut down. I have my phone here so I can make sure that I'm still up and running, because I'm not too sure like what the copyright policies are going to be for this channel. But it is Ashley Banfield. It's 42 minutes long. I want to say the whole thing is about Gabby Petito, so I added it because I found it very relevant, and there was some information on there and opinions that I wanted to share with everyone. This is called Discrepancies in Laundrie Sisters Timeline, and Trolls Take to Brian's Defense. And it's going to be courtesy of NewsNation now. And this was posted October 1st. So as you can see, I did watch most of this, but we'll start from the beginning.
The pressure isn't letting up. In fact, it is building by the day. But manhunt or not, the fugitive has his cheerleaders. And the insults and attacks on Gabby Petito are as close as your laptop. Hello and welcome to Banfield. It was a month ago today, Brian Laundrie showed up back in Florida without his fiancée and cross-country travel mate. And in that time, the disappearance and death of Gabby Petito and the manhunt for Brian Laundrie have mesmerized the nation and a few other nations too. Overwhelmingly, that attention has been supportive, sympathetic, loving towards Gabby and her grieving family, and much, much less towards the Laundries. However, and that is a big however, supporters of Brian Laundrie have set up camp for themselves on Reddit and Twitter and Facebook, and you might not be shocked to learn that many of the views they're expressing are, well, shocking. We're going to shed some light on that dark corner of the web this hour, but I want to start with a manhunt and an inconsistency, shall we say, that just came to light today. It involves Brian Laundrie's sister, Cassie, and an interview she gave to ABC 2 weeks ago. At the time, she said, quote, she hadn't been able to talk to Brian, who at that point had been back in Florida for more than 2 weeks. But today, the family's own lawyer clarified something very different to our reporter, Brian Enton. And I also want you to hear more tonight from that newly released body cam footage of Gabby and Brian's police stop in Moab, Utah. Whether it was one stressed morning or a snapshot of their true relationship, it is simply impossible to turn away. And when you hear Gabby's voice in the new light that we now know that she did not survive, It is quite breathtaking. Brian Enton joins me live once again. Brian, let's talk about the significance of Brian Laundrie's sister, Cassie, because on the 17th of September, she gave an interview to ABC, and she said those words, that she hadn't been able to talk to her brother. Walk me through why this is so interesting now.
So first of all, Ashley, I want to say that we have all been trying to talk to Cassie Laundrie. We all tried to interview her. The only person she talked to was ABC News. And when she did that interview last month, she said that she hadn't talked to her brother. And ABC News reported she had not talked to her brother since he returned to Florida without Gabby. So that was what we were sort of under the assumption of for the last several weeks. Well, now we have learned from the Laundrie family attorney, Mr. Bertolino, according to him, he says that that is not the case, that Cassie has actually seen her brother 2 times. The first time on September 1st, when the attorney says that Brian went to Cassie's house and met with her. And the second time is September 6th, when Mr. Bertolino says Cassie was at that campground where Brian and his parents were, Fort DeSoto, where the entire family was having a camp out.
All right, so in that light, Brian, I want to play that really significant piece of Cassie's interview. Here's the rub. I can't find anywhere online. All of our producers have looked everywhere online through ABC's websites for the actual transcript and the actual raw interview. There are pieces and snippets, and I'm going to play you the snippet. There is no question from the reporter included, so I can't give you that. But here is the reporter who asked questions of Cassie Laundrie on the 17th of September, and this was her answer about not having been able to talk to her brother. Take a look.
I haven't been able to talk to him. I wish I could talk to him. And I've cooperated every way that I can. I wish I had information where I would give more. This is all I have is I gave to the police.
Okay, so Brian, the statement that Steve Bertolino, the family lawyer, gave to you was 2-part. We had just showed that first part that said Cassie saw her brother Brian on September 1st when he stopped by her home, and again on September 6th at Fort DeSoto Park. And then it went on to say this: law enforcement agencies are well aware of these dates. Any prior communication by Cassie that does not reflect these dates is simply a difference of relating an answer to a question misinterpreted by Cassie or poorly posed by the inquirer. So we're now to take the words of Cassie, which are, I haven't been able to talk to him. I wish I could talk to him, as either a bad question from the reporter or a confused answer from Cassie. Either way, I don't know how much more clear. I haven't been able to talk to him, but she was with him on the 1st and she was with him on the 6th.
And what's important to point out, Ashley, is you played that clip from Cassie, but in the ABC Good Morning America piece, again, the only news outlet that actually spoke to Cassie, the reporter before that soundbite said that Cassie had not seen her brother since he had come back from his trip and been back in Florida. So that is what ABC News is reporting. You mentioned it. We've been trying to get the transcript. I mean, we would love to see the raw interview and be able to sort of go through it ourselves. Also, I would have loved to interview Cassie myself. We've tried. Other news outlets have tried. Well, we're basing this on ABC News reporting, and now the lawyer is saying that that is not actually the case.
So in all of this scrutiny, Brian, I think we found something else that's a bit troubling. And this is going to take some thinking. So folks at home, put on your timeline hat. That interview was given on September 17th. That is a Thursday. 2 days before that interview, Brian apparently vanished. So Brian has now been gone for 2 days. And it isn't until the next day that the Laundries are going to tell the police this. But let's just think for a moment. Mr. and Mrs. Laundrie have not seen their son for 1 night, and for 2 nights, they never called the sister to say, has he gone to your house? He didn't come home from the swamp. Now, with that as the context, I want to play this next piece of that interview because, and I'm going to have to read the question for you because otherwise it's a little hard to hear it from the reporter, but the reporter said, and when you just heard the news that in general, that she's missing and that your brother is back here, and Cassie answers. So now let's watch that clip. And remember, her brother has been missing for 2 days, okay? That's when this interview is being taken. Take a look.
And when you just heard the news, just in general, like that she's missing and that your brother's back here, I don't understand as much as everybody else. I'm learning everything from the news, too.
Brian, that is very troubling. Nobody knew at that point that Brian Laundrie had been on the run for 2 days. And I'm to assume that the sister doesn't know either. Mom and dad aren't worried enough about where Brian is spending his nights that they don't call her and say, is he at your house? Are we really to believe that this woman is telling the truth when she says, and let me be clear here, the question was, and when you heard the news that just in general, she's missing and your brother is back here, I don't understand. as much as everybody else I'm learning from the news. This is really disquieting.
Well, and let's take a step back even farther here, Ashley, because I was thinking about this for the last couple of hours. The lawyer is now admitting that the sister, Cassie, had Brian over the house on September 1st and then was at the campground on the camping trip. So weren't they all discussing where is Gabby? I mean, the sister was there with Brian 2 times, according to the attorney. I mean, how did this, were there conversations? Did this come up? Brian, my brother, you have come back and your fiance is not here and you have her van? I don't quite understand that part of it.
And I love her, and my children love her, and boy, I hope she comes back. I find it all very, I don't know, I have an expression that I use, and that is I smell a rat. I just do not like any of this. This just reeks of reporter instinct that jumps into overdrive when you hear people speaking like that, knowing of the circumstances now that we didn't know then. Okay, Brian, the other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to play, you know, a collection of that 1 hour brand new body cam of Gabby Petito out in Moab. Listen, we're not gonna play an hour tonight, but we really went through it to put together the most telling moments where Gabby in her own voice tells us what she's thinking and feeling. So let's play that. I want to ask you something about it on the other side.
What's your name?
Gabby.
Gabby, how old are you?
I'm 22.
What happened? What's going on?
I'm just having a very stressed morning.
Yeah. Is this your husband or boyfriend?
My fiance.
Fiance? Is he a pretty good guy?
Yeah. I was just apologizing. I was like, I'm sorry that I get so stressed out. I have OCD and I was just like organizing stuff. And sometimes I just have a mean attitude, but I'm not trying to be mean about straightening things up and stuff. So I was just apologizing, but I guess I said it in like a mean tone, and he got really frustrated with me, and he locked me out of the car and told me to go take a breather, but I didn't want to take a breather because I wanted to get going. We're out of water, and then I told him to get water because I'm very thirsty.
Yeah. Is there something on your cheek here? Looks like did you get hit in the face? Kind of looks like something like hit you in the face. And then over on your arm, shoulder, right here. That's new, huh? It's kind of a new mark.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Can I see the other side of your face? So, what happened here and here?
I'm not sure. It was a... I was just trying to get in the back of the car and his backpack was on the back. Got me.
So the backpack got you? So there's 2 people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you. There's 2 people saying that they saw him punch you. We're just independent witnesses by Moonflower.
Well, to be honest, I definitely hit him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him in the face.
You slapped him first? And then just on his face?
He gets told to shut up.
How many times did you slap him?
Just a couple.
And then what? And his reaction was to do what? He just grabbed you?
Yeah.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, and then I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you.
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be honest.
He grabbed my face, like, I guess. He didn't hit me in the face, like, he didn't punch me in the face or anything.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, he grabbed me with his nail, and I guess that's why it looks. I definitely have a cut right here, because I could see the texture burns.
So they're going to consider him the victim, so they're going to get him a hotel room. So he wants you so that you don't have to go to jail, because the only thing we can do is take you to jail. He says, well, so she doesn't have to go to jail, then I will accept Seek Haven's help if they'll give me a hotel, and then she can have the van, so she doesn't have to go to jail, she can just have a ticket. When you get a ticket, it's going to give you a phone number to call, and they're going to give you a court date, and that court date will probably be online.
I have to come back to you.
No, it'll be online. You have a smartphone?
Yeah.
So you could, I go to court, you're okay.
Sorry, I've never heard of this, I didn't know this
When COVID happened, they switched all the court from in person to online. So when I go to court now,
I have a ticket for hitting the curb and something, please, because we're okay. Like, we're just.
I understand, but we don't have any, like. Listen, if I had any discretion in this, I would separate you guys for the day and just give you warnings to stop hitting each other.
No, but I don't want to be separated.
You gonna have anxiety?
Yeah, no, we're a team, please.
There's not? What is it?
No, we're a team, please. It's gonna give me so much anxiety. Give me something like a driving ticket.
The very best thing I can do is call my supervisor and see if I'm missing something here.
I'll pay any driving ticket, a parking ticket, anything.
Hey, Gabby, try to calm down, and I'm going to go call a supervisor, but I don't think that there's much I can do, but let me see if the supervisor can tell me something I'm missing to make this not happen.
I couldn't handle that, I'm sorry.
You know, Brian, I look at that and it just, there's really no description that does that justice. Heartbreaking is barely even scratching the surface. But does this change anything in this investigation, in this manhunt, in the potential down the road charges, trial, anything like that?
Look, I mean, this is day 17 for me covering this this whole case, and I texted you this last night. I mean, that video I find to be the saddest thing that I have seen since all of this began. It is so heartbreaking to think about Gabby and the situation she was in. I would imagine this is going to be part of the investigation. The FBI has obviously already reviewed these videos, but I mean, you said it. There's no other word other than just heartbreaking.
Because up until that video, we'd seen these videos, and she just looked so happy on this trip. She just, seemed to love this journey and roughing it, and all of this. This is a very different young lady from that video. I'm going to switch gears only because I said it off the top of the show, Brian, and you see it every day. The protesters are out all the time, but there was one today who kind of went next level. I just want to play a bit of that. Take a look.
Is this your?
I flew from Hershey to be here. And they're just sitting there, peeking out their windows. Well, I'm dirty. Very soothing. Very soothing. Dirty laundry. This house should be burned. That'll get you out.
So that was pretty aggressive. A woman who said she flew from Pennsylvania. I do know that she has a YouTube channel. A lot of critics are saying she was doing this for publicity. She also, back in 2018, was on Instagram Live making fun of Shanann Watts and her children, the pregnant woman from Colorado who was murdered by Chris Watts, and those two children who were murdered by their father and stuffed into oil wells and oil tanks. So for what that's worth. But other than that, it's good news to hear of the reward money that's out there, Brian, that there are a lot of people responding to Gabby and the search for Brian.
Yeah, and I just want to address that woman that you just brought up because I've been getting some heat on Twitter. I posted a video of her earlier. Look, I'm out there all the time outside the house. There are people that come throughout the day, and I go and I get video of everything happening outside that house. You know that. That's what we've been doing for weeks. I had no idea who she is. I knew nothing about her past. There are all sorts of characters out there. Look, we're in this to tell the story and to be respectful to the family. And there are obviously people showing up looking for attention. And there are times that it's like a circus-like atmosphere. But, I just wanted to put out there, we're out there shooting everything that happens. And I didn't know who this lady was.
Well, don't shoot the messenger, right? I mean, Brian, if I could tell you the kinds of characters that showed up at the Michael Jackson trial, I mean, doves being released, just your job is to transport people to that, I keep calling it the little yellow bungalow, and that is what you're seeing. And if the circus is the circus, it's because of what's been happening at the center of the story, and that currently the center of the story is that little yellow bungalow. Brian, thank you. 17 days, you haven't had a break, and so thank you for all the work that you've been doing. Really appreciate it. And Luis, your cameraman, too. He's done
Thanks,
great.
Ashley. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Ash.
Brian Enton reporting for us tonight. Man, oh man, you try living out of your car on stakeout for 17 days. That's what Brian Enton has been doing. Straight ahead. I can't even believe I'm telling the story, but you know what? For the last 10 years, I've seen it coming. Brian Laundrie, his online cheering section. Although cheer, not really exactly the feeling that they inspire. I'm going to introduce you next. I don't need to point out that you can find every form of human expression on the internet, but I do want to draw your attention to a corner of the web where Brian Laundrie is apparently a victim, even a hero. And Gabby Petito, let's remind everyone that she's dead, is, let's just say, not so kindly viewed. On Reddit especially, but also on Twitter and Facebook, you will see that BLM, usually Black Lives Matter, now stands for Brian Laundrie Matters. And isn't he a victim of violence too? One Reddit user asks. Another likens Laundrie to O.J. Simpson, who in this telling is innocent and urges, run, Brian, run. Another says if Gabby had been treated like a, quote, man that August day in Moab, she'd have been arrested and, quote, still be alive. I think we can pretty much debate every single one of those comments. And by the way, those aren't the really ugly ones. I want to talk about these posts and some of the worst ones and the venom behind much of them with Cameron Caskey. He survived the 2018 shooting massacre at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. He's now a gun control advocate. We're also joined by Chris Mohandi, who's a clinical police forensic psychologist and also the author of Evil Thoughts, Wicked Deeds. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. Chris, let me begin with you, the psychology, because I think the first question we all have is, what? How is it that you can have such a tragic story with a tragic outcome, with a family grieving the loss of their beautiful daughter, and she's the problem? How is it?
You know, cyberspace is a massive universe, and everything that's possible in this universe is out there. There are people with all kinds of different viewpoints, and when you have the anonymity of sitting behind a keyboard somewhere in the basement or some other place, and you're not upfront with the people that you're hurting, it disinhibits people to be able to say things that they otherwise might not say, and people that don't have any impulse control, that have no respect for others, who are very dysfunctional, have a place where their, I hate to say it, pathetic and mean-spirited bullying voices can be heard and be given a forum for that and gain approval from other like-minded individuals. It's amazing and disturbing at the same time that you can have those viewpoints represented, but they're out there and even worse.
Yeah, and Cameron, I mean, you're the first-hand witness to this after, you know, going through what you went through at that school shooting. You were attacked. I mean, they turned their attention to you. Tell me what the experience was like.
Trolls are bad. I think a lot of people agree with that. Trolls are awful. They have followed me to some very, very crazy places. They have swatted me. They have put my face on illicit images that I would never share with anybody. They have created fan accounts for the person who shot up my school. But in my opinion, the worst thing the trolls are doing here is distracting from the real issue, which is the fact that this entire case and the media circus that has followed it is all about the systemic racism within our country. I know folks don't like to talk about it. I know that people want to talk about this specific case, but the truth is Americans consume trauma content the way Kirsten Sinema consumes wine. Americans love it. It's all they talk about, specifically when it's white people being harmed, which is why the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas is not unlike this current situation. The media coverage was because we were white. I can promise you from the bottom of my heart, if Marjory Stoneman Douglas were a school that was not predominantly white in an affluent community, it would not have received the same coverage. And you see that when Black and brown Indigenous women are going missing all over the country and these things don't get reported. What happened with Gabby was tragic, awful, and we need to solve this case. We need to bring her killer to justice. But what we really need to look at here is how many women go missing and the stories are not told. And it is very, very clear that it is a race issue and it is a policing issue. The police, the degree to which they're able to solve these missing cases is so remarkably low, especially with women of color. A man, I read about a man recently.
If I can, Cameron, I don't have a lot of time to go to another topic. This segment and why you were booked was to talk about the trolling and how this is a very new phenomenon. I've been a journalist for 33 years. This never happened as I was your age, Cameron. This has only happened in the last 10 years, and it's something that I think our viewers really want to understand, and I think they'd be outraged by it because you yourself, having been victimized at Parkland, being re-victimized over and over by these people, I find it repulsive. So, Chris, walk me through who these people are. I keep hearing about incels who are going after Gabby, the victim who died in this story. I hear about angry, people who feel dejected in life, who've decided to turn their attention on, for whatever reason, victims of crime. Walk me through why they've picked victims to double victimize.
You know, these are people that have, to say the least, a lot of issues. Deep-seated feelings of inadequacy, a feeling of powerlessness, a hunger for notoriety at any cost, at anybody's expense, as a way of lifting them out of their sense of inadequacy, their sense of powerlessness. This is the dynamic of bullies and narcissists, people who are egotistical, need validation, and will get it and seek it at anybody's expense. So the internet, cyberspace, is a unique opportunity to pursue it at other people's expense with little feedback or direct consequences to them. They can do it with impunity and get these bursts of short-term gain where there's a feeling of power. Ha, I got you. I had the last word. I put somebody down. And it's a really dysfunctional way of building oneself up. And there's a lot of damaged people out there who need that, who crave that, who have modeled that, kind of gotcha mentality in our society of, dominating, winning at other people's expense. And underneath a lot of it is an unhealthy amount of sadism, and sadism is about dominance, control, and hurting other people and deriving pleasure from that. So I think that there's a lot going on, but it says a lot about these people and a universe where they can get what they want in these bursts, when they are attacking people, when they're engaging in this troll behavior.
It makes me wonder if it all existed before, or if there's some dynamic in our society now that has really just sort of brought it to a boil. I'm going to pause for a second. Cameron, thank you so much for being with me. I have to fit in a quick break, but when I come back, I want to talk about policing these forums, how hard it is for the forums themselves to do the policing, and I want to talk a little bit about what some of the things that are being said are. We're back right after this. It's hard to believe after covering the story of Gabby Petito and the hunt for Brian Laundrie that we would discover all of this cruelty online, not towards Brian, the man who is on the run, let's not forget, is a fugitive from justice, let's not forget, who decided to just drive Gabby Petito's van back to Florida without Gabby, who was lying dead in the desert. Let's not forget. No, we found loads of supporters for that guy. That guy. And so I want to read for you a couple of things that we, dug up. If you're, sensitive, you better turn the volume down, is all I can say. So a couple of folks in these forums said, Brian will be remembered more than Gabby. Isn't he a victim of violence too? Baselessly, they questioned whether Patito maybe just died of COVID. That's probably it. That's why it takes, 12, 13 days now to get a cause of death. Then there was the groups who said that Brian's just misunderstood and that he's being unfairly maligned. That's another one. Brian Laundrie is a victim of domestic abuse who is being unfairly maligned. Here's a good one. Did Gabby assault Brian because he was Hispanic? I don't even know where to begin on that one. There is the user who decides to call Gabby Flabby Gabby. There's the user that calls her a white supremacist. Again, I don't even know where to go there. And I already mentioned the one that said, run, Brian, run. Still with me is Chris Mahandy, he's PhD, forensic psychologist. He's worked for the LAPD as a threat assessment expert. I still can't.
Charlie Swanson, I usually do commentate a little bit. I'll be honest though, I got some comments saying that people prefer, well, one person, I'm not going to say people, but one person said that they prefer to watch the clips like in its entirety. So I was like, maybe I should just let the clips play because like I don't want to annoy anybody by interrupting all the time. And then when I could just type in the chat, there was another point to it. I got distracted. What was it? Why? Oh, and I could just chat in the chat. And oh, another thing is some of the clips that I'm going to be showing today are going to be like kind of long. Like some of them are like 40 minutes, an hour long. I think I have one in there that's like 2 hours long. So I'm just gonna like play the videos for the most part, and then that way we could try to get through most of my playlists, because my goal today is to get caught up all the way, because I have a full-time job and sometimes I do overtime and it is hard work, so I can't like do 2 shifts at work and then go live. So I try to make time, and today I only had 1 shift, but I still had some stuff to do early on, and I started later than I wanted to, but the things that I needed to do were important, so I don't regret it at all. But yeah, like I'm just trying to get caught up. So it is live. I'm here. You got any questions, I'll answer them. Probably during the shorter clips I probably will comment, but like on the longer ones like this I plan to just let it play, so hopefully that doesn't bother anybody.
Can't wrap my head around it. When I found out that Shanann Watts, her family has been mercilessly trolled since Shanann was killed, murdered by her husband Chris Watts. Those 2 children of hers, she was pregnant by the way, those 2 children of hers murdered by their dad and stuffed into oil tanks. It's Shanann's family who has spent the last 4 years trying to get the trolls off their backs. I just wonder if they've always been there. Have they always been there, Chris, and now we're just seeing it because you can type and you can publish? Or are we an angrier, more screwed up America?
I think it's probably in all of the above, Ashley. I think there's always been people with dysfunctional ideas and a tendency to go for conspiracy theories or to root for the so-called underdog. But until the advent of, an instant community, that goes worldwide in relative anonymity, you didn't have the ability to get a bunch of people high-fiving you for these kinds of ideas. Once we have people online on social media, you can get validation for just about anything as extreme and dysfunctional as you can imagine. So I think they've been there, but we're seeing more of them because communities can be created virtually to support, accept, and encourage anything, which is why there's so much needs to be regulation of what goes on these social media platforms. These people need to be shut down. And
let's
there's no value
as we see
for
these images, Chris.
theories. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
the picture's on the screen, and let's be clear that, Gabby Petito admitted to having, hit and slapped Brian as well, but he's not dead, and she's not on the run, so there's a huge difference. So those who are so myopic as to say these things, like he's the victim, when he's on the run as a fugitive from justice currently, and she is dead in a coroner's office for 2 weeks. Quick question, and I just need a quick answer if you can. The word incel, involuntary celibate, that's something that's starting to become part of our vernacular. Give me like 30 seconds on what it actually means and who these guys are.
I missed the question. Could you repeat it real quick?
Yeah, the word incel, I-N-C-E-L, it stands for the involuntary celibate. And apparently they've got quite a little community online where they really are filled with misogyny and hate and attack women every chance they get, including Gabby Petito. Who are they?
Yeah, these are angry, disaffected men who hate women and believe that they're entitled to have any kind of relationship of dominance related to women. They are a very potentially dangerous group of people. The guy that shot up Santa Barbara, I don't even want to mention his name. He is considered a hero within the incel so-called movement. This is a group of really angry, dysfunctional men who don't have any basis for understanding how it is you relate to the opposite sex, you know, from a platform of equality, from a platform of respect. And they are very disrespectful, angry, entitled people who, you know, we have to watch this group very carefully within the field of law enforcement.
So here's what I just want to say as we wrap this up. The Gabby Petito hashtag has had 1.2 billion views on TikTok. And those Reddit users, the Friends of Brian, 1,200 members. And the Brian Laundrie Reddit members, 2,800. So I think when you're starting to feel really lousy about, there you go, right? Let's just wrap it up to say there are a lot fewer of them than there are of us. Chris Mahoney, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, we're talking to a Florida sheriff on what it means to be inside the search radius for the most famous wanted man in America. That's next. Oh, to be a fly on the wall of a police department in Florida tonight. The way I imagine it, officers are either hard at work on the manhunt for Brian Laundrie in that state, or they're on a break talking about the manhunt for Brian Laundrie in that state. Take a look at the map of that state. County by county, this is Florida. In red on the west coast is Sarasota County, where the city of Northport is located. And of course, the Laundrie little yellow bungalow. But the big money says that Brian Laundrie likely fled Sarasota anywhere up to 2 weeks ago at this point. It's a good thing I've got a Florida sheriff joining me tonight from Volusia County. It's Sheriff Mike Chitwood. You can see his county in green, well within a reasonable search radius for Brian Laundrie. And also with us is former NYPD detective Tom Ruskin, who's president of CMP Protective and Investigation Group. They are here for tonight's special edition of Policing in America, which of course, here we are finding police doing something, you know, that happens every so often, a manhunt that is known about coast to coast. So Sheriff Chitwood, I want to begin with you because Florida is, you know, it's a big state. And I imagined that police detachments talk to each other all over the place. Sheriff's divisions all speak. When you've got a guy who's on the run and you don't know if he went north, south, east, or west, I think he could have gone west, but how do you guys communicate and how much sharing of information is there between you?
Yeah, Ashley, there. First of all, thanks for having me tonight. My blood pressure is up 9 million points since watching your last segment. We have a thing called Central Florida Intelligence Exchange, where all the sheriffs and police departments around the state constantly share information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Any tip that comes in, it's vetted through the state and through the federal government. So all the resources are to bear. I do want to say one thing, Ashley, and I don't have a lot of time, but you know, we're discussing what happened in the back of the patrol car when they were interviewing the victim in this case. Classic domestic violence. This guy was controlling her. The fact that she had anxiety and didn't want to be left alone, that's the classic sign of an abused woman. And he was in her head. And flight is a consciousness of guilt in the courts of law in America. And I call on his family to do the right thing and stop being scumbags. Your son's a murderer. Let's get him in and let's do what we have to do.
I think, you know, that opinion is shared by a lot of people here. As a journalist, I got to say, gosh, he hasn't been charged with that yet. He's a fleeing fugitive from a bank fraud charge of the FBI. It's a national, it's federal charge. But I think a lot of people feel if he's caught that the charges with regard to Gabby's death aren't far behind. Tom Ruskin, jump in on that. The whole notion of it being an investigator. The rest of us out here, you know, don't know how you guys do this. We just assume you fan out and you just start, you know, looking with gumshoe footwork and then, you know, with your fingertips tapping away on a keyboard. But how much more is there to finding someone who's now been on the run for more than 2 weeks?
Well, it makes it a little bit more difficult, but there's also, as we've discussed before, breadcrumb, breadcrumb types of trails. And as the sheriff alluded to, you know, law enforcement agencies, federal, state, local, and municipalities are now talking to each other and sharing this information in real time. And the trail will get less and less and less. And eventually they'll catch Brian wherever he is in the world. And they will bring him to justice in the bank fraud and potentially, if he's charged in the Gabby Petito case, in the Gabby Petito murder.
So, Sheriff Chitwood, this.
Real quick, I kind of want to poll the chat. Not that I have an official poll on here, but I just kind of want to know what everyone thinks. Where is Brian Laundrie right now? What does everyone think happened? I think his parents helped him out of the country. Where? I don't know. I can't I can't call it just yet because I don't know like where they've traveled. I don't know if they've done any type of like, you know, traveling abroad or anything like that where they would be comfortable to like let them go. Another question that I want to ask the chat is, do you think that the family is still in communication with Brian somehow?
You're seeing those pictures. I'm not sure if you've got the return pictures there, but the swamp buggies going through the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park, better known as the reserve. The rest of us out here watching this story thought, he's not there. The parents told you to go there. Why would they spend upwards of $1.56 million searching there based on the word of those parents who've been less than forthcoming in this story? There has to be more to it. Do you think there is?
We follow every lead, Ashley, every single lead. And I think what the important thing to realize here is, you know, there's 67 sheriffs in the state of Florida. We share every resource, whether you're a large agency or a small agency. Whatever equipment we have, it gets directed into that area. And it would be remiss of us, even though we know the parents are lying, somewhere in there, there may be a breadcrumb of truth that may lead us to the next step.
1.6 million reasons why I do not necessarily believe that he's there. And that's a lot of money that the taxpayers of your state are going to be absorbing. Unless they determine that there is something there and that the parents were not forthcoming, then they'll get stuck with the tab. And maybe that house, when you sell it, would bring that money in. I don't know.
You know, Ashley, though, sometimes in a lie, there is a morsel of truth. And that's why you have to follow it.
Boy, I hope in this case it leads to, you know, some justice for Gabby. After the break, I'm going to do some day progressions on Brian Laundrie's look. We did it last night. It's worth doing it again. What he might look like after 17 days on the run in the sun without a razor. That's coming up next.
Harry. He's gonna be looking He's gonna be looking like Castaway, like Tom Hanks in Castaway. But I don't think that's what's going on. It's just, I don't know. I want to say like it's crazy to me that the news keeps trying to try to make it look like Brian Laundrie's like out there like Rambo or something like that. That he's out there like hunting his own food and gutting his own fish, and he's out there living off the land. I don't feel that at all. That's just what I think, and it's kind of weird to me that the news isn't exploring other possibilities or even like putting it out there that, you know, that his family could have helped him out of the country, considering all the information that they're putting out there. But the news is scripted to a point, so that's probably what it is.
After 17 days on the run, I don't know what you'd look like without a razor, but we had Lois Gibson on the program last night. She's the most successful sketch artist, forensic sketch artist in the world, Guinness World Record holder, in fact. And she said what she thought he might look like, and we showed it in terms of what the beard and the hair growth might look like. Take a peek.
He is going to get a lot of sun. He's going to lose weight. I don't care how much money he has. If you're on the run for murder, it's hard to eat. It degrades your life. I've seen murderers after they got caught. He also should shave completely. His signature mustache and beard should just go. He's going to get too much sun because he probably is doing a survival thing, and he probably doesn't carry a gallon of sunscreen.
Okay, so I lied. There was supposed to be a beard progression there. We didn't see it. I'm sorry about that. But you can see the many faces of Brian Laundrie, sometimes clean-shaven and sometimes with a robust beard. So question, Tom, what are the odds that he just might be hiding among us? Because he's kind of nondescript.
He very possibly could be hiding among us. He could have gotten out of the country. I mean, there's been rumors that he could be in Mexico, and there's been leads that send him to Mexico. He could be on the Appalachian Trail. There's been many leads in North Carolina on the Appalachian Trail where they're asking people along the trail, have they seen him, or looking at deer cameras to see if he passes one of the cameras and potentially could be identified that way.
So, Sheriff Chitwood, this is a question that's a little bit more existential, but it's important nonetheless. How do you think this is going to end?
You know, that's a great question. Clearly, he's a coward. Clearly, he abuses women. Clearly, he's a mommy's boy, and they are allowing him to hide. You know, he's not going to fight it out with the cops. That's not going to happen. He doesn't have a weapon. My hope and my prayer, and I know it's a wrong hope and a wrong prayer, is that mommy and daddy need to do the right thing. Your son is a murderer. Face the facts and let him face justice, and give this family the closure that they need. I implore them, do the right thing.
Sheriff Chitwood, I always love having you on. I do have to say he hasn't been charged with that yet. Gabby, gosh, we don't even know her cause of death yet. It's taking a long time. I think they're doing their jobs there at the Jackson, coroner's office.
Ashley, her death was ruled
I got 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, her death was ruled a homicide.
That is true, but we got to get that cause of death because I've seen so many trials sink on that cause of death, and it's so frustrating. Just want to give you guys big props and thanks. Tom Ruskin, always great to see you. Mike Chitwood, love seeing you. I'm glad to see you're back on the mend, and thank you for being here on this Friday night, guys.
Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you,
Ashley.
Ashley.
Thank you, everyone, as well, for being.
All right, well, she's thanking everybody, so it sounds like she's wrapping it up. Sorry, Ashley, I don't mean to interrupt, but I did see a comment that I wanted to say, that I wanted to respond to. Chris Rouse says he can't leave the country without a passport. He has to provide a COVID test in another country. I mean, seriously, he hasn't left the States. It's actually not that hard to get to cross the border into Mexico. And then from there, you probably go anywhere. I don't know about Canada. I don't know anything about Canada, but I know it's not that hard to get into Mexico. So if they know people, or I don't know them in real life, but it's possible to me anyways. Patricia says, not if he's in that wild. Alligators probably hate his ass. You know what? Here's hoping. I mean, it's 50-50 to me. If he's dead, I'm not going to be sad about it. But I am going to be sad that he wasn't apprehended alive, because that would mean no court. That would mean no justice. That would mean probably no more information coming out. So I'm hoping he's alive, and I'm hoping he's apprehended and captured. And I'm expecting after that he won't talk. He'll lawyer up. And it'll just be up to the investigators and the attorneys to charge him and convict him. But so far it sounds like they've got nothing. But let's continue. I'm going to read the chat here. I do see some chats popping up. I want to read all of them. So we're going to continue on. The next clip is called "Get Us Out of This Horrible Mess. Brian Laundrie's sister pleads for him to surrender to police." This is courtesy of 6 ABC Philadelphia.
Good morning.
And this was posted October 5th. So let's watch.
We have learned so much more about this case in the week since we last heard from Cassie Laundrie. It turns out she was also on that family camping trip that Brian took with his parents after he returned home without Gabby Petito. Cassie insists she still doesn't know where her brother is.
No, I do not know where Brian is. I'd turn him in.
Overnight, Cassie Laundrie attempting to set the record straight, speaking out for the first time since Gabby Petito's body was found and her brother Brian was reported missing, later named a person of interest in Petito's murder and wanted by the FBI in a fraud investigation.
I really wish he had come to me first that day with the van, because I don't think we'd be here. I worry about him. I hope he's okay, and then I'm angry and I don't know what to think. I would tell my brother to just come forward and get us out of this horrible mess.
And now detailing the last time she saw her brother.
The last time I physically saw it and the last time I physically spoke to my brother was on the 6th. I've tried to get in touch with him. Phone went to voicemail.
Cassie sharing this photo exclusively with ABC News, showing Brian and his 5-year-old nephew camping at Fort DeSoto Park with their parents 5 days before Gabby was reported missing.
We just went for a couple of hours and we ate dinner and had s'mores around the campfire and left. And there was nothing peculiar about it. There was no feeling of grand goodbye. There was nothing. I'm frustrated that in hindsight, I didn't pick up on anything. It was just a regular visit.
By the time Gabby was found 13 days later, Brian had already vanished. The day Cassie learned of his disappearance, she says she immediately told investigators about that camping trip.
It was not hidden from law enforcement. I've been cooperating with the police since day one. I've been in touch with law enforcement.
And now she's calling on her parents to do the same.
Justice for Gabby would look like having someone come forward and tell the truth. I don't know if my parents are involved. I think if they are, then they should come clean.
Cassie says her brother has taken multiple trips for up to 5 days at a time on the Appalachian Trail, where multiple tips have been reported. And over the weekend, a possible sighting was reported to investigators along the nearly 2,200-mile trail near the Tennessee-North Carolina border.
I wasn't sure about what he looked like, and then I went and parked and pulled up the photographs of him, and I'm 99.99% sure that was him.
Police have said they're factoring in Brian's reported skills living off the grid in their search for him, but Cassie says it's unusual for him to be gone for this long.
I'd say Brian's a mediocre survivalist. It wouldn't surprise me if he could last out there a very long time, but also I don't think anything would surprise me at this point. If the FBI finds him in Timbuktu, I'd be like, all right, well, that's where he was. I've got nothing. I hope my brother is alive, because I want answers just as much as everybody else.
Is there something on your beak here? Looks like, did you get hit in the face?
Well, to be honest, I doesn't mean him first.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, and I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you.
Well, like, he grabbed me, like, really the wall.
She says the body cam video from the Moab, Utah police encounter is hard to watch.
It's definitely painful to see everybody just be upset. It was pretty typical of them to argue and try and take space from each other, but people saying they saw public domestic violence, I've never seen anything like that from either of them.
Now she wonders if more could have been done.
I definitely feel like if they had all of the 911 calls from the multiple people they said, that I think it would have gone a lot differently and we'd be in a different situation.
Cassie says she's as concerned as she is for her brother. She is mourning for Gabby and wants her family to know her heart is with them.
I've been cooperating so that everyone gets answers. They deserve answers.
Gabby's parents sending a message to Brian on the Dr. Phil show.
If you truly loved her, you should turn yourself in.
The Laundrie family attorney released a statement saying in part that Brian's parents don't know where he is, and the speculation by the public and some in the press that the parents assisted Brian in leaving the family home or in avoiding arrest is just wrong. Guys?
All right, thank you, Victor. Joining us now is Lenny DePaul, a former chief inspector and commander with the U.S. Marshals, and ABC News chief legal analyst Dan Abrams. And Lenny, we're going to start with you. We saw in that piece that Brian Laundrie's sister, she seemed to be distancing herself from her parents and saying she's not sure if they were involved in Brian's disappearance. What do you make of that?
Well, good morning, Michael, and good to be with you. But I tend to believe Cassie. I mean, she's forthcoming. You know, you look for those nonverbal communications in any conversation. She didn't have them. You know, she gives up a lot of things. She tells us that Brian, you know, he jumped on a plane after that incident in Utah and came back to Florida, then went back out there. So I tend to believe her. And again, she's forthcoming. So the parents may be just kind of taking a step back and not wanting to, you know, get her involved and whatnot. So.
She also gave some more detail about Brian's survival skills. Do you think law enforcement should focus on these remote areas, or is it more possible that he left the country?
I don't think he left the country, George. It's not his makeup. I do think he could possibly be on the Appalachian Trail. I mean, she even said he's survived out there. He's gone out there by himself for weeks at a time. So I would focus and concentrate on that area, and I'm sure they're doing that.
Dan, we want to get your input as well. You know, as we said, we heard from Cassie right there. And she says that her parents claim that their attorney had told them not to discuss Brian with her. What do you make of that?
You know, it's a little bit odd, right? Because typically what an attorney will do is tell their client, who in theory should be Brian Laundrie here, and I guess it's the parents too, but I understand him saying to Brian Laundrie, look, don't talk, don't say anything, etc. Telling the parents not to talk, in particular, not to talk to the daughter about anything, does suggest that there's something that the parents may know that the lawyer doesn't want them to disclose. But, you know, it's hard to know for sure.
And Brian is facing charges. Prosecutors said there could be more charges on the way. Does that mean anything, does it change anything for the parents if they are involved with his disappearance?
Yeah, it depends on that timeline. That's something we talked about before, right? Before or after the arrest warrant, right? The minute that arrest warrant was issued, if they assisted him, they are harboring a fugitive potentially, or they're aiding, et cetera, in some way. If it was before the arrest warrant was issued and he was just a person of interest and they were with him, for example, as long as they didn't specifically lie to the authorities and send them on some wild goose chase, then they're probably not legally responsible. And I think that may be the key with regard to Cassie too, is the parents may know something in that period before he'd had an arrest warrant, which they don't want to disclose.
And Lenny, Cassie is asking Brian to come forward. Gabby's parents are asking Brian to come forward as well. Does that make any difference?
It does, George, if they can get the message to him. I mean, he's laying low. He's off the grid. He's definitely not communicating as far as I know. So, and he's scared. He's certainly sleeping with one eye open. So, yeah, if he gets that message, he may very well turn himself in. But he's on the run, George. And you know what I always say, you can run, but you can't hide. And when you run, you only go to jail tired.
Leave it at that.
And when you run, you only go to jail tired. I like that.
Good morning, Michael. We have...
All right, let's continue. So this next clip is, it's not even a clip, it's almost 3 hours long. I can't recall, but I'm gonna pay attention because I do remember when I was going through these, there was one that only had like 20 minutes of new information, and then for like 2 hours, they were posted at Brian Laundrie's family's house, and it was just raw footage of that. And then I want to say like some of the search efforts, and that was raw footage, so there was no information. So if that happens, I'll just skip through it, and because what we're here to listen to is information, timeline, facts, that kind of thing. So we'll see what happens here. This is called WFLA Now. New details about Brian Laundrie flight, plus Cassie Laundrie confronts protesters. This is courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8. And this was posted, let me see. I don't know why I can't see a date. Probably because it was a live stream. So I don't know if that's just somewhere else where I'm not really used to finding that information. But This was like the first week of October. Sorry, not August. So let's watch. So we can skip through this. Right here. All right.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. On WFLA Now, powered by 1-800-ASK-GARY. Here's J.D. Buno.
A confrontation with protesters that gives us some answers from the sister of Brian Laundrie. Cassie Laundrie emerging from her home to set the record straight on her brother, on her parents, her own words, and the attorney that she says threw her under the bus. Hey there, folks. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. Great to have the 8 on Your Side team here with us together here on stream. You've been seeing them here separate on streams over the last several weeks, but great to have together here 8 on Your Side investigators, Masa Saidi and Walt Buteau. You see the hashtags here all around the screen. We're going to start to bring your comments here into the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, all those comments. We're going to bring them here on screen from those social media comment sections. If you use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa, or hashtag HeyWalt here, we're going to play back some portions of the video here, some portions of the confrontation that occurred here yesterday at Lakewood Ranch here in Florida between protesters and, of course, Cassie Laundrie and her husband here. But let's first get some new details here from Josh Benson, who has been talking to attorney Stephen Bertolino here on Twitter. This is a screenshot here from Josh's phone. Josh, who you'll see tonight, everybody, on our newscast here on WFLA News Channel 8. And I will read this here as follows. Josh asking this question here. You can see there the timestamp today at 12:43 Eastern Time, saying, can you please send me the explainer about the flight Brian took? Thanks. And then from Stephen Bertolino, Brian flew home to Tampa from SLC, Salt Lake City, on August 17th and returned to Salt Lake City on August 23rd to rejoin Gabby. To my knowledge, Brian and Gabby paid for the flights as they were sharing expenses. Brian flew home to obtain some items and empty and close the storage unit to save money as they contemplated extending the road trip. Again, this is from Josh Benson on Twitter. Josh, who's been in contact with attorney Stephen Bertolino.
That sounds weird. They were contemplating on extending the road trip. I think at this point they had already been arguing, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to write down the timeline just so I can have all that correct, because some things did change, but it just sounds fishy to me that if they were already fighting, arguing, and having domestic violence issues, why they would want to extend the trip, but who knows.
Lino, who of course represents Brian Laundrie here. Let's just start here with your initial reaction, Masa and Walt here. Masa, starting here with you. This is now new. The timeline here is getting filled in by the day.
The timeline is indeed getting filled in by the day. The first I heard that Brian had returned from the trip, left Gabby, was during that video where Cassie Laundrie and her husband were confronted outside of their home with their children inside the home. They were confronted by protesters, and in that I did a rough log of that roughly 20-minute excerpts that were released by protesters to NewsNation. And the protesters asked, Brian flew back on the 17th, the dad paid for the ticket, and the sister said that she saw him on the trip. She confirmed that Brian flew back on the 17th, as the lawyer has now also confirmed as well. And she said that there was no sign of trouble. In fact, Cassie Laundrie said that during Brian's short trip home from Salt Lake City, she FaceTimed with Gabby, and Brian was acting normal, just talking about where they had been and where they were going.
Walt, what do you think?
Well, you know, this sort of supports the rumor that we had heard way back in the beginning about we had heard Brian flew home, emptied a storage unit. In fact, I got a lot of questions about that we could neither confirm nor deny. We didn't have any information. This confirms that. I think it's also interesting, though, from Cassie. Why wouldn't you ask her if we had the opportunity to ask her? No reflection on what happened on the 12th of August. Did neither Brian nor Gabby share what had happened, their fight that was actually recorded? We didn't see that until about a month later, but still no reflection on that difficulty by either one of these, the 22-year-old and the 23-year-old. At least none that we know of, right?
Right. And I'm just reading some of the hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyWalt, hashtag HeyMasa questions and comments that are coming in here. But I just want to point this out here for our viewers. Again, Brian Laundrie, Gabby Petito on a cross-country road trip. They get to, Utah, Wyoming, that area of the country where, of course, near the area where the Moab incident occurred here. And Brian flies home solo on the 17th back to Tampa for 6 days. Do I have that right there? Is that 6 total days
6 or 7 days.
That's a long period of time to leave a cross-country road trip, go back home for some time. Your fiance is still there. and then you fly back, Masa. That's just, again, it just all seems like the timeline is getting filled in here, but it's not really answering all that many questions, or at least the questions that are most important.
I think what this new information does is it just, again, as the days have gone by, we have gotten more and more information as more and more people have come forward, as some family members have talked.
I do believe that what they have to say is important, but I think what I ultimately wanted from that part was the dates, as far as like when Brian came home. So I'm gonna skip that, and then I'm gonna go straight to Cassie confronting protesters, because I think that's going to be more informational.
Brian, he says he thinks at a bar in Montana, I talked with him at length, and he told me what the FBI had told him, how that conversation went, as he recounted how he thought he had ran into Brian Laundrie. And again, that would be 3 days, if it was in fact Brian Laundrie, that would be 3 days after he flew from Tampa back to Salt Lake City, where that incident would have occurred. But he also tells me, Walt, that the FBI talked with him for about 40 minutes and got his statement, but they haven't been in touch with him since.
They obviously they know more than they're telling us. There might be something about that eyewitness account that didn't add up to other things they know, but we'll find that out at some point, maybe days, maybe weeks down the road.
Look for that story tonight from 8 on Your Side investigator Masa Saidi here on WFLA News Channel 8, and of course on WFLA.com. Speaking of WFLA.com, let me preface exactly how we're going to approach this next segment here, everybody, on WFLA Now. The full video is out. The full video, of course, of this exchange between Cassie Laundrie, her husband, and protesters here at the home in Lakewood Ranch. It's about roughly a 20-minute or so video. And again, you can find it right now on WFLA.com and the WFLA app. If you're joining us on Facebook, if you're joining us on YouTube, it's as simple as clicking on the link in the description on this video or in the pinned comment. It'll take you over to WFLA.com, the WFLA app, and you can watch it full for yourself here. But it's not as much of an interview as it is a confrontation here, where protesters, what we have here is a couple that is coming out of their home here, thinking about their kids. And you're going to hear it here for yourself. Cassie Laundrie here saying, my kids are inside crying. They have been crying here, and they are just trying to bring some semblance of peace here to a situation here that has clearly just grown here to an exorbitant magnitude. So the protesters here are asking questions nonstop. They interject all the time here. It's really hard to hear what the conflicting audio here. They talk over each other. It's not a back and forth simple exchange here. It's very much here Cassie Laundrie trying to just play ball here and answer some questions and be transparent and be honest, and the protesters who were just firing question after question after question after question. So what we did was, you can watch the full thing for yourself on WFLA.com, the full video here, but what we did is we took out some snippets here, some moments here that are of tremendous value here to us finding out more about the timeline, about what happened to Gabby Petito, about what happened with Brian Laundrie on his trip home to Florida here. So we're going to play that back here for you, and we're going to stop it here in certain moments and have a conversation here with our audience. And yes, we are going to be featuring your hashtag HAB, hashtag HWalt, hashtag HMasa comments here. And we'll start here with this one here on screen from Vanna Maddox, hashtag HAB. Don't you find it weird that she says her parents are not even talking to her? These are things that we're going to start to discuss here. So file in your hashtag HAB, hashtag HMasa, hashtag HWalt comments and questions here, and we'll feature them here as we continue to listen in here. So let's get right into this here, you guys. Masa, Walt, I'm going to keep you guys here on screen with myself. And what we're going to do is we're going to now play back a portion here of the video that we can, and we can all kind of listen in here to Cassie Laundrie, her husband, confronting protesters outside of the home here yesterday, that being October 4th, 2021 here in Lakewood Ranch. Let's take a listen.
We have fully cooperated with the police since September 11th when they called. I did not say that I saw my brother. I said I haven't been able to speak to him in reference to the time when I was called by the police. Since that point, I haven't been able to speak to my brother.
All right, so let's start here right there, Masa and Walt, because this is Cassie clarifying the contextual error that was made in the GMA interview from last month here. The GMA interview that she did, where Good Morning America reported and ABC reported that she hadn't seen Brian since Brian came home to Florida on September 1st, but that was something that, again, if you watch it, and this is something that I pointed out on my WFLA JB Twitter account, this is something that was a contextual kind of misunderstanding here. There was a murkiness surrounding that question and that response that was kind of misrelayed by Good Morning America here, and she's clearing the air here, Masa, about that particular point here. She says she hasn't seen Brian since the Fort DeSoto. We'll get more into that here, but she hasn't seen Brian. It was contextually kind of a mistake.
So she talked about that right off the top. She also talked about it 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the confrontation with protesters outside. And the GMA package that I watched and the story that I have discussed here on WFLA Now, the reporter's package said that she hadn't spoken with Brian Laundrie. So people are throwing around that she hadn't seen him. And what I have seen of GMA's reporting, GMA's reporter said that she hadn't spoken with her brother. And 4 minutes, 30 seconds in, Cassie clarified, and she claims that the transcript is out there from the full GMA interview. I have not pulled it. I'm sure many of your viewers are probably doing that right as we speak. But Cassie says that the interviewer asked, "What's the weirdest thing about this all?" And then she answered in response to that question, "What's the weirdest thing?" She said, "I haven't been able to speak with my brother." So she said that from the 11th forward, she was in Orlando on vacation, September 11th, when law enforcement contacted her. She hadn't been able to speak with her brother from that point. So that is, there was a lot of media bashing going on between the protesters that were confronting Cassie Laundrie and her husband towards the end, where they were all just very mad at the media for this. So that's what I take it. So my main points here are that the GMA interviewer said that she hadn't spoken, not that she hadn't seen, and that Cassie says that her comments were in response to a question about what's the weirdest thing about this.
All right, let's continue playing here. Portions of this here. Walt Massa, you can tell me. I've got the play and pause here, so if you want me to.
One other point. This just goes to the dissecting of every syllable as we try to fill in all these blanks. Can I ask a question of either of you? I'm not sure I understand the difference or the relevance of the two. I spoke, I saw. What is the relevance? What are we worried about? And I have perhaps not followed that criticism, as Massa pointed out. What is the relevance of the difference between those two things?
Okay, should I answer? Okay.
Yeah.
So the relevance, and right now I'm kind of being an attorney when I dissected to that point.
Yep.
The relevance is that she saw Brian on September 1st and that she saw Brian on September 6th. The GMA package said that she hadn't spoken to her brother. So then when the information came out that she had seen her brother, people were saying that she was lying.
Right.
And I was just being an attorney and saying, well, she technically didn't say that she hadn't seen him. She said that she hadn't spoken to him. The GMA package that I watched said that she hadn't spoken to him. And now this new information, which we need to check out, a transcript to where the question from GMA was, what's the weirdest thing about this all? Not, have you seen your brother since he got back to Northport on September 1st.
And I think that the overarching thing here is whether or not to believe Cassie Laundrie. I think that that's what it really boils down to, is whether or not. And listen,
I agree.
I think now that we have a 20-minute clip here of her coming out of her home saying, "I'm just trying to bring some ease to my household with my kids inside who are crying here," I think that there is a lot of folks here that are going to maybe now form an opinion as to whether or not they believe Cassie Laundrie and her husband, or whether or not they believe that there's something else at play here as far as the Laundrie family here. So we're ready to continue playing here, ready to move on to the next portion?
Sure.
All right.
What do you want us to do? We cooperate with the police. We're not supposed to talk to anybody, and you're making my children cry.
Making my children cry. And this is why they came out of the home here. They were just trying to, again, these protesters being up and down the street here, they've had bullhorns. They have, of course, had signs that show Brian Laundrie's face with murderer in letters going from left to right across it. And quite frankly, let's again stay rooted in fact here, folks. Gabby Petito's death is a homicide investigation, and he is not at this time, at least publicly, from the FBI, not a suspect in her death. Of course, he is charged in a federal arrest warrant on the charge of use of unauthorized access devices, but these protesters have been going up and down the street there in Northport in front of the parents' home with this sign that says Brian Laundrie murderer. And we just, again, that just speaks to them not really being rooted in fact here with this case. But again, the full video on WFLA.com. Anything you two have to want to add there?
I think it speaks to the great impatience that this case shows of the world right now, that we want it solved like a Law and Order episode, and it just doesn't work that way. We're talking about multiple jurisdictions. Moss's story reflects a third jurisdiction, right? Another place that the FBI had to go. I've gotten calls about him being up in Canada. I'm assuming those were checked out because those folks said they called the FBI. We had a report that I'm pretty sure is accurate, that he was spotted at a campground in southern Illinois where I used to work, and I called some people there, and they said they could not confirm or deny. They had talked to the FBI, which to me implies they talked to the FBI, because they would have said no, and that involved a gas station, and again, that potential use of that device as in the debit card. And we have Wyoming and multiple jurisdictions out there. It's a complicated case. It's simplified by the fact we get to see the beginning of this journey with two people who appear to be in love, and then we get to see this confrontation on the 12th, and now the timeline gets filled in. But the impatience is what this says to me about everybody wants the answers now, as opposed to letting law enforcement develop their case.
Let's continue playing here. This next question being posed here, and this is the answer now. Was Brian with you on September 1st? Did he come to this house?
He came to this house with my parents in their Mustang, not the van. I did not know that he took that van back. I found out the next day with everybody else. We are just as upset, frustrated, and heartbroken as everybody else. And I am losing my parents and my brother and my children's aunt and my future sister-in-law on top of this, and you're not helping.
And she ends there, you're not helping. So again, back to this question here from the protesters. Why was Brian with you on September 1st? Did he come to the house? And according to Cassie Laundrie, yes, they were at this house in Lakewood Ranch with the Ford Mustang that, of course, we've been talking about over the last several weeks here. Masa Walt, who wants to hop in here on this response here from Cassie Laundrie.
Yeah, I mean, she basically said that that her parents were planning on coming to the house anyway. They were going to surprise the children, that she didn't know that Brian was going to be there.
And I think, again, people are more than likely reading into that. How could you not have talked about Gabby at that point? I think a lot of people probably want to know that. But I guess now from this timeline, we know by September 1st, according to the FBI, Gabby is dead by the 1st of September. And that Brian has allegedly, by the 1st of September, used a debit card that we can only presume is Gabby's. The FBI has not said that, but we presume it's Gabby's, and has used it on 3 occasions to spend more than $1,000, which, by the way, that's just a level of a charge. It could be way more than $1,000. It could be $1,100. It could be $2,000. It could be $20,000, whatever it could be. But we know that on the 1st, we now know that that Gabby was no longer with us.
I want to, again, remind our audience here, 8 on your side investigators, Masa Saidi, Walt Patito, JB Puno here with you live. You can use hashtag JB, hashtag Masa, hashtag Walt. We will be featuring your questions and your comments here once we get through the snippets here of this video here. But here's the thing. Brian flew home from Salt Lake City to Tampa, then goes back to Gabby, according to Stephen Bertolino and what we just found out here at the top of the stream here. And then all of a sudden, he's back in Tampa on September 1st. So I would imagine that if you're Cassie Laundrie here, you're thinking, wait, and she's almost making this face right now in the thumbnail, like, wait, weren't you just flew back? You just flew back to be with Gabby. You're back again. You're ping-ponging back and forth here between Salt Lake City, between Utah, Wyoming, and between Florida. You're home again? What happened? Where's Gabby? Why aren't you here with Gabby?
That question, I mean, that question almost has to have been asked.
So, are you referencing the trip when he came back for those?
I'm just referencing the back and forth.
Look, and again, we don't like to make assumptions, and I don't, you don't, but I think the general public, they're allowed to make assumptions. They don't have to follow any rules, and I think the general public is going to just assume that Cassie said she misses her sister-in-law. She's lost her sister-in-law. She's lost her family. I assume there's a bit of a wedge between them now, it sounds like. So I think the general public probably feels on the 1st, as JB just pointed out, you didn't ask about Gabby. I mean, you'd think you would have. It's her business. She doesn't have to tell us, but it seems like that question would have come up.
Again, they're engaged to be married. They're on this cross-country road trip. It's like, whenever somebody comes over to my house and they're maybe without their husband or wife, be like, oh, hey, where is this person?
Well,
where are they? Where are they
tonight? 27th, you flew back. No, I'm sorry. The 24th, you flew back. And then you're 23rd, you flew back. And less than a week later, you're starting your drive back to Tampa with the white van without Gabby.
Again, ping-ponging back and forth between what was supposed to be a cross-country road trip and then coming back to Florida on multiple occasions here mid-road trip. It's
interesting.
It's interesting. Ready for the next clip?
And my
Masa? No.
Go ahead.
No, please.
I was just going to say a question that could come up is why is she not talking to her family right now? And towards the end of this 20-minute video thing that we received, she says that the lawyer told her parents not to talk with her. So I just thought that was relevant.
In another interview I saw, I can't remember the outlet, but she said, I don't know where he is, and if I did, I'm paraphrasing, if I did, I'd turn him in. And I think perhaps that is part of this wedge, but we don't know.
Let's get to the next portion here. This is the next question here that was asked. Why aren't the parents talking to you guys? Let's play this back here again. The next portion of this video, full interview, of course, or full confrontation here is on WFLA.com, the WFLA app.
If I knew, I would say, I don't know.
If I knew, I would say I don't know. There's clearly now a major disconnect between Cassie Laundrie, her husband here, and Brian Laundrie's parents, her parents, Chris and Roberta Laundrie here. They're just not talking. And that's, again, according to Cassie Laundrie, there's a divide now, and we'll get into the attorney and how Stephen Bertolino kind of factors in here. But anything to note here before we get on to the next question, Masa or Walt?
I just want to say, so after she made that statement, later on in the interview, she kind of gave us a little bit more context saying that the attorney told her parents to stop talking to her. So I just think it's important to point that out.
Thank you for pointing that out here, Masa. Again, the full video on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. And I have to repeat myself with things like that and the hashtag system here because we're always constantly engaging a new digital audience. It's a big revolving door. We engage a new digital audience in the thousands every 5 minutes. So I have to. It's part of my job here. I don't want people to think that I'm just repeating myself because I have to or because I want to. It's because I have to. So I'm going to continue to repeat these points here that are very, very important to our constantly newly emerging here digital audience here. Let's listen in. The next question, do you think the parents are involved?
I don't know. We have literally been finding everything out with the news like everybody else. My kids are upset. You're upsetting my neighbors, and all we want to do is let you guys know that we don't know.
What happened? What did you guys do on the 6th?
All right, so before this next question comes in, and it's about Fort DeSoto and the campground here, but Cassie Laundrie, Masa saying here that she is she's in the dark just like everybody else as far as these very important questions to the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie story here.
The question there was, do you think your parents are involved, correct?
Right.
And it is an interesting answer. She says she doesn't know. It's not a no, it's an I don't know, which is an interesting answer, I think.
Masa, anything to add there before we move on?
I mean, all I would say is at this point, she wants to be very careful about what she says. Like her parents, she just has to be very careful about what she says at this point. The FBI has told her not to talk, and she knows that, anything that she says to the media could come back in the future. So I think at this point, she's really focused on protecting her children, her family, and making sure that this episode doesn't repeat itself.
All right, next portion here. This moves on now to the camping trip at Fort DeSoto Campground on September 6th and September 7th, where we're going to hear from Cassie Laundrie about her visit there specifically to Fort DeSoto Campground in Pinellas County on September 6th.
Just to let you guys know that we don't know.
What happened? What did you guys do on the 6th through the 8th at Fort DeSoto?
We were at Fort DeSoto on the 6th. We got there at around 2 o'clock, and we left around 8 because the kids had school the next day. On the 6th, we only stayed for about 6 hours. My mom, my dad, my brother.
Would you guys be willing to go on?
So her dad,
and her brother.
Her mom, and her brother. Right, as really, this is what we've been finding out now, trickles of information coming out here, but confirming that they were there on September 6th, didn't stay into the 7th, but they were there on September 6th. Walt, Masa, anything to add here, because we've been talking now about the Fort DeSoto camping trip here, and how that is, of course, an interesting point on the timeline, because Brian Laundrie returns home from this cross-country road trip. He's without his fiance, and a few days later, he and his family go camping.
And I know that question has been asked, and I think this answer fills in that blank a little more clear. But I think others have pointed out that to get a camp spot at that very popular location, you might not have gotten it by trying to look into it on the 3rd or the 1st. It could have been something that had been planned for a while. That's a question I would ask, I think, at this point. But it sounds like, she's simply confirming that she saw Brian at Fort DeSoto on the 6th, correct? She saw him on the 6th. And I don't know if we have track of him after that, but he was gone within days, right?
Yeah, that is a major point. And now let me make this clear here, folks. Cassie Laundrie would go on here after this point in time, as we understand it, or around this point in time here, as far as her confrontation here with protesters outside of her home. She did a second Good Morning America interview. And in that interview, shared a picture of Brian Laundrie with his nephew at the campsite on September 6th. So, Brian, we now have photo evidence now from Cassie Laundrie here that Brian was at the campsite. He was in fact there. There's photo evidence of it, and there with his nephew, and it's a picture of them right there on the water. And this is now another piece that people are just going to dissect and put under the microscope, Masa.
Yeah, and I'm just I keep looking down, kind of referring to the log of this interview. Want to make sure I get everything perfectly right, but she gave an explanation. They were at Fort DeSoto on the 6th. They got there at 2 o'clock. They left at 8. The Gabby incident, she claims, did not come up at all. The kids were around, they had s'mores, they had dinner, and that was that. And I kind of want to find out, I think she says after that she really did not talk with them after that, but let me double check that. Let me continue reading my log.
And I know your listeners are going to have trouble with the claim that they didn't talk about Gabby. I would just think that, as would possibly investigators, that you didn't talk about Gabby at all. That's interesting. And this now on September 6th is 7 to 8 days after her death, according to the FBI.
Yeah, that's weird. If that's what they're going to be saying, they should just say nothing. Because really, Brian came home by himself in Gabby's van, and nobody said a thing. No one's believing that.
Yeah, from Jordan on Twitter, we'll take this #AJB comment here from Twitter. From Jordan, #AJB, if you got to talk to Cassie, what would you have asked her that the protesters or news hasn't? And it's exactly what we've all been talking about here. Gabby had to have been brought up.
I would ask, how did Gabby not come up? You've mentioned that you loved her. She was like a sister, I think, in the first interview. I think she said she was like a sister to her. She missed her. I would ask her, how did Gabby not come up on the 1st or on the 6th? How did it not come up at all? How did you not ask?
And it is referenced very briefly, Walt. It's referenced very briefly here in the clip. In the full 20-minute interview on WFLA.com, it's referenced very briefly, but it's not really addressed. And so my answer here to Jordan would be, I would stay on this point. This is all about Gabby. And I would stay with Cassie here. And I would say, Cassie, you had to have had conversations about Gabby Petito in the flight home from Salt Lake City, in the September 1st visit to this house here in the Ford Mustang, and in the camping trip. What was the common knowledge within the family as to why Gabby wasn't there?
And
That's the first thing. It's the first thing I would ask.
And as reporters, the most important thing you do as a reporter is listen to the answer, right?
Right.
Because now here, if you don't get, and I've heard reporters not do that at news conferences. They ask a question, they let somebody slide without really answering it. You ask it again, and you ask it a third time, you ask it a fourth time, until I think it's better explained. And maybe they didn't talk about Gabby, but I think you have to clarify that.
Yeah, you have to stay on that thread, and
Absolutely.
you have to keep things
100%
focused on what matters. And there've been in the clip, in the full 20-minute interview, there's all these ancillary questions that are asked here and there's some confusion based on some questions that were just kind of off base here. And you have to stay kind of very, very much rooted in the questions that matter. And that is the one that matters most to me. You had all of these encounters with your brother, ping-ponging back and forth between Wyoming, Utah, and Florida. Why wasn't the question, or what were you told as to why Gabby wasn't in Florida with her fiance, Brian Laundrie, at the time?
So about 2 minutes in, the protesters asked, what were you guys doing at Fort DeSoto? In sum and substance, that was essentially what they asked. And she said, we had s'mores, we had dinner. And then a protester yells, did Brian say anything about Gabby? She says, Cassie responded, we had our kids there, nothing came up. And then another person said he didn't say anything about Gabby. And she responded, no. And she immediately transitioned to saying, we've told the FBI everything. The world does not need to know what the FBI knows, and that's why we're silent.
And Masa, repeat the first few words of her response there one more time, because I want to hone in here on this for a second.
Okay, so what were you guys doing at Fort DeSoto? They asked that in a longer way. We had s'mores, we had dinner. Did Brian say anything about Gabby? We had our kids there. Nothing came up.
We had our kids there. Why is it inappropriate to ask about where their aunt is? So it's like
she's not their aunt yet, and maybe
good point. Thank you. They referred to her as Auntie Gabby.
I could make all sorts of assumptions of why that wouldn't come up, all of which are not positive assumptions, so I'm not going to bring them up. There's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to talk about that in front of kids, because maybe.
Okay, Chris Rao, thank you so much for joining us. Hope to see you next time.
I'm not going to say
unless you knew something about what happened between Gabby and Brian that you're just not disclosing to the public and not disclosing in a forum such as this.
Right.
And so why, again, I'm just going to ask this one more time. Why, when asked that question, why have that response? Why say that it was inappropriate with the kids there? Oh, the kids are here. We're not going to talk about Gabby. Okay, why is that off limits? Why is that off the table? I just, that's a major point in the interview, Masa, and I'm glad that you brought it up here. But let's continue talking here and playing back the clip from, again,
Can I say one thing in response to that?
Yes, please do.
So what I would say to that, because I always like to give all the viewpoints here, what I would say, it could have been that the kids are running around, it's busy, we just weren't talking, we're just kind of being present, we were being in the moment, we weren't talking about,
if the kids are
other things. Maybe the kids were running around. Maybe
if the kids are running around, then okay, kids go play.
Please don't send me hate Twitter mail. I'm just giving the other side in the interest of.
It's the only kind of tweets I send you.
I know.
Hate tweets now. But is it interesting the juxtaposition of what she said? She said. She's asked again, and does she say right after that I told everything?
Yes, she transitioned immediately to that. Yep.
It's kind of interesting.
And you can listen for yourself. Go to 2 minutes into the clip.
So she's asked about Gabby.
She says, what were you guys doing at Fort DeSoto? Did you have a camper? What'd you do? And she said, we had s'mores, we had dinner. Did Brian say
Hold on.
I have to just play it?
Yes,
just play
that's the beauty of this one button I have here in front of us.
Record to say that you would like your brother Brian
FBI knows
Laundrie
all this. They've known
to
this
turn
since.
himself over. We had s'mores, we had dinner.
May I for just a moment?
Ralph, or because like soup, I don't know any soup called Ralph roast soup. You want to put the pronunciation in the chat? Am I saying it wrong? I'm saying Ralph, right? Am I saying that wrong? Please clarify.
Moment. Over the last week on WFLA Now, when we've been talking about the camping trip and we've been trying to picture in our minds Brian Laundrie, his parents, Chris and Roberta, and of course Cassie Laundrie being here at this campsite, I was very coy when I said, "What are you doing out there? Just having s'mores?" I said it multiple times, and our WFLA Now viewers that have been watching here over the last several weeks know that I kind of said that half-heartedly, like what as Gabby is out there missing or dead, you're going camping and you're just hanging out, making s'mores?
She's dead at that point.
Right, dead at that point.
What we don't know is, and we don't know this, I know people think they know, we don't know if Brian knew that she was dead at that point. We don't know that.
We don't know, but it just seems so leisurely of the family to just be hanging out, making s'mores, while meanwhile, up in New York, on Long Island, you have a family that is freaking out because they do not know where their daughter is.
Were they freaking out on September 6th?
I don't know if they're freaking out on the 6th. She said, Mrs. Schmidt said, after 8 or 9 days of not hearing from her, I think she said that on an interview on the 13th. That was her first news conference. So actually, if you do the math, she said 8 or 9 days of not hearing from her, she thought was a little much. And if you go 27th plus 8 or 9, it gets you. Yes, I would be freaking out. I think Masa would be freaking out.
I think it's fair to say I've been talking to the family, and I've talked about this on stream. I've been talking to the Petito and Schmidt families. I can assure you at that point they are at least nervous. Why haven't we heard from our daughter? Again, this going to that date, September. So why have we heard? So we have one family that is down in Florida camping, having s'mores.
Do we know if Nicole or Joe had reached out to Brian by that point? Because if this was my daughter,
the question that I have.
If this was my daughter and her fiance, and I hadn't heard from her, I'm calling Brian. I'd have Brian's number. So we don't know that, and that is not casting any judgment on anybody. But at that, I believe if they had contacted him, he didn't respond, right? Because they said he'd never respond.
It was radio silence in the estimations of Joe Petito, as far as them trying to get answers as to where Gabby was by reaching out to not just Brian Laundrie, but also to Brian Laundrie's family. So again, one more time, I'm just trying to just paint a picture for our audience here, folks. It's September 6th, 2021. Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mom, Joseph Petito, Gabby's father, doesn't know where Gabby is, hasn't heard from Gabby in a considerable amount of time, many, many days. They are, at the very least, Walt and Masa, nervous. At the very least, they are nervous. Meanwhile, Brian Laundrie, Chris Laundrie, Roberta Laundrie, and Cassie Laundrie are making s'mores by the campfire. Now, we don't know what Chris, Roberta, and Cassie knew. Exactly. We don't know how open and honest. And so it's very easy. It's very easy for our audience and for really the public in general to vilify those three. But we don't know what Brian told his parents. We don't know what Brian told Cassie. We have a little bit of a better idea what Brian told Cassie because we're hearing here in this confrontation here some answers, and we've been hearing she's been the most vocal member of the family by far. One is missing. The other two, of course, are in their home in Northport. But we just don't know what Brian... Did Brian say that something happened? Did Brian say that something didn't happen? Was Brian just... Did Brian lie? These are all questions we don't know the answers to. But let's continue listening here. When the s'mores comment came out, I thought that we're living in a simulation because I had been talking about were they just on the campsite, eating s'mores, having a good old American time on a Florida beach, enjoying a beautiful sunset here in the Gulf of Mexico. And yeah, actually, that was in fact at least what was happening.
And from what Cassie Laundrie has said at that point, that she had no knowledge that anything was amiss. So her having s'mores with her kids at the campground, based on her comments, it's up to the viewers if they want to believe her or not. That would not be, something horrific or outlandish or a reason for people to vilify her.
Let's keep playing the clip here, and we'll go now to the next question, next portion.
Does not need to know what the FBI knows, and that's why we're silent.
They've asked us to not say anything, really.
This is me coming out against them. My kids are upset. You're upsetting my children, who are very upset that they had to find out that their aunt died from you people screaming it at them from the house. I've not seen anybody after 8 o'clock on September 6th.
Okay, hold on. Let's poise to that previous point in time
from
here.
You people screaming it at them from the house.
Okay, so let's bring this up. Mas, you being a former prosecutor in New York City, very intrigued, very just curious as to your perspective on this. The FBI has told Cassie Laundrie and her husband here to not speak, to not do exactly what they're doing right here in this clip, as far as addressing all of this here publicly. And they are. They're coming out of their home here. They are confronting these protesters. They want peace for their children inside the house, and they are going against the wills and wishes of the FBI here and speaking out here with, of course, cell phones rolling here. What can you speak to that sort of interesting dynamic as far as the FBI not wanting them to talk, and now of course we have this 20-minute clip?
It's not just federal authorities. Anytime any agency is investigating anything, they want to be very careful about the information that is given to the media. They want to be able to control that. So they'll let you know what they want you to know if they need your help. Were you in the dispersed camping area in Bridger Teton National Forest? Sorry, I just messed up the name of that. But they release certain information that they want the public to know. So this is not just the FBI telling these people not to talk. When I was a reporter out in Las Vegas, LVMPD always told people, regarding homicides and things, that was the beat that I would cover over there, would tell family members not to talk with the media or to be very careful about what they told the media. So this is a standard operating procedure. Law enforcement does not want, in many cases, especially a case of this magnitude, for the family to stand out there and say everything to law enforcement. But again, Cassie felt like that she had to do that because she says that the protesters were essentially harassing her because they're so upset about the Gabby Petito case, so devastated for what's happened to Gabby, so in desperate need to get information that they were standing outside this woman's house, and she felt that she had no choice but to come out for her family and for her neighbors, Walt.
I think, and again, back to what Masa said, this is an old, this goes far before TV. This is in old crime novels, ancient crime, that the investigators don't want, as Masa said, they want to control the message because they don't want it to get back to a point where a suspect says, it reveals some detail that nobody knows. in an interrogation process, and they don't want that suspect to be able to say, or that suspect's attorney to be able to say, oh, we heard that on TV. Oh, we heard that from a reporter. No, they want to control. They want to know exactly what's released so that when and if they're able to interrogate a suspect in a case, there is only so much out there, and the suspect may reveal something that was not released, and now it's incriminating.
Yep.
How'd you know that? Well, I don't know. You were there, right? You were there, Mr. Suspect.
With the cause of death, like, why don't we know the cause of death yet? That could be information that's being withheld purposefully to get him.
Do you think they know the cause of death?
I don't know. They haven't released it.
Masa, very close to the vest here with that answer.
I think there's a possibility they know the cause of death, but yeah, that's exactly right. They know it. I mean, you wonder. They know they're sure it's a homicide, but how do they know that? What was obvious to them, or somewhat obvious to them, to call it a homicide?
Let's continue playing the clip here because we've been slowly going through this because there's been so many intriguing points to make here for our audience. JD Buno, Masa Saidi, Walt Buteau. You can use any of the hashtags here on your screen. There are thousands of hashtag KJB, hashtag Masa, hashtag Walt questions and comments here. We're not going to be able to get to them all here, but as soon as we're done here, we've got another 60 seconds in this video. When we're done, guys, are you okay with us going rapid fire through as many as we can here to help out our audience? Let's try to do that. This is the next portion of the clip here. Again, Cassie Laundrie, her husband, coming out to confront here the protesters outside their home yesterday, October 4th, 2021.
Seen anybody after 8 o'clock on September 6th. I have not spoken to my parents.
Big right there. Okay, so Cassie Laundrie, they're saying, I haven't seen anybody since that September 6th encounter. Masa,
DeSoto, yeah, they walked off, they finished their dinner, finished their s'mores, walked off the Fort DeSoto campground, and she says, quote, again, that's why I'm looking down, I'm just reading, she says, I haven't seen anyone since that time, and she says, I've not spoken to my parents. Again, we know that's because the attorney allegedly told the parents to not talk with anyone, including Cassie.
Yeah, so this is now a key point in time. I get asked all the time. On Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, I get asked, when was the last time somebody saw Brian Laundrie? When was the last time somebody had eyes on him? And really, Walt Masa, it's September 6th at the campground. That's the last known verified concrete location here. I want to point out here, just in moments ago here, and it's not, I just want to point this out, the Gabby Petito Foundation releasing a statement on
I just want to say something. Whenever I got that comment about how I paused the video too much, I was thinking, like right now, I was thinking, watch, I'm going to get a comment saying that I don't talk enough. I'm going to have to find some kind of happy medium where I'm not pausing the video all the time and where I'm not just completely silent. Right? I'm still getting the hang of this.
Twitter. We have no words for how grateful we are for all of the support you all have shown us. We see you. We love you. Thank you. GabbyPetitoFoundation.org. That just popped up on my phone here. I wanted to read that here.
And September 6th is also 2 days before the chief in Northport said he knew where Brian was. And then that Friday, the shocker comes. We haven't seen, they find out from the family, they had not seen him since the 6th. So the 6th weighs as heavy as the 27th does, doesn't it?
It's a big date.
27th has so many, in that timeline, has so many dots on it. And so does the 6th.
Yeah, and again, for those of you just joining us, there was a second GMA interview that Cassie Laundrie did. And in that one, she provided GMA with a photo of Brian Laundrie at the campground there, at the waterfront campsite 001 there at Fort DeSoto campground. So it's photo evidence that Brian Laundrie was in fact on that camping trip. Not that we really had any doubt really at this point, but if anybody wanted that concrete visual evidence, it's now there. Let's continue playing here. Again, the clip of Cassie Laundrie and her husband confronting protesters outside the home.
After 8 o'clock on September 6th,
After 8 o'clock on September 6th. That was the last time that Cassie had.
But the parents are still there. So presumably, what happens?
She left.
She leaves. The
She
parents
doesn't
are
know
still
what
there.
happened. She said she doesn't know if Brian stayed. She doesn't know.
Parents presumably have said what happens after 8 o'clock if they've been asked, right? Because they did tell investigators we saw him on the 6th.
Let's play back. There's 60 seconds left in this clip. Let's play it all back, and then we'll all break it down and take your hashtag KJB, hashtag Masa, hashtag Wall questions.
Not spoken to my parents.
Do you know she was missing when they went to Fort DeSoto?
No.
You didn't have
September
no clue that
11th,
she was missing?
the detective that was working with Gabby's mom called me up while we were on vacation.
We were in Orlando.
And then I called her back because we were eating dinner, and I told her everything she needed to know. We told them from day one that we were at Fort DeSoto with them on the 6th, and that they came over here on the 1st. The police has known everything that's out there the whole time, from September 11th night on. That's when I became involved, and I knew nothing before that.
I thought you monsters were made out to be.
That was kind of a little bit hard to hear, but we're not the monsters that we're made out to be, are the words here from, again, two parents that are coming out here to their front lawn because, again, they're confronting protesters and trying to calm down their kids inside.
They're being confronted, I would say.
Yes.
They're being confronted.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. It's what's the saying here, you guys? Teamwork makes the stream work, right? Let's continue playing here. This is now on Brian flying home on September 17, 2021, which we just found out from, again, Stephen Bertolino, the attorney. More details here at the top of the stream, but let's listen in here about this.
Here on the 17th. I don't know what day he left. Did you see him on that trip? Yes. He was telling me where they were going next. I FaceTimed with Gabby and the kids on that trip.
And that's it. As far, again, the full video on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, but those are some of the moments that we want to play back here for you on stream. And yes, we now have it confirmed from Stephen Bertolino, the attorney for Brian Laundrie, saying that there was a flight from Salt Lake City on September 17th. Got back. What was the dates, you guys? I just want to make sure. I have it right here. Yep, the 23rd.
Back on the 23rd.
And that's a period of how many? Is that six or seven?
It seems 7. It's
I gotta
17.
count with my
That's a week.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 7.
Yeah, we're all like third graders here,
Most
counting
of
the
7,
days.
Most of 7 days. Could have been a morning flight, but still.
Yeah.
It's a week. What's Gabby doing that time? She apparently is fine, right? Because she is she's FaceTimed at what, the 21st?
She said, I don't think she gave the date of when she FaceTimed. She said during Brian's trip from the 17th
And then the text,
to the 23rd.
the odd text about Stan.
That was the 27th.
27th. The sighting at the restaurant, the 27th. And I
Sighting at
believe
the bar,
in the
the
van,
26th.
and the van spotted by the video blogger from Spring Hill on the 27th, later in the afternoon.
Yeah, so the timeline coming together here, folks. But does it get us any closer to the major question, where is Brian Laundrie? I think that the more that the timeline comes together, but let me make one thing really clear, and then we're going to start to go rapid fire through our comment queue here of hashtag AJB, hashtag AMASA, hashtag AWAL comments and questions here. I want to make this very, very clear. We've talked about this over the last month now, and I want to just hammer home this one point. We're all learning things that the FBI has likely known for a very long time. We're catching up here. So we're 3 weeks, you guys, behind the FBI as far as the information that they have received here, which means that right now, at this point in time, perhaps the FBI is 3 weeks ahead of us right now. So there's more information that could be coming out here in the days or weeks ahead that the FBI has just known for a considerable amount of time. It's ancient news to them. It's new to us, and it feels new and important to us. But this is all something that the FBI has had through interviews, official interviews conducted with individuals like Cassie Laundrie over, of course, the last several weeks.
And from time to time, these FBI files are made public occasionally, and you see how. And it would be years before that happened, if it happened.
Guys, let's take now your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyMasa, hashtag HeyWalt, questions and comments here, and we'll try to get through as many as we can. One more here from Twitter. I promised I would take this one from Michaela, hashtag HeyJB. Do we know why the attorney even mentioned Cassie's name at all? Kind of strange considering she's not his client. Masa, you're the perfect person to answer this as far as you being a former prosecutor here. Is it strange to you that Stephen Bertolino references Cassie by name, and he does, right? In of course the statement that was put out last night to Brian Ensign and others.
Wasn't it a couple of days ago?
And I'll bring that up here just so that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, so I think what you guys are referencing right now is when we found out that Cassie had been, on September 1st, had seen Brian, her brother. On September 6th, had seen Brian, her brother. People reached out to the attorney for the Laundrie family. At the time, we didn't know exactly which Laundries he represented, and I think the attorney was trying to kind of give her side.
Here's the statement that was put out last night to the press from Stephen Bertolino. This was right after this confrontation occurred between Cassie Laundrie. Yes, yeah. So this is Stephen Bertolino saying, "I do not represent Cassie Laundrie. Cassie's comments can only be attributed to the press twisting my words and hers, which were only given to clarify prior mischaracterizations by the press with the hopes of further sensationalizing this tragic story here." But, and that's the end of the quote, but I just want to make this clear here. These questions and all this information in this exchange that came out on the front lawn of Cassie Laundrie's home, this wasn't the press. This wasn't the press. This was protesters, not the press. So this is interesting here to Michaela's comment here, Masa, that he does twice in the statement reference Cassie Laundrie by name. Is that strange to you at all?
It's not strange to me at all. I think he's trying to do damage control on this story and to get out, facts when he feels that he can release facts, when he feels that it's advantageous to the Laundrie family to release the facts. And I think he was just trying to, this is a story that's blowing up all over the place. Every reporter in the country, it feels like at times, is texting him for information. And I think he's making those calls in the moment when he's going to respond to the media. And he chose to try to provide some clarification. Well, not odd to me.
No, I think, the one thing you can presume here is that he has an interest in the clients that he does have. And like Moss said, it could very well be damage control. And it sounds like he's putting some blame on the media. There's a lot of media involved. There's a lot of pseudo media involved that may not have the highest standards in the world. And so I think he's trying to, again, damage control, potential damage control.
And again, I want to make it clear here too. We didn't have it here in the snippet, but Cassie Laundrie is of the opinion that the attorney Stephen Bertolino threw her under the bus. And we talked about this last week on WFLA Now. And I said, if you're Cassie Laundrie and this is coming out about you, you're not feeling good at this particular moment in time. But let's try to carry the conversation forward. More of your comments and questions here. Tiffany Hag, hashtag HAB. Cassie simply saying, "I don't know," when asked if her brother killed someone, says a lot to me. Tiffany makes a good point here in that Cassie doesn't defend, and I pointed this out last night on Twitter. Cassie doesn't defend Brian here in this 20-minute clip. Doesn't say something to the effect of, "There's no way my brother is capable of such a horrific thing. He was in love with Gabby. They were going to be together forever. This is not the couple that you think." She didn't give a testimony or a plea to people to say that Brian was incapable of such a terrible act. And this is something that our commenters have been noting very much, at least over the last 12 hours since this clip surfaced online.
2 quick points. She did say that she has never seen Brian. I was trying to pull up the exact words, but she said that she had never seen Brian hit a woman and that she hadn't seen any violent fights between Brian and Gabby. And at the end, she did say that Brian was the hero of her children and she wants and hopes that he is found alive, and the sooner the better.
I'm getting some tweets here, and I want to clarify a timeline. And that should say Brian flying home on August 17th, shouldn't it?
Yep. That is an incorrect caption.
I think we did. We were discussing the 6th. That's the camping trip.
September 6th.
But that is not the last time the parents saw him, right? They saw him the next.
14th is
the
last
14th
time. Yes,
is
sir.
the 14th, and yes. So
that was an editing mistake on the caption. Apologies there.
So the parents saw him for another week or so
According
after
to
the
their
6th,
statements.
and then reported him missing on the 17th to police on that Friday. That was a surprise to everyone. The day after, the chief said, "We know where he is."
Yeah.
Well, you don't.
Surprise,
Nobody knows where he is now.
Let's get to this next one here from Angie Hayden. #KJB. Have the airlines confirmed that he actually flew home? Because I don't see Gabby's dad letting her stay all alone out there if they knew. Interesting comment here from Angie. Gabby Petito, 22 years old, staying out there in probably a very unfamiliar place to her in Wyoming or in Utah or in Salt Lake City, all by herself
I think I'd be afraid.
If it was my daughter,
if it was my daughter, yeah. I mean, no, 100%. I'd be afraid for her, but I think even myself, in the middle of the woods, no lights, darkness, no help nearby, I'd be afraid. Good point.
And we don't. She could have been like.
She is 22.
She could have been in a hotel room making posts, or not making posts, but watching Netflix, or doing what a normal 22-year-old girl would do. But all alone there for nearly a week while your fiance flew home to Florida, and you didn't go with your fiance to Florida, and you're just kind of out there in a strange, unfamiliar place. I understand this comment here from Angie.
Yes.
Any additional words there?
August 12th, she had told the officers on the body cam video that she didn't want to be left alone that night. So maybe that was just an emotional state she was in. But that's it. That's all I have to say.
Joan Metcalf, #KJB. Have Brian's parents made any new statements? You saw them. Everybody just go like this, all
They made
simultaneously.
old statements. I don't know. They've made any. Have they made any statements?
It's just all been through Bertolino.
Yeah. So no.
Yeah. No.
Does this now change the dynamic to where Bertolino says to Chris and Roberta, we need to clear the air here, and we need to speak, and we need to talk to the public at large? Or
it depends what we know about Bertolino. I know nothing about him other than this particular incident. There are attorneys who would say, don't talk, and by the way, don't talk. And there are attorneys who would say, you should get out there. Let's make a statement, right?
You can read this while I'm next to you.
Right. So I don't know. I don't know that we don't know enough about Stephen Bertolino. We probably could Google some things and find out. We don't know why they picked him. Did they pick him because he's from the area where they are from? That's possible. But that could go either way about coaxing them. But it is a good point, right? Your daughter is saying this. Do you need to clarify?
I'm very curious to see what happens here now. Is Cassie Laundrie, now that she's got the protesters off her line? It did end with that, by the way. The protesters said, "Hey, we're gonna leave you be now. We're gonna let you go." And is Cassie Laundrie done telling her side of the story? Where does this go now from here?
I'm gonna guess no, because she's probably talked more than anyone else in this case. Even the parents of Gabby Petito, right?
Yep.
Multiple times, multiple headlines, right? From almost day one.
Abby Palmer, #KJB. Let's find Brian this week.
Okay.
I'm glad someone from the family is speaking out. I echo this. I want Brian Laundrie found. We all want Brian Laundrie found. We want answers. Just want answers. Mary Niemeyer, #KJB. She didn't ask, where's Gabby? She was at their campsite for 6 hours. What did they talk about? This goes back to what Yumi and Masa Walt were just talking about here a short time ago. Just a few more questions in the queue here. But Mary saying, how was it not brought up for over a 6-hour camping visit? How do you not talk about Gabby? How do you not
Two
find
visits,
out
right? 2 visits. The first and then the 6th.
The first, and then the ping-ponging back and forth. And how do you not talk? And it had to have come up. It had to have come up.
Let me play devil's advocate, though. we're only reflecting on what maybe we would do with our sister or our brother, right? If it was my brothers, yeah, they'd probably know everything. If it was my sister, they'd probably know everything. But families are different. We don't really know anything about the relationship of this family. So maybe they don't talk about those sort of things. That's possible. But I think most people are wondering exactly what Mary Niemeyer is wondering.
I'm a reporter.
What did they talk about?
I'm a reporter. I'm nosy. When I get together with family, I'm asking all the questions. Every question.
It's annoying, right? You're annoying. I'm annoying. I definitely am.
Right. And
that took everything I had to hold back.
No, it's true. I've had conversations with people. I'm naturally curious.
Me too.
I'm naturally curious, and I've said I feel like, and I've heard people say I feel like I'm being interviewed by a reporter. I said, well, I'm not. I'm just curious. I'm a very curious person.
I will say that Cassie did say that she was 8-9 years apart from her brother. I can't find the exact statement.
That's a good point.
But she basically said he's just a brother that I didn't hang out with that much, in some substance, something like that.
That's
she did
possible.
say that.
Anything's possible.
Age gap there, but let me just throw it back the other way for a second. If I had a sibling, a loved one, that just went on a cross-country road trip and saw the United States. Me again, Walt, what you said, I'm a curious person. I'm asking my sibling about every spot. What was the best food you had? How much fun did you have with your wife? Oh my God, what was the best sight that you saw? What was fun? Were there challenges? Did you get a flat tire ever? Were you starving the whole time?
And going back to that timeline, we are at this point on the 6th of September. We're using our hindsight. Gabby's not missing on the 6th of September. She's not reported missing. We don't know anything until the 11th. We haven't met the parents until the following week. So we don't know that. And so if you superimpose your hindsight on this, why didn't you ask? Because now we know on the 6th, Gabby had been sadly dead for about a week.
What did they talk about for 6 hours? Allie Lines, #HJB, #HWalt. This is the final couple here. #HJB, #HWalt. Do we know if they are still searching? And if so, do we know where? And we reported yesterday that the search had gone a little bit deeper into Carlton Reserve near Myakka River State Park. Search efforts ongoing there still at the reserve. Until they say otherwise, there's a search going on at Carlton Reserve. Now, they could say at any moment, all right, we've wrapped up our search efforts here, but you have to remember that when they had boots on the ground there, and they do have boots on the ground, they said, we're committed to checking all 25,000 acres of this reserve. But you have to, if they're not searching there as much, then has the search shifted to a new area? And
do they want us to know where that new area is?
Right.
25,000 acres out there, 25, the size of a good-sized city out there. And so, yeah, I mean, and cameras, there are trail cameras. Have they seen something recently? I've reached out to the people last week who run the trail cameras. They said they were told not to talk about the trail cameras. So along those lines, maybe they've seen something. Maybe that's why they're still there. We don't know.
How about this last one? I'm very curious. I've had this one thrown my way on my WFLA JB, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter a whole lot. So I'm so glad that we're able to finally answer this question here with two, again, of our 8 on your side investigators, and Masa being a former prosecutor. Jennifer Marie Cook, #HJB. If, and I have to preface, if this ends up going to trial, how will they ever find an impartial jury? Masa, you want to take this one first?
They just will.
You would try to move it out of the Tampa Bay area. You would, or wherever they might actually be in Wyoming. You could move to change the venue. You would have a really long process of questioning jurors. And, yeah, yep. And trying to find people that are going to be committed to being impartial and listening to the facts.
I don't know how closely you're watching this when you're home with your family, and I know that I've maybe scaled back a little bit, but I do.
Oh, this case?
Yeah,
I've been watching it closely just because, trying to keep up with y'all.
Well, right. No, it's ridiculous.
You guys are amazing.
That's my point, is that the viewers who are with us now are, I'm going to use the word obsessed. I think
they are not going, none of you guys are going to be on the jury.
I've sat in on big cases in small states. I've sat in on big cases. I've covered them in big states that everybody knew about these particular cases. And there are occasionally people during the voir dire process, it's fascinating. And some people think, oh, they're making it up. They do know about it, but they want to be on the jury.
Well, it's not that you don't know about it. It's that you're committed to, you haven't made any, you haven't decided which way this goes. And I think
you're allowed to know about it.
You're allowed to know about it. I think people are fair.
If I may for a second, this was something that came up during the Derek Chauvin trial.
Sure.
The officer in the George Floyd case, right? I mean, we're talking about and the defense was arguing that the manic media and public attention had permeated the jury's minds, and that there was no way to find jurors that were completely obscure from all of the happenings and occurrences of what happened in this country with George Floyd and the aftermath of George Floyd. So it's very similar to that, in that, how do you find an impartial jury? But to Masa and Walt's point here, you just do. You find jurors that are going to be objective, and you, as I think Masa noted, you look outside of the Tampa Bay area and you look for folks that aren't.
What is the jurisdiction for this case?
I was thinking about
the
that.
Case, the jurisdiction is probably Wyoming at this point, because that's where the
crime occurred.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and if that's the case, is it a federal case? Now, can you find 12 jurors in Wyoming? Wyoming has 500,000 people in it. Think about it. I mean, I would bet you're more likely to find impartial jurors or people that maybe don't know it as well as others in Wyoming, and then each side gets a peremptory challenge, right? You get so many peremptory challenges.
So many, and we are getting so far ahead of ourselves.
I know. We don't have right, and we don't. And right now, the charge is it's a felony, but it's
bank fraud.
It's credit card fraud or debit card fraud.
Unauthorized
use of device, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Masa Saidi, Walt Patito, joining us here, everybody, for extended coverage here on WFLA Now. Before we let you guys go, just kind of your final thoughts here. Masa, why don't you go first? What are you working on tonight? What are you going to be working on over the next several hours here? And is there anything else that you want to point out to our viewers that we did not cover here on this stream?
No, I'll be on at 5 and 6 tonight. I'm going to go work on that because it is, what time is it right now? It's late. It's 2:14, JB.
I kept you on a little longer than I should have.
We're glad to always be here with you, JB. I guess...
All right, so it sounds like they're finishing up on...
Good morning, Michael. We have learned so much more about this case in the weeks since we last heard from Cassie Laundrie. It turns out she was also on that family camping trip that Brian took.
All these little options. What I was gonna say is, it sounds like they're done.
Good morning, Michael. We have learned so much.
God. They're done breaking down the Cassie confrontation. So I'll go ahead and move forward from there. Let's go ahead and continue. The next clip is called Brian Laundrie's Sister Speaks Out to ABC News about his disappearance, and this was courtesy of Eyewitness News, ABC 7 NY.
New information.
And this was posted October 5th. Let's watch.
In the Gabby Petito case, ABC News speaking exclusively with Brian Laundrie's sister speaking out about the last time she saw her brother. This as Gabby Petito's family on the Dr. Phil show today pleads for Laundrie to turn himself in.
He's a coward. He's too coward to kill himself, too coward to come forward. He's just on the run.
Anyone that lived in that house is a coward.
By the way, I think I did find this episode of Dr. Phil, so we're gonna watch that tonight.
Somebody needs to start talking. I do believe they know a lot more information than they're putting out there.
Gabby Petito's family speaking exclusively with Dr. Phil today, saying they still don't know what happened to their daughter.
I know who the last person was that was with her. I can't point fingers until we know for sure.
No, I do not know where Brian is. I'd turn him in.
Cassie Laundrie attempting to set the record straight, speaking out for the first time since Gabby Petito's body was found. Her brother Brian reported missing and later named a person of interest in Petito's murder and wanted by the FBI in a fraud investigation.
I worry about him. I hope he's okay, and then I'm angry and I don't know what to think. I would tell my brother to just come forward and get us out of this horrible mess.
And now detailing the last time she saw her brother.
The last time I physically saw it and the last time I physically spoke.
She says, I hope he comes out or comes back and helps us out of this horrible mess. Not gives us an explanation about what happened to Gabby Petito. Not, you know, like give us some clarity about, you know, his side of the story or what happened. She just wants him to come back so that there will be no reporters outside her yard, so that there won't be no protesters, you know, bothering her and the neighbors. Like, I'm getting narcissistic vibrations from her right now, and probably the whole family, and most likely Brian himself. But I'm not a professional. I'm only speculating based on what I know. Let me know what you think in the chat.
Spoke to my brother was on the 6th. I tried to get in touch with him. Phone went to voicemail.
Cassie sharing this photo exclusively with ABC News, showing Brian and his 5-year-old nephew camping at Fort DeSoto Park with their parents 5 days before Gabby was reported missing.
We just went for a couple of hours and we ate dinner and had s'mores around the campfire and left. And there was nothing peculiar about it. There was no feeling of grand goodbye. There was nothing. I'm frustrated that in hindsight, I didn't pick up on anything. It was just a regular visit.
By the time Gabby was found 13 days later, he had already vanished. The day Cassie learned of Brian's disappearance, she says she immediately told investigators about that camping trip. And now she is calling on her parents to do the same.
I don't know if my parents are involved. I think if they are, then they should come clean.
And we're also learning from the Laundrie family attorney that Brian actually flew home to Florida and then back to Utah in the middle of the couple's road trip. That flight happened in mid-August. Brian got back to Patito just 4 days before she was last seen alive. We'll keep you up to date on all of the details of this case.
All right, let's continue. So this is going to be the episode of Dr. Phil. It's called Exclusive. Gabby Petito's parents join Dr. Phil.
Young woman.
And that's going to be courtesy of Dr. Phil's YouTube channel, and this was posted October 9th.
Today in an exclusive, we talked to Gabby's family about her life, what they hope for her legacy, and the ongoing hunt for Brian Laundrie. Well, thank you guys for sitting down. So everyone knows, I've introduced the audience to Joe, to you, and Tara. You're Gabby's biological father, and you're the stepmother, but you have been involved in Gabby's life since she was 1?
Since she was 1, yes.
Yeah, so you've been very active in her life.
Yes.
And then, Nicole, you're the biological mother. And Jim, you've been involved how long?
Since she was 2.
Since she was
3,
2.
yeah.
So everybody here has been involved parent-wise for really her whole life.
Yeah.
And also, I want to introduce Richard Stafford. You're the attorney that has helped these guys navigate this very difficult terrain. And I want to say Richard has been terrific to work with, so thank you very much for taking the time to be here. And thanks for all you're doing for these guys as well, because this is a difficult time, and to have someone objective that kind of stays on top of everything takes a huge load off of them. Would you guys agree that he's...
Absolutely.
It was unreal, so he's done a tremendous job for us.
Stepped right up.
Yeah, so we appreciate you and appreciate your being here. Joe, let me start with you. When you and I last spoke, which I was sorry for the occasion, but have to say I felt an immediate bond with you, just kind of dad to dad and man to man. At that point, we didn't know about Gabby's fate.
No.
And since that time, tragically, we do know her fate. We know that she's gone. And I think when we talked, you and I, we pretty much knew that the chances were pretty slim that it was going to be a good outcome.
I wasn't naive to the fact, and we were just hoping, of something, some type of scenario that was just wild at, but we still had a job to do. We had to find her, we had to bring her home, and we completed that task, so.
And how did you learn the news? How did it actually get to you that she had been found?
Jim was in Wyoming. He's the one that was there, and I guess there was some clothing that was identifying and stuff. And
but was it Jim that called you?
Yeah,
We got on a conference call.
Yeah, we've
all of you did.
Yep. So I was in Florida, Nikki was in New York, Jim was in Wyoming. Like, we tried to strategically place ourselves to best suit what the FBI was asking for. And like I said, we've always been a team. So Jim was there, and when they found her, they had some identifying stuff, and Jim got on a call with us, and that's when he told us. And
Jim, you had gone to Wyoming and stayed there because you felt like she was going to be found there, and you felt like somebody needed to be there.
Yeah, it was just something, deep down that I knew she was there, and just going off the information that we had, we felt that somebody had to be there. And I said right away that I would go, and we felt we needed to put our family out there so we could show that we're here trying to do what we can.
When you were there, where were you when they found Gabby, and how did they tell you?
We received a call from the FBI that they had some information that they wanted to share with us, and the hotel we were in was very gracious to accommodate us, and they gave us a conference room quite a few times to meet in with some privacy. There was the 2 people from the FBI that had called.
When did they show you the article of clothing?
They described a piece of clothing to me that matched one of her favorite sweatshirts that we knew was hers.
So at one point they presented you with some identifying information so you could verify that it was her.
If I can add, it was from a local shop.
It was a
so
local
that we
shop.
knew it was her.
It was her.
Yeah.
And there was at least 4 people in that area that were missing around the same time. One of those persons actually has also recently been found. But there was another girl out there who would closely match the description of Gabby, so that's why they wanted to be very careful about saying we found remains and before the coroner can positively identify.
So you had to make this call to Nikki, her mother, and Joe and Tara.
Yeah.
That had to be the hardest call of your entire life.
Yes. We were all crying in the room. Couldn't believe it because we were holding out for hope. I knew what we were potentially going to find when we came here, and I felt that it was my responsibility to make that call, and I was able to compose myself, and we got everybody on a conference call, and I was able to relay it to everyone.
Nikki, what did he say to you when you were on that call? What do you remember?
He said that they found remains, and we knew it was Gabby, even though we were hoping it wasn't. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to listen to, and it didn't hit me right away, and for a few seconds. But I knew she was gone. As a mom, I knew she was gone.
You're just instinctually, you knew.
Mm-hmm.
And at what point did your mother's intuition tell you that she was gone?
I didn't want to admit it, but I felt it the night I found out the van was in Florida on the 11th. I felt in my heart that she was gone.
Just you knew then. Tara, what went through your mind when you heard this?
At first, I didn't want to believe it. I think my body just went into shock. It took me a minute, and then just you break down. You just fall and cry and just. It's horrible. It's just horrible, horrible, horrible. Because you have all this hope that maybe she will be found, and you know that it can happen, and it's horrible.
At that point, it hits you, and then the questions start pouring. You know, how did this happen? Why did this happen? What could have been done? You know, what did you miss? You start asking yourself a million questions, of course. What did you say to yourself, Joe?
Listen, I can Monday morning quarterback this all day long. You know, maybe if I pushed harder, you know, did not do it or plan better, or there's really, she's 22. This is not a 14-year-old girl, you know, going on a school trip here. You know, she's an adult, and she's got to make her decisions. So we respected her decisions. We tried to, all of us, tried to best prepare her, and she knew what she was doing. This is not like she decided to, you know, yesterday that she's going on a 3-month trip here. You know, she planned this for a while, for like a year and a half, and that made me feel more confident. And anything that I think about in terms of changing it, it's just going to make me go down that rabbit hole, and that's just not going to help me either.
I mean, you can play what if we'd done this, what if we'd said that, what if we'd done this, what if we'd have seen that. And that is a rabbit hole, and it's a bottomless rabbit hole. There's no way you can ever come up with enough answers to satisfy yourself. At this point, you still don't know exactly what happened, right? You still don't have the results of the autopsy at this point. You don't know how this happened.
No.
Is there any doubt in your mind who caused her death?
We've been told by the FBI that it's a homicide.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say, to be honest. I'll leave that for the authorities and stuff to figure out, but she's gone. And to me, and I'm not going to speak for everyone here, but to me, I need to find meaning behind it. It can't be in vain. It can't be a meaningless death. I won't let that happen. I'm not going to let him take her name in vain. So I got to find some good, some positive things that have come from this. Because otherwise I will go down that rabbit hole, and I can't have that happen.
How do you feel about it?
I'm angry. I know who the last person was that was with her. I can't point fingers until we know for sure, but.
Well, let's talk about what you do know for sure, because we don't know what happened, but we do know that Brian Laundrie came home in her van without her and didn't tell anybody. That's a fact. I mean, that we know. He didn't call you.
No, he didn't tell
you.
us.
He didn't tell you guys.
I don't know if he told anyone, but he didn't tell us.
That's what I'm saying. The four of you here, he didn't tell anybody here.
As far as we knew, our daughter was camping in.
We don't know what happened, but we do know that Brian Laundrie came home in her van without her. How do you square that in your mind? Is that why you're angry?
Yes.
I mean, obviously you're angry that she's gone, but and you don't know what he did or didn't do, but you do know that he came home without her and didn't tell anybody.
It's infuriating.
You deserve answers.
You do deserve answers. And to pretend that that's not infuriating is disingenuous, of course. And you do know, at least his parents have said he did come home. None of you saw him in the house, but you know his parents said he came home.
Well, the van had to get there somehow.
That's right.
The van got there, and whatever happened with his parents after that, I don't know. But
We can only speculate. We don't know.
yeah, I honestly don't know. And to be honest with you, they probably wouldn't tell the truth to begin with. So whatever.
Joe and Nicole both called Roberta asking.
Not just.
Called and texted.
Roberta, any phone number I get for that family. There were a couple numbers for the
Police
mom.
officers called her. Detectives called her.
But you all called?
Yes.
Oh, we called.
You called?
I can't tell you how many times.
You called and you
He called.
And what did you get?
No response.
Voicemails.
Nothing. Voicemails.
And then I would send texts on top of that.
No response.
One of the texts, I mean, we're going to call the police, right? You know, just letting you know, because we have no idea. No responses. No, a normal parent, when you text someone that they're going to call the cops because you can't find your child, they would reply.
Nothing.
No response, no nothing.
So he leaves with your daughter in her van, comes back without your daughter in her van, and you contact the parents and say, what the hell? Give us some information. Stonewall.
We actually didn't know the van was in Florida at the time when we contacted her. I was just worried I hadn't heard from her. So
you didn't even know
I
the
didn't
van
know
was
about
back.
the van until the
We
11th.
we actually thought they were both missing at that point in time when we were calling them.
I was worried about both of them.
And when did you learn the van was back?
The night of the 11th, when I reported her missing, the detective came to my door and let me know that the van was in Florida.
That's when you said you knew bad news.
Well, it was a combination of that and that he requested to speak to a lawyer and wouldn't speak to the police department.
Lawyered up, no cops.
Correct.
Well, to be honest, we don't even know if he did that. That's what the parents did. That's what they did. They had papers at the door, handed it to whoever knocked on the door, talked to the attorney.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not how you parent.
You think they owed you an answer?
I think they owe me more than that. You know, I'm a dad. I make my kids stand up for their decisions. You know, if they make a mistake, I'll help you. I'll walk you through that path, but you're gonna own up to your mistake, because that's what a parent does, not what they're doing. I'm sorry.
Do you think they know where he is now? If they do, you believe they should pick up the phone and tell you?
Somebody needs to start talking. I do believe they know a lot more information than they're putting out there.
You need to do the right thing and have them own up to it, whatever it may be, whatever the consequences may be, and that's part of being a parent.
And this is about a woman that lived in their house, that was at one point engaged to their son, and they won't talk to their family. They won't reach out and explain that their daughter's missing. They ignore the phone calls.
Yeah, that's the thing. These parents, and I'm glad you brought that up, because these parents had a relationship with Gabby.
Not a stranger.
They lived under the same roof. They shared their home. They shared their lives with this young woman. And then all of a sudden, just turn their back and stonewall. And that's cold. And I have a question for you as a defense lawyer here.
Yes.
Because, you know, I worked for years, mostly on the defense side of the docket, at a jury level, in trial. And I always look at what's the story you're going to tell the jury ultimately. Is a parent helping a child by furthering and covering up a really bad deed instead of advocating for the child to step up and be accountable? Is that not a better jury presentation instead of hiding, going on the run, stonewalling police, obstructing? How is that good parenting? It doesn't seem to me that they're creating a narrative that any jury is going to do anything except be infuriated by.
Correct. They're not helping their son at all. That when you look as a prosecutor, we don't know what happened here. Now, I'm sure the FBI has a lot more evidence than we have. You can look at his state of mind by his actions. And he ran, he stole her credit card, he used her credit card to get home, and then ran from the police. That's going to show a lot what he was thinking back then.
I'm hoping the parents are watching this, because everything he's doing is making him look more and more guilty, more and more culpable, more and more insidious than any other thing he could possibly be doing. It's showing no remorse, it's showing no empathy. Everything he's doing is to his detriment right now.
Correct. And again, I don't know what story he's going to try to tell, but it's not going to make any sense when you put it together with his actions from that moment forward. That he's running, that he's hiding, that he's trying to deceive everybody around him.
And people who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. So why not be completely transparent?
I'll even take a little bit of hazy, you know? I mean, if you get transparent, I mean, they're not going to do that, but I mean, it's just a black. There's nothing there. They got nothing, and they're not going to start now, I'll tell you that.
And nothing's going to bring her back, but you feel like you're entitled to answers, that it helps you to know, to complete the story, to complete the circle, if you know what happened and how and why. It helps you know.
I feel like I need to know.
Part of the closure.
It's like if you could orchestrate a bad strategy for everybody involved, this is it.
Correct.
And I'm hoping they're listening to this. I hope that they are listening right now to say, we're not helping anybody here. We're not helping Brian. We're not helping ourselves. We're not helping Joe and Tara. We're not helping Jim and Nikki. We're not helping anybody here. We're being destructive at every possible turn for everybody involved.
But I don't think they're going to listen. They didn't help us find Gabby. They're not helping us find Brian.
The one thumb down bandit strikes again. I bet you that's the person that's gonna say that I don't talk enough. There's just no way to make every single person happy. You know what I mean? And like right now, like I'm typing and I'm having a very in-depth conversation with Nicolette Moore, and I'm also listening to the show, and I just don't want to be like interrupting it and stuff like that, because I mean, this is really important. Dr. Phil is having a sit down with all of Gabby Petito's family members, and I don't want to be interrupting it and stuff like that. So I'm telling you, like that whole part is just going to be like weighing on my mind. Like just trying to find that happy medium of, you know, talking just enough. Not too much and not at all or whatever. But, you know, I'll get it.
Brian?
We couldn't find Gabby. What did we do to find Gabby? I mean, we did anything to find Gabby.
Everything.
We talked to everyone we could, get on as many cameras as we could. What did they do to find Brian? They called the cops, haven't done a thing since. I haven't seen them on any TV shows find Brian. Why do you think that is? We couldn't find Gabby. What did we do to find Gabby? I mean, we did anything to find Gabby. What did they do to find Brian? I haven't seen them on any TV shows find Brian. Why do you think that is?
By the way, and after this was released, because what Gabby's father's saying now is that Brian's parents aren't really making any efforts to find him, alluding to the idea that perhaps they know where he is and that's why they're not worried about it, and that's why they're not trying to look for him. But after this aired, Brian's dad did, like, in my opinion, a photo op where he went looking for Brian out there. Like, he was on one of those golf cart thingies out there, like, looking for him. So it's just a bunch of mind games, really. They know. I feel it in my heart that they know exactly where he is, and they're not worried about him at all. They're just more worried about keeping him safe and out of having to answer for what he did to Gabby.
Well, there's two reasons, of course, that are obvious. Number one, they already know where he is. Number two, they don't want him found. Is there another explanation? If there is, somebody tell me, because I don't know. I've done jury trial after jury trial after jury trial, criminal, civil, every possible way. I'm telling you, I would never advocate for this strategy ever, under any theory whatsoever. It just tells me that these people are on self-destruct. And I'm sorry for you guys that you're having to live with that and deal with that, because somebody is not being realistic here.
It's almost like living in a soap opera. Like it's just a bad show. Like you don't think things like this would happen in real life. It's unfathomable. It really is.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
It makes no sense.
Our emotions are already all over the place, and now this just plays with them.
And they have the key, and then
They threw the key away.
they don't care.
Let me ask you guys for your opinion, and you have an opinion, and you're entitled to it. I think at first, many people thought that Brian was so distraught that he went off and killed himself, took his own life. Do y'all now 100% believe that he is out there hiding somewhere? You believe he's hiding somewhere? You believe he's hiding somewhere? Do you believe he's hiding somewhere?
I do.
Why do you believe that?
Because he's a coward. Flat out. I'd use some other words, but I can't use them on your show. He's a coward.
He's too coward to kill himself, too coward to come forward. He's just on the run.
Anyone that lived in that house is a coward, and they don't know how to stand up for their actions. They are.
Where do you think he is likely at? You know him. You know what he is, does, knows. Is he living off the land somewhere?
Possibly.
Does he have that skill set?
I believe so.
I mean, is he an environmentalist, survivalist type? I mean, he knows camping, knows...
I believe he bragged about that, like that he was good at that stuff.
So he's likely in the woods or the mountains or somewhere, somehow, living that way?
Somewhere off the beaten path somewhere, just thinking he's not going to get caught, I guess, or
it'll just go away. I don't know.
Yeah.
The reason I ask that is because every market that's big enough to have a television station, we're on in right now. So if everything that we can say that helps people to know where to pay attention helps. So knowing that he does brag about being able to camp and fish and live in the woods and off the land and stuff like that, people have cameras up. You got millions of eyeballs and cameras.
It worked with Finding Gabby.
Yes.
People go on these trips, people take photos, videos, and you might not be aware of what is in the surroundings behind you because you're focusing on that picture that you want to take.
Yeah.
But a lot of these people went back and looked into these things, and that's when they found a video, or they found a picture, or they remember something. The same thing can apply here.
Problem is we don't know where. Again, it goes back to the same problem we had last time. Anyway, they had such a head start because they didn't pick up the phone, so they got up.
Which is why everyone needs to pay attention.
Yeah.
North Carolina authorities are investigating calls that Brian is hiding on the Appalachian Trail. Do you think he's capable of doing that?
Yeah, some of the trips that they took before this, that was one of the things that we kind of worried about before this trip was in the Appalachian Trail. So you always hear different stories about things that happen there and how really desolate it is in certain areas, and that was always a concern of ours.
She always came home safe.
She
She'd go
always
for
came
3
home
or 4
safe.
days, and then they'd come home and they were
But they
fine.
are familiar. He is familiar
He's
with
very
that area.
familiar with it, yes.
If he's watching this and stranger things have happened, what would you say to him if he's watching this right this minute?
This is where I should wash my mouth, right?
Turn yourself in.
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 Why?
We want to know the truth.
Because if you truly loved her, you should turn yourself in.
You're only making it worse for us and for himself and for his family. Let us have some closure. Let us come to an end to this tragic period and just move on and be able to remember Gabby for all the wonderful memories we had with her, and not looking at a TV screen every day wondering if he's going to be found. Just turn yourself in.
That's damn good advice. And Brian, if you're listening to me right now, let me tell you something. You may have done the wrong thing then. Do the right thing now, because you're not helping yourself at this point. You are alienating more people, and when you're in a hole, stop digging. They're not going to stop looking at you. I got a big platform and a big mouth, and I am not letting this go away. I don't care what your mother's telling you. I don't care what your lawyer's telling you. Do the right thing and turn yourself in right now. Fair enough?
Well said.
Yes.
Better than I could say.
He can't change what he did back in Wyoming, but he can change his actions now.
Exactly. And that can have an effect. Can't give you Gabby back, but it can change the course of where you go from here.
And we got a plan for that.
You all got a tattoo to honor Gabby.
Several, actually.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Let's share that with. And I see here that you've all got on your arm, "Let it be."
Yeah.
So let's talk about this one first. Why let it be?
It was kind of like her slogan, you know. She's a big Beatles fan, and you know, she tried not to harp on things, you know, like, all right.
That's exactly where she had it on her.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's where she had all of them are her tattoos. You know, she kind of designed like the little wave and the triangle with the flowers.
Yeah, that one right here. Yeah, she had this one on her, and she designed this one. She was an amazing artist. So.
And tell me about this.
She drew it.
She drew it.
Flowers.
Yeah, she drew it.
She wanted something. She wanted to start getting arm tattoos, so she sat and she just doodled until she found something she liked, and I said, "That's the one. That's pretty," and she got it.
She actually, before she left on her trip, bought a tattoo machine.
I bought her a tattoo machine.
We bought it for her, and I wasn't too quick to let her try on me, but our son was like, "Yeah, go for it," and he actually got a tattoo.
He's 18.
He's 18. You know, so it was his like graduation present from his sister, and he likes to camp and hike and stuff, and so she put a little tattoo on his leg with mountains and a tent, and it's something for him to always have.
Basically like her last piece of artwork, and he has it on his body.
Yeah. Literally on his body, yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll never touch that. I mean, I got the one on the hand because apparently I talk a lot with my hand, you know, and just I see it and just keep thinking of her, you know. So this is the one that she had right where she had it.
You guys don't blame yourselves and play the what-if game because you can't see around corners, and you couldn't do anything about it if you did. When she goes 18, parents become advisors, not directors. When they're 16, you can say do A, B, and C. When they become 18 in one day, you can say, you might consider this, but you can't tell her what to do or not do.
You're still going to do it.
Well, that's exactly.
You can try.
You're still going to say to yourself the what ifs, if you know it's. But if you focus on that, I think we talked about it. It's a dark hole. You know, focus on the positive stuff and changes you can make and good that you can bring into the world for everybody. That's the light at the end of the tunnel that can bring you back.
Yeah, but parents just can't blame themselves. We raise these children up. We hope they make the right decisions, and a lot of these abusers, these narcissistic, self-absorbed, they're pros, they're smooth, they're good, and it's hard to see it. They don't show you what they show their victims behind closed doors. It's real hard to see sometimes. So I hope you guys don't, and I hope parents at home don't blame themselves when they don't see all of these things because they're just not obvious.
If you knew Gabby, she was always a pretty happy girl. People gravitate towards her. Her nature was always to smile and treat everybody kind. She always made people feel welcome. Grown up, I mean, she always had those blue eyes, right? Those ridiculous blue eyes. You couldn't keep her in trouble. Like, you would ground her, and she'd start crying. She always wanted to go out and do stuff, whether it was scuba diving or hiking the Appalachian Trail, surfing sand dunes in Colorado. Gabby is the most amazing person I've ever met. So if you're gonna leave here today, I'm asking that you guys be inspired by the way she treated people. All people. Love knows no bounds. She didn't care. She genuinely loved people. It didn't matter. So when you leave here today, be inspired by what she brought to the table. Because The entire planet knows this woman's name now.
Unfortunately, we're out of time today, but there is a lot left to discuss with the family of Gabby Petito. Today, part 2 of the story about a young woman whose smile and sense of adventure has captivated America. Gabby Petito was found dead after a cross-country trip with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Now, he returned home without her and is currently missing. Now, Gabby's family believes that he's not just missing, that he's on the run. And as they wait to bring their baby girl's body home, Gabby's family is sitting down all together for the very first time since the 22-year-old was found. Tell me what's been going on since you found out this tragic news about losing Gabby. What's life been like? What have you done?
Cry. Don't sleep, you don't eat. Do the scenarios in your head because we don't have the answers. You know, as I play the last moments of what I perceive what they would be, makes it even worse.
Try not to think about that.
Yeah,
Try not to think about that.
It's one rabbit hole after another. I keep on using that phrase, but there's no better way to go. I mean, you go down, you know, I'm fortunate to have these people here, you know, my brother, you know, friends, to kind of lighten up the mood and at least try and put a smile on my face. Got a great support system, but it's hell.
And y'all have been together.
Yes.
When we heard the news, because this is a big media case, that we didn't want media going to Nicole's house. So we left and then ended up getting a house so all the families and their children could be together and they could grieve in privacy alone.
Was that helpful?
Very much so.
More than you know.
Yes.
Yes.
Because there's not too many people that can understand. Like, you feel sorry and you can empathize, especially if you're a parent. You get it in your head, but until you're there, you don't have a clue.
And Gabby always wanted us to live in the same house together.
She did.
Yes, she did. She kind of got that.
You know, so she got that, and
I think it was really special for our younger children because they were able to bond with each other and take the time to kind of distance themselves from what was going on, and they were all together, and we could be together and talk about the things we were talking about and then take the time to be with them and
plan her memorial. And,
well, I think that was important to get away from a naturally curious media, and also
it's the other side of the coin. We asked for it too.
Of course.
You know.
But then there's a time when it's time for family.
And there's little kids involved, and we wanted to protect them as much as we could.
Yeah.
Media has been great to us. I can't say they haven't.
Yeah.
Very
Usually
respectful.
you in particular. You know, I'd like to take this moment if I can. You know, I'm not going to say what you did, but what you did do for us helped us more than you'll know, because you have been so awesome. Because the stuff that me and you talked about afterwards, you know, behind the scenes, and the stuff that you did, I can never repay. So I'm going to thank you personally on the air, man, so everybody can see that.
people see this, but they don't see everything behind the scenes. And I know we all have a greater appreciation for everything that you and your colleagues and all your staff truly do.
Beautiful wife.
You know, you guys know I talk from the heart. Rick's got to quiet me down a few times, so I'd say it honestly, you know, and all you guys that are in here, I mean, all the ones behind the camera, all the ones that do all the other, you know, all the produce work, thank you. Downright thank you.
Well, it's our honor. You had a funeral last week. Tell me about that.
That was, you're numb when you're in it. I don't really remember a lot of it, other than that there was a lot of people there and a lot of support and a lot of love. And that's the biggest takeaway I got from it, was that she's changing a lot of lives. She's helping a lot of people, and a lot of people love her, and we're very blessed to have that.
You mentioned signs of seeing Gabby everywhere.
It's wild stuff.
Talk about that some.
When they were out and they started their grid search of the area that she was eventually found in, they had to call the search off at the end of the day because of the weather. And as the weather, you know, the rain and snow started to break, there was a rainbow across the sky that stopped. And it stopped right over the area where they eventually found her the next day. And where it stopped, there was a bald eagle that was flying in that area. And the search and rescue team said, that's a sign we're going to find her tomorrow. And since then,
there's signs everywhere. It really
Rainbows,
is wild.
butterflies, yeah. When we were coming home from the Northport press conference, there was a double rainbow. I've never seen a double rainbow, and it went from one side to the other. It was absolutely beautiful. I actually took a picture of it and I sent it right away to Nikki to say that this is a sign. Then when we flew up to New York from Florida, there was another rainbow right over Wilmington.
Where she used to live.
We saw 4 rainbows on the flight up. I've never seen
You
a
saw
rainbow
that.
on a flight,
Yeah.
so to see 4 was
The day they were doing the autopsy, I couldn't sit around, so I knew some of the areas that she liked to hike, so I went out and did a little hiking just to clear my head. And there was a chipmunk kind of following me on the path. Just thought it was a little odd. And it wasn't until the day the sheriffs allowed us to go out to where they actually found her body. And we wanted to go out there, and we got flowers, and I made the cross that was on everybody saw on the news. And as I started placing the rocks, I looked up, and a chipmunk came out of a hole right in front of me and sat at the edge of the cross and just sat there and didn't move while I placed all the stones and laid the flowers, and just sat there and watched me. And I kind of went back and thought, maybe that was Gabby with me kind of walking, a couple days before, and maybe this is her back, and it's just things like that we've been seeing that it just reminds us of her.
The house that we stayed at, there were these couple chipmunks running back and forth the whole time.
Never seen
The whole time. They'd come, they'd stop, and sit there for a second, dart off again, and they were just hanging out with us the whole time we were together.
It's
So
just
little things like that.
Back in New York, a bumper sticker on a car that said Wyoming, and then the first 3 letters of the license plate, GBZ, Gabs. We call it Gabs. It's just.
I just know
she's with us. We just know. It's just.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, her spirit's just kind of in your lives. When you put this cross with the stones that were there, this was the area that you described.
It was the exact spot that they found her.
Yeah.
So I laid the cross directly over where her torso was, and I was told the direction in which her head was laying, and that's where I placed 2 flowers in the ground right there.
I give him a lot of credit for doing that. I don't know if I could have done that.
Yeah.
He sent us a picture of it.
Yeah.
We bawled.
That had to be tough.
Yes. Yeah. But I knew what.
He knew he could handle it.
I knew what I was accepting when I took it on. The hardest thing was, once they found her, not being able to take her home right away. And I understand their reasons, but we needed to mourn. We all needed to mourn. We needed to celebrate her life and remember her. But I wanted to bring her home at that moment. But
What was the area like where you found her, where you put the cross?
So the dispersed campgrounds are basically just open land where anybody can go and camp. And where their van was basically alongside like a creek bed. And now it's just a little bit, a few tributary streams running through, but obviously in the springtime with the snow melt, it's much, much larger. So you have to cross over this creek bed, this rock area, and go through these tributaries. And then once you get on the other side, it's just some trees, sparsely placed throughout, and a lot of sagebrush, a lot of low brush. And it's actually on the borderline of the Bridger Teton National Forest, and it was about maybe 40 feet away from where the Grand Teton National Park starts. And it was in an area where there was a few trees, and there was the remnants of a fire ring there, and you can see where those rocks had been moved to make the fire ring. There was a clearing where I would assume, knowing I have a similar tent, where I would place my tent, and that opening would face out overlooking the mountain range. And her body was found, I guess it would be in front of a tent, or if that's what was there, or just in front of the fire ring. There was definitely a fire ring there, and she would have been right.
And it wasn't far from the van. It was a 5-minute walk, you said, something like that.
Definitely an isolated area.
You would have to want to go out over into that area. It's not
Cross
like,
over the river. Yeah.
A lot of people go down to go by the creek and stuff like that, but not many people cross all the way over to go over there. It's definitely not an area that's heavily trafficked.
I know you said it, and I echo all of y'all's sentiment to thank so many of you viewers and on social media that have stepped up and helped along the way already. You saw something, you said something, you did something, and social media and people going back and digging through pictures and looking and getting meaningful tips and meaningful information, and they've just been so appreciative of everyone helping out so much. And so I just want everybody to know, I know how much y'all appreciate all of that.
It's very appreciated.
So much support. We've never expected it, but so much.
And right up from the very beginning, when somebody saw something and made a 911 call, and started the whole ball rolling of getting the police involved. And
everyone should have the same support we just did. There should be no one that doesn't have the same support. Absolutely.
Bystanders can make a big difference. You see something, it's easy to just walk on by, but you don't have to. Call 911.
As long as you can do it in a safe way, do it.
What was it like for you to hear that 911 call that somebody made?
I didn't listen to the whole call. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
I was angry because it didn't make any sense.
We're driving by, and I'd like to report a domestic dispute. Florida with the white van, Florida license plate, white land, gentleman about 5'6" years. They just drove off. They're going down Main Street. They made a right onto Main Street from Moonflower.
What were they doing?
We drove by, and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
There's new video. A police officer told Gabby that he can see a mark on her face. She initially dismissed it as an accident, but it wasn't an accident.
So there's two people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you. There's two people saying that they saw him punch you. We're just independent witnesses by Moonflower.
Well, to be honest, I didn't mean him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him.
You slapped him first? And then what, just on his face?
You guys told me to shut up.
How many times did you slap him?
Just a couple.
And then what? And his reaction was to do what? He just grabbed you?
Again, you can play what if and deconstruct a million different times in a million different ways, but all of these things can be learned from. I think this defund the police has been one of the most misunderstood things of all. Defund the police has not been properly represented in my view. It's really reallocating funds and having on-calls for domestic violence, to have a mental health worker on those calls that is educated as to what's going on so they can recognize red flags and warning signs.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, and then I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you. Because
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be
He
honest.
like grabbed my face. It's like, I guess, he didn't like hit me in the face. Like, he didn't like punch me in the face or anything.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, like, he like grabbed me like with his nail, and I guess that's why it was. I definitely have a cut right here. If I could feel it, especially the burns.
The video speaks loud and clear.
It's very clear. One of the worst things you can do is to just separate them for 8 hours and then put them back together. That escalates the violence. It doesn't de-escalate the violence.
We're gonna come in.
And that was exactly what was done in this situation.
Tyson? Yep. Officer Robin still called for me. This is Brian Laundrie. So he's going to get you all set up with your hotel room.
Can you imagine what would happen if someone had been there that knows the things I'm talking about now at the time? If somebody that was trained in this was there, they might have known a different decision. These aren't little red flags. It's like a Navy flagman waving this back and forth when you see her blaming herself and her trying to make excuses for him. To someone that's trained in this situation, it's glaringly a situation where she's victimized. But if you're not trained in it, it's not obvious. Joe, you said that suffering without meaning, that all of you experiencing this loss without creating some purpose, some value, some meaning to it would just be the worst possible thing, just create inescapable insanity. What do you want to create from this?
I mean, we're starting the Gabby Petito Foundation. I mean, there's already been a lot of good things that has come from everybody searching for Gabby and the media being so good. Starting to have older missing people in terms of cases brought back onto to the forefront, which is awesome. I mean, we got an email from people that are in bad relationships, and it's because it's inspired by Gabby. So, like, we want to start this foundation to help to make sure people like Gabby or people who are in similar situations as Gabby don't end up them.
I want to help bring awareness to the signs and...
But there are things that the media needs to do. If you're a news outlet, you should be finding, this is a missing person, help. The news outlets should be helping people. That's what they're there for. With us, we want to help, like I said, with people that are in that situation and make sure that doesn't happen again, because no one should feel what we're feeling right.
And not all people that have someone go missing have a support system like you guys have created here. What advice would you give to families that had discourse after a divorce or whatever, and they have a family member go missing? What advice would you guys give to those families?
Put your differences aside and focus 100% on finding that family member. Use social media, utilize it. Call the news, ask them to help you. Somebody might say no, but keep calling until somebody says yes. Get their face out there. There's people out there that want to help. You just gotta work. It takes a lot of work.
Again, you talk about things happen off camera, behind the scenes and stuff. We had quite a long meeting yesterday and talked about using Gabby's life and all, and Robin was in that meeting at y'all's request, and she was so proud to meet all y'all and sends her regards today.
She's awesome.
She was amazing.
Yeah, she's a special lady. We've been married 45 years.
She is your better half.
Yeah, no, but you talked about your foundation and wanting to impact missing people's stories and their families, and you made a great point about this being an effort that knows no color, no geography.
We want to help people. We got to have positive outcome. So it's not, Gabby's death isn't meaningless. Yeah. Can't have that.
And that's what you're talking about, to just have something like that on the news. Just take that minute to say, hey, this person is missing, look at this picture. And there is the Amber Alert for children, but then adults go missing too.
There is no alert system for young adults, none.
Yeah.
And that's a shame, because with domestic violence, as you know, between 19 and 25, I think are the most affected here. So if there's someone of Gabby's age or in that range, there should be some type of alert system to pay attention to. I mean, that's the whole point of the Amber Alert and the Silver Alert, but there's nothing in between.
Some of the things that have changed now that we didn't have back then, when you would have that it's 10 o'clock, do you know where your kids are, and all those other avenues that they used to advertise for missing people, is the positive use of social media. There were people that were contacting us, helping us, that were picking out things in people's social media, landmarks or places that they may have last been in.
Telling us what apps to use.
Tell us what apps and
locations. And
if anybody knows any of that information about any of these people that are out there missing, that could be a piece of the puzzle that the law enforcement or the family needs to help bring that loved one home.
It takes a village.
And you had a village in the Grand Tetons, and you really want to make a donation to the Grand Teton Search and Rescue volunteers as well, right? It was a real passion. They went over and above, right?
The Teton County Search and Rescue Team is a volunteer organization out there that works with all of the local law enforcement agencies, and what their level of training is above and beyond what most people can imagine as a career person, let alone a volunteer. And they were the ones who were part of the search that found Gabby. They've also recently now found another missing person in the same area. The work that they do is absolutely amazing, and it's all on donations and fundraisers. We couldn't think of a better place to start with helping them.
I just hope he's found. I really do. Like,
He'll be found.
No, I mean like alive.
I want to look him in the eyes.
The more he runs, the more he hides, the less he could try to say it was a mistake or he had nothing to do with it.
I want to see him in a jail cell for the rest of his life, where he's an outdoorsman, being in that concrete cell, and he can't go see those trees and hug those, and smell the fresh air like that.
As an outdoors man, that would be in a cement box.
Yeah. You mentioned that on social media that there had been over 1 billion hashtags with Gabby.
Views, yes.
You want people to use that hashtag, use the domestic violence, and tell their story. Come forward and share that story so people know they're not alone.
Yeah, absolutely. If you got to tag hashtag Gabby Petito to bring that story to the top, do it. Do it. Do it now. There is no reason not to. We're not getting her back, but maybe you can get someone back, and that would be awesome. Yeah. And then let me know, because that would make me feel better, that there's not a meaningless death to Gabby.
They may feel hopeless, alone, but they're not alone.
We had a long meeting yesterday at our home here in Dallas, and Robin and I met with the 5 of these folks, and they wanted to meet because Robin has her foundation and take some guidance from that. And Robin and I came away from that meeting knowing that this is not a knee-jerk reaction on these people's part about saying, oh, let's put together a foundation, but instead a very thought out and heartfelt desire on their part. And I'm going to ask all of you that have been so seriously invested in this to join by making a donation to the Gabby Petito Foundation to honor her. And those funds are going to go to help find missing people, to help keep people in domestic violence situations from winding up like Gabby Petito. And Robin and I want to make a $25,000 donation to the foundation just to help get that going and moving forward. And we want to contribute in a lot of other ways as well. So please go to drphil.com, go to Dr. Phil Facebook page, click on the button. There will be a donation button there. Let's honor this young woman. Let's not let her loss go in vain.
Thank you. We're gonna work hard to help as many people as we can. I know we're just us, and we don't know what we can do, but we're gonna do our best. Yes. We're not gonna let Gabby be forgotten through helping others.
What would Gabby say if she knew, and I'm one of those that believes she does, about you doing this in her name?
She'd be excited that we're working together. Yeah. We're doing this together. This is what she wanted. She's always wanted us. She always wanted us to live in a big house together, you know what I mean? Because she's loved all of us. So.
I think she'd be proud.
Yeah.
Anything you want people to know about Gabby that they don't know?
What you see is what you get. Not that she was perfect. Obviously, we see both sides of her, and I'm glad we got to see that reality, because people aren't what you see on social media. Even though that police video is hard to watch, I think it was a blessing to see that, she's a real human being and she was in pain. And I'm glad that she lived a really good life, and she died doing what she loved to do. She was out there in nature camping. That's what she wanted. She lived her dream, and I'm glad she got to do that.
she was just an amazing soul, you know, and she's beautiful inside and out, and she touched so many people. Anybody that met her, you know, just her smile was infectious, and her siblings always loved when she was around. It's going to be a hard void to fill not having her there with them. We're going to work hard to
keep her spirit alive for
keeping her
the rest
spirit
of our
going
lives.
and be positive and just help people, because that's what she would do.
Anything you want people to know about?
No way, that was so sad. I'm gonna cry.
Gabby?
I'll turn to her first.
It's just to follow your dreams. Don't let things hold you back. If there's something you want to do, do it, because you don't know what tomorrow will bring. Again, she traveled and she loved to see many different areas of the world, and that's what she wanted to do, and she did it. Don't let this hold you back.
You know, you said something at the funeral that I thought was so important, that if you're in a bad relationship, your goal should be to get out of it. And we want to acknowledge that there's a right way and a wrong way to get out of those relationships. On your website and on ours, we have safe exit plans on there, and those will be on the Gabby Petito website. The last thing you want to do is confront your abuser, and you don't want to get out just on the spur of the moment, because the vast majority of serious injuries and murders happen in that separation assault period, which is the few weeks when you leave your abuser and they panic and have a frustration effect, and they ratchet it up even more.
There are plans to do it, and there are ways to do it, and we'll help people find that stuff. I mean, that's. I mean, I'm trying to educate myself, and like Robin, she's been very helpful and going to help us do that too. But there are safe ways to do it.
Guys, I can't thank you enough for doing this, and I know that this is going to save so many people. Gabby is inspiring people's lives today. This conversation, bringing this to the forefront. We're talking about a silent epidemic in America, and you're using her life today. I'm not saying it's worth it, but since we don't have the choice of changing it, we're at least using what is. That is creating meaning, and that's what you're doing.
We know.
And we're going to continue to work together in the future.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
A special thanks to Gabby Petito.
Domestic violence is a big issue all over the world, I'm sure. Am I muted? No. What I want to say is,
Today
I bet.
exclusive.
Sorry, I don't know why it just starts playing. All I did was refresh it. But I bet if we polled most people that we knew in real life, most of us would know at least a few people that would admit to at one time being part of a toxic relationship, you know, of an abusive relationship, physical violence, controlling natures, all kinds of stuff. And it doesn't get talked about enough because in the news they want to talk about things that I can't even say because YouTube might just decide to, or I don't even know if they would have like a bot or something, but if I were to say certain words, I'm pretty sure they would like take down my live stream, maybe even like do away with my channel if I'm not speaking along the lines of what like mainstream media is putting out there as far as like certain things that are happening nowadays. You gotta be really careful, and because like the focus is on such things like this don't get talked about until something really bad happens. And I really do hope that there's people out there that if they are in abusive or toxic or controlling, manipulative relationships, and this is not just having to do with like your boyfriend or girlfriend or your wife or your husband, toxic relationships come in all kinds of different ways. It could be like family members, it could be coworkers, it could be just acquaintances, it could be just somebody that you see like every once in a while that just comes with this bad energy. And you know, not everybody is meant to get along, you know. And I really do hope that there's some people out there that look at this and somehow find a way to apply it to their own lives and try to find a way to safely remove themselves from the situation, because it's not easy. once you get used to somebody and a certain routine and you expect certain things out of a person, it could be that you just think, okay, this is life. I love this person, or I care about this person, or I work with this person. Like, I gotta put up with it. No, you don't. Like, there's some people that are gonna test their boundaries. They're gonna try to cross the line, and it's up to you to assert yourself sometimes in a way, and just make it be so that you don't have to be like in their presence, because like I said, not everybody's meant to like get along. You know, there's definitely people whose vibes I just can't stand, and I try to make it work with them. I'll try to be nice. That's my thing too, is I feel like if I do defend myself, or if I do speak out or express like that I don't like something, I feel like I'm gonna be the bad guy, because instead of just tolerating it and letting it happen, I'm like resisting, and that's the issue. And sometimes that's the kind of mentality that somebody that has been abused before or is being abused at the time is gonna experience. That's what they're gonna feel. And I think that's what happened with Gabby. In fact, in the body cam footage that we saw, you know, she was blaming herself for everything. Like, she was completely protecting him, and I think, in my opinion, he knew that she was gonna do that because she was a good person. She was a nice young lady. She was sweet-natured, in my opinion, from what I've seen. There's gonna be people out there that are gonna say, okay, but as soon as the camera turned off, like, what was she really like? Like, I don't think, I'm not getting the feeling that deep down inside or behind the scenes that she was abusive, that she was hitting him, beating him up, you know, stuff like that. There was things about her that he knew would set her off, and he did nothing, like, to help her through her anxiety. And apparently he had anxiety too, and that was just a really bad combination. There's no point in like talking about what should have happened, what could have happened. It's too late for that. Unfortunately, we're at the point where we're just hoping that we find Brian and we get answers, or you know, the authorities are able to find evidence to at least charge him and let the people know that the investigation is coming up with information, with new information that, you know, can move it along. Because what I'm afraid of at this point, because this is what happens, some of us have been here for some time. This isn't, you know, our first rodeo. Another thing is, some of us came from Queen's Throne's channel. I'll go ahead and grab the links to hers if you want to go see what her page has to offer. She also covers like the news and court trials and all kinds of stuff. She's a friend of mine, and she, you know, for the most part inspired me to even try YouTube. I think I'm just gonna go to her page because I think all her links are there. But what happens sometimes is that when a case breaks the news, it's all this information coming in, everybody's like riled up, all this stuff is happening, and we're like waiting for the next day for something new to pop up, and then we're hoping for an arrest and then trial and all this. But there's some times where it just doesn't get to that. How many cases, not even cases, but how many stories have we seen, for those of you that you know what I'm talking about, where we were like, okay, someone's gonna be arrested or a certain child is gonna be found, and it's been like 2-3 years later, and I still look up Sierra, I think Patito was her name, or I forgot. No. There was I gotta get my name straight because it's been a while. But there's a lot of cases where, like, I have a list and I'll go through them to see if there's any updates, and there's nothing, and it's been like 2-3 years, and that would literally be like the worst thing in this case. And I'm feeling we're getting to the point where if we haven't found Brian already, or somebody hasn't found Brian already, we might not find him ever. And I hate to put what we call, where I come from, bad salt or bad juju on it, but it could happen. Was it Patino? Let me get her name. It was a little girl. Let me see. Missing girl. I think her name was Sierra. Not Sierra Lamar. What was her name? Was it Patino? Yeah, Sarah Patino. Her body was found in a closet. That was a different one. And let me see. Oh, there were arrests, I think, in that case. I must be thinking of somebody else. I am going to do the best that I can to, okay, yeah, I'm going to do the best that I can to dig up those stories that we were covering like a year or two ago and try to find some updates, because it's just very discouraging sometimes. But I still look for it, because I kind of feel like maybe since not the excitement, but like the whole rush of like all the information that was happening, if something were to come out, some new information at this point, we probably wouldn't hear about it, because there's all these new stories that are getting all the attention, and that's why I like to get updates. So that was just something I want to put in there. Alright, so let's continue. I do see that the chat's moving. I do want to read the chat, but let's watch a video in the meantime. So that was Dr. Phil. And like I was saying in the chat before, if he has a problem with me sharing his video, then I will trim it out, because I found that 60 Minutes Australia blocks videos. So I showed one of their videos, I think last time, and they blocked it worldwide. So YouTube has an option in their studio where you could trim out segments that are going to be problematic for your live stream, and that's what I did. Unfortunately, that means that if anybody rewatches, it's going to be kind of weird, because it's going to be all choppy, where like some stuff is going to be allowed and then some stuff is going to be trimmed out. But that's what we have to do to get the information out in the first place. That's what we're going to do. So at least we got to sit through this and watch it together and talk about it, even if it turns out that I'm going to have to trim it out later. It's whatever. Okay, so the next clip we're going to watch is called Gabby Petito Update, New Evidence Changes, Brian Laundrie Timeline, and this is from LiveNOW from Fox. And this was posted October 6th.
So we heard from Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie's family attorney, Stephen Bertolino, as the family gave new information about when Laundrie allegedly left the family home. So I do want to head out to Northport, Florida, where Fox's Phil Keating is joining us from outside of the Laundrie family home with the latest. Good morning to you, Phil. What can you tell us this morning?
Good morning, Regina. According to the family attorney for Chris and Roberta Laundrie, Brian Laundrie's parents, they simply got their day wrong by one day of when they last saw him when he left the house in the Mustang to go out on that hike, never to return. He's been gone, as you mentioned, for about 3.5 weeks. So what does an extra day get you? I mean, they still didn't report him even missing until that Friday, which is 4 days after he was last seen here at the house. So 1 day difference, the police still wouldn't have known he was missing, so it would not have advanced their search for him, perhaps even a little bit faster. The sister of Brian Laundrie, she did speak a couple of nights ago. She says she doesn't know where he is. According to the family attorney of the parents, they say they don't know where he is. The sister says if she could contact him, she'd tell him to turn himself in. Bottom line, the parents, when they come in or out of the house, which is extremely rare, they're essentially holed up in there because there's been tons of media and cameras out here. They never say anything to reporters. Throughout it all, they have barely provided much information to the investigators. And on Dr. Phil yesterday, all 4 parents of Gabby Petito, her biological parents and the step-parents, they all sat down with him for a big interview, and they say they last talked to her or texted or FaceTimed at the end of August. And as the days went by and they turned into weeks that they still hadn't heard from her, they were getting worried and more worried. So they were calling the Laundrie parents, texting the Laundrie parents, leaving voicemails, and they say not a single one was ever returned, even when the final text sent said simply, "We're calling the police." So where Gabby Petito remains, her remains are still at the coroner's office out there in Teton County, Wyoming, not far from where her body was found and that national forest about 2.5 weeks ago. It was September 11th, her parents reported her missing. Then it was 2 days later, not 3, that the Laundrie parents say he disappeared, and 4 days after that is when they finally reported him missing. As I mentioned, the attorney just simply said they all got their day wrong by just one. Of course, the parents sitting down with Dr. Phil and a two-parter saying when they found the remains of an unidentified body, their worst fears were suspecting that this is probably going to be Gabby Petito. Jim Schmidt, the stepdad, he had flown out to Wyoming to help join in the search for his daughter. And after the unidentified body was found from the crime scene, one of the investigators brought a piece of fabric to him and showed it to him and said, "Do you recognize this?" And he immediately recognized it as being part of one of Gabby's sweatshirts, which was locally bought in New York. And then, as you can imagine, for all four of them, it was just the finality of it all. Their worst nightmare had just come true. Back to you, Regina.
Yeah, Phil, it was really emotional to watch that interview. We also heard her stepfather say that he had to use her tattoos to identify her body because it was just so decomposed at that point. Now, Phil, what did her parents say when Dr. Phil asked them, do you think Brian Laundrie is still alive? Do you think he's dead? What did they have to say about that?
That's interesting you mentioned that. All four of them are in agreement. They all think Brian Laundrie is still alive. They think he is still on the run. But of course, nobody, FBI, local law enforcement, or even them, know where exactly Brian Laundrie is. According to his sister, he had gone up to the Appalachian Trail numerous times in his past, staying, camping, living on not much for up to 5 days at a time. Even though she describes him as a, quote, mediocre survivalist, he clearly knows how he can survive camping. All you really need is a water filter pump and a stream, and you've got the water that you need to stay alive. And you know, he apparently bragged to a former co-worker a year or two ago that he one time, you know, camped out for weeks and weeks, living on nothing but cheese and peanut butter crackers. So, you know, he is a wanted federal fugitive for alleged bank fraud, only detailed by the FBI as saying he used somebody else's ATM card in the last 3 days of August for totaling more than $1,000. So if he paid for gas driving 3 days back to Florida, he could still have a lot of cash left. And, you know, if you're going to eat very minimally, you can get by for a long time. The problem with all of these possible sightings tips that have come into sheriff's departments up and down the Appalachian Trail is that they actually have found some of these people who were reported, we think that might be Brian Laundrie. Well, they're white, they're young, they're shaved head, and they have facial hair, which unfortunately is not uncommon in any town in the U.S. these days. There are a lot of guys with that look. And so not one of those tips or leads has turned out to be Brian Laundrie. One guy from Florida said he was up there and he thought the guy was him in the driver's seat of a white or light pickup truck. Local deputies came around and they never found the guy nor the pickup truck.
Yeah, I know. And we know, as you just mentioned, that all of these tips, all of these claims that he's being seen, nothing.
Okay, that's enough of that. Because of the audio issues, I'm wearing my headphones, and that's my dog. Let's continue. Next clip is called Brian Laundrie Flew to Florida Before Gabby Petito Disappearance, courtesy of CBS Evening News.
Tonight, the search for Brian Laundrie is again focused on that nature preserve in Florida, where it's believed he was last seen. Laundrie is wanted for questioning in the death of his fiancée, Gabby Petito. His parents now say they last saw him on September 13th, a day earlier than initially reported. And Laundrie's sister says he went home alone for a few days shortly after that run-in with police in Utah.
Now, this unusual twist today in the search for Brian Laundrie. Today, see this video here? That is his father, Chris, in the passenger seat there, joining the search. He was seen going into the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental.
Trying to make it look good. Right after the Gabby Petito's family was on Dr. Phil saying about how Brian's family isn't stressing at all where he's at. They're not even trying that hard to like find him or anything. They just called the cops, basically, I think is how that started. And they say that, and then pretty much the next day or so, Brian's dad comes out for a photo op, in my opinion, to make it look like he is out there looking like no one's buying it. I don't know. I'm not buying it.
Park today, where authorities continue to look for his son. Let's go to Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon, who joins us again live from the park. Hi there, Kim. So why did he join the search today?
Hi, Mark. Well, we're told that he joined the search with investigators, trying to point them out to areas where Brian was known to frequent and where he was known to hang out within the reserve. This morning, just before 10 o'clock, Brian Laundrie's father, Chris, left his Northport home, carrying a plastic bag, dressed in hiking shoes and hiking pants. Just a short drive away, he could be seen on a John Deere golf cart as a Northport police officer drove him into the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. They went over a bridge leading into the Carlton Reserve.
My thing is, do you really think he's out there after all this time?
Around the same time, Joe Gallagher was finishing his morning run on the Venice side of the Carlton Reserve as the search for Brian Laundrie continued.
Hopefully they can find something in there to, in the next week or so, but it's just strange.
Through text messages, Chris Laundrie's attorney, Stephen Bertolino, said Chris was asked to show law enforcement trails and places where his son was known to frequent. He said he and his wife had provided those details verbally, but it was thought on-site assistance may be better.
Okay, so he was asked to show them. So that's what he did. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense, but still, like, I'm not at all feeling that, like, he's cooperating or really trying to get answers or clarity for us.
It's interesting. It's a little confusing. I mean, always in a case like this, whether it's searching for a missing person or a suspect, initially you want to get the family involved.
Ed Hartnett is the founder of Edmund Hartnett Risk Management. He's a retired NYPD deputy chief with 32 years of law enforcement experience. He says law enforcement would welcome the help, but would remember the Laundries did not help with Gabby Petito's search.
You can't rule out the possibility that there may be legal proceedings against them down the road. If it can be proven later on that they aided and abetted their son in eluding the police in any way.
While Laundrie's attorney says Chris's involvement didn't uncover anything new, the family is grateful for the chance to help.
Not just they want to chat with him and talk to him about the case. He's a wanted suspect right now.
Yeah, he's wanted for that debit card fraud. That's where the warrant is out for his arrest. But through their family attorney, Chris Laundrie, and the family attorney said that they are thankful for law enforcement's dedication and efforts to find Brian Laundrie. When asked if anything was found out here today, they said nothing was found. They said that they do hope that Brian is located soon. And we did learn that Chris Laundrie will not be back out here tomorrow. Mark, back to you.
All right.
I'm sounding biased. It happens. I'm just speaking from the heart. Alright, let's continue. Next clip is Gabby Petito was planning a beach wedding with Brian Laundrie before disappearance, family says. And it's courtesy of LiveNOW from Fox.
So
and this was posted October 7th.
Just saw the latest of the family speaking out again. They have been very vocal during this time, not only when the search had been taking place, but after her body had been found and confirmed that it was their missing 22-year-old. And now, of course, they are putting out that plea that Brian Laundrie turn himself in. Let's go out to that story where Fox's Laura Ingalls sat down with the Petito Schmidt family.
They were planning a wedding, small, on the beach in Florida, and COVID happened.
Right.
So they kind of put it on hold and said that they were going to just kind of live life. And
yeah, it wasn't their main focus at the time. The main focus was planning this trip.
But Gabby never came back. Only Brian returned home.
The night I knew the van was in Florida, I instinctively knew that my daughter was not here anymore.
Gabby Petito's mother, Nicole Schmidt, sharing the moment police told her they located her daughter's van.
I screamed. I didn't need to scream at the detective. I said, "Where's my daughter? Where is she?"
What did they say?
She just said, "I wish I knew the answer to that."
8 days later, Gabby's body was found in Wyoming. Her stepfather, Jim Schmidt.
it was the hardest phone call that I've ever made in my life. I knew what to expect when we went out there and what the strong possibility was. Still, nothing could really prepare you for that moment.
Never.
As the manhunt for Brian Laundrie continues, I asked them if they had any ideas where he could be.
I'm not certain, but I would think that he's in an area like the Appalachian Trail or a campground where he can live off the land because he had those skills.
Do you think he's alive? Do you think he's in the country?
I do believe he's alive. You know, country, I have no idea. I don't know.
Gabby's mother tweeting, "Mama Bear is getting angry. Turn yourself in."
People want to know how I'm feeling, and I'm upset. You know, I want to just turn yourself in. That's all I wanted. But it's just getting more and more frustrating as days go on. I don't know what's taking so long.
Gabby's family wants him found alive.
He's a missing piece of the puzzle to find out
I always say he's the key. He's the key to the puzzle.
Yeah, what happened out there. You know, until they find him, we won't know.
We believe he knows everything.
And if they had one thing to say to Brian,
just turn yourself in. Just go to the local police department or wherever you are. Whatever the circumstances are, whatever happened, just go there, do the right thing. Do the right thing for yourself, do the right thing for Gabby, for our family, and for your own family.
Yeah, we deserve the truth.
while they wait for the answers they need, they are turning their grief into good, establishing the Gabby Petito Foundation, which they hope will help other families of missing children get financial resources and the public attention they have received in their case.
We're trying to make a difference and trying to make sense of it because there's a lot of people that do need help. So we're trying to focus on that, to make sure there's some good that comes from this.
I think it starts locally and then it trickles up from there. Social media is huge and people just need to put the awareness out there. And there's a lot of help out there now that we'd like to work with a lot of people, like the Aware Foundation, and We Help the Missing is another one.
So once again, the family just pleading and saying they want Brian to turn himself in so that they can hear exactly what may have happened and unfolded in those days ahead of Brian returning to Florida without Gabby.
Alright, let's go ahead and continue. Next clip is called How Brian Laundrie Could Hide Just Off the Appalachian Trail. This is assuming that this is what's happening. I'm not feeling it, but let's hear him out. This is Inside Edition. And this was posted October 8th. So we're getting close to more current news.
After Brian Laundrie's father joined in the search for his son at a Florida nature reserve, the manhunt has now been redirected once again to the Appalachian Trail. In a new interview, Gabby's mother says that's where she thinks Brian may be.
The hunt for Brian Laundrie in a Florida swamp is coming up empty again, even after his father joined the search.
Chris, any sign of your son? Any sign of Brian at the park?
The third week of fruitless effort is once again turning attention to the Appalachian Trail. Gabby Petito's mother tells Fox News that's where he might be.
I would think that he's in an area like the Appalachian Trail or a campground where he can live off the land.
Callahan Walsh, co-host of In Pursuit with his father John Walsh, agrees.
I think his family helped him get out of the state and drove him up to the Appalachian Trail. I think he's there now.
The Appalachian Trail runs 2,000 miles from Georgia to Maine. How could Brian be living on the trail and still stay out of sight? Stephen Fabian is there with survival expert Shane Hobel.
So we're on the Appalachian Trail right now, and of course you'd notice any hikers traveling in either direction. But here's the thing, you're still in the woods, and there are all sorts of places you can hide. For example, our survival guide Shane, he's just over there behind that rock. Wave to us, Shane, so you can see him now. But that gives you an idea of how you can remain out of sight while still being right next to the trail.
You can walk 100 yards off trail and just still move in the same direction, but stay parallel with it. And that also means that you're near resources. The Appalachian Trail, in their rest points and their stop points where you can receive packages.
There are all sorts of shelters on the Appalachian Trail where you can hunker down for the night, like this cabin. If you follow me inside, you can see there are some foam mattresses here where you can get a good night's sleep. We've actually got a hiker here moving along the trail. There's actually bottled water down here that hikers can take advantage of. And of course, a notebook here where people traveling along the trail can leave messages to other hikers.
This interactive map shows the locations of 250 shelters, many of which are vacant right now because of the pandemic. Gabby and Brian spent time on the trail together, and he's said to be very knowledgeable about survival skills. Could he be hiding in a shelter just like this?
Tonight, the exhausting search for Brian Laundrie continues across the country. There are thousands of tips on his possible whereabouts, but nothing is sticking. However, a recent visit from the Patito family to Florida could breathe new life into search efforts. NewsNation's Janelle Fort joins us now live from Northport, Florida. And Janelle, what did the family say about their visit?
Well, Rutabaga, this was a quiet trip. Aside from putting out this tweet around 4 o'clock this afternoon, the family didn't say much. Gabby Petito's mom, Nicole Schmidt, shared a photo of a heart-shaped cloud in the sky with the caption, "Goodbye, Florida. Thanks for showing so much love." And then the hashtags, Justice for Gabby and America's Daughter. Now, we know that the family was able to take some of the items from the makeshift memorial that's been growing over the past few weeks down at Northport City Hall. The city is actually going to take that memorial down this Tuesday because the items there have been exposed to the elements here in Florida, and it's damaged them, creating somewhat of a mess. And the city says that what they want to do is put a more permanent memorial there. Tentatively, what they have in the works is putting a steel bench that's going to be donated by and constructed by a man up in Indiana. And again, that memorial is less than 5 minutes from where we are right now outside of the Laundrie home. Tonight, one thing that we did see, a man come down here and begin yelling and screaming in front of the house and then dropping about a dozen laundry baskets on the lawn there. Even with all the ruckus, we didn't hear a peep from the laundry house.
I got footage of that. We'll get to that shortly.
Here for the past 2 days, we haven't seen anyone in or out of that home. And of course, no sign of Brian Laundrie. It's been more than 3 weeks since he's been missing. And investigators say at this point, they wouldn't be surprised if he was found dead or alive. Now, a big question that we've been hearing from people about this case is they're wondering how Brian Laundrie was able to get away in the first place, why police weren't keeping a closer eye on him at the beginning of this investigation. Just a couple of days ago, a spokesperson from the Northport Police Department came forward and addressed those questions, saying that they did have surveillance on Brian Laundrie to the extent that it was legal for them to do so. And he was just somehow able to slip through the cracks. We did ask them the extent of that surveillance on him, and they wouldn't delve into it anymore. They wouldn't give us any more information. But tonight, the search for him continues. They're still searching at that nearby reserve. Rutabaga, that reserve more than 25,000 acres. The good news tonight, though, is that conditions there are improving. That's what authorities are telling us, and that they're now able to reach some of the areas that were a little bit harder to reach before. Some of the water there was receding, and now they're able to go through and comb through some new sections of the reserve.
All right, Janelle Fort, thank you for that.
Okay, let's continue. So in the chat, if you're not looking at the chat, Luna asked if it gets cold in the Appalachian Trail. So I went ahead to see what the temperature is right now, because if we're to assume that he's there now, we need to know what temperature would be, and it's like 61 degrees on the Appalachian Trail. And Luna said that that was warmer than expected, and I agree. When I was living in northern or central California, like a summer night, like going into fall, it was about like 65 degrees or something, and it was like sweater weather. Like it was actually really nice in my opinion. Here it's freaking hot. Let me see. Let's find out so we can know for sure. Where's my weather thing? Where I'm at right now, it is, I bet you, okay, it's 83 degrees. I don't think this is gonna tell me the humidity. Oh yeah, it does. It's 53% humidity. It is freaking hot. I hate it. Luna says I'm from New Mexico and it's 51 here. I'm freezing. Yeah, to me that sounds more like it. It is too freaking hot and humid here. Observing Steph is at 75. See, I'll even take 75. 75 in St. Louis. Very nice. And Jinxie says, I love sweater weather. It's 80 here in Houston. Dude, you're at 80? Lucky I'm at 83. I guess it's about the same. But I don't know, what's your humidity like? Let me check. Is it the same? I mean, it's Texas. Let's see. Houston. You said Houston, right? Yeah. Humidity. Let's see. What? It says 84%. Let me check mine. Maybe my source was wrong the first time, because that's crazy. I would have thought humidity 81%. So yeah, it's hot and humid. That's crazy. Why are you guys? Because we live in Texas. It's always freaking hot. This is devastating. Very depressing, in my opinion. But anyways, we'll live. Just wait till it gets cold, and then we're going to be complaining that it's too cold. That's how it goes. Alright, so next clip is called Brian Laundrie's Parents Remove Laundry Baskets from Front Yard. And this is courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa Bay. And this was posted October 11th. Let's watch.
Do you guys feel guilty about Gabby? Is there a reason the FBI thinks you're not telling the truth? Do you know where Brian's passport is? Do you have anything to say about Gabby? A lot of the neighbors think you guys know more than you're saying. They're dropped off the sign. They want you to know that they're concerned that you guys know more than you're saying.
Run. Just run.
Do you guys feel guilty about Gabby? Is there a reason the FBI thinks you're not telling the truth? Do you know where Brian's passport is? Do you have anything to say about Gabby? A lot of the neighbors think you guys know more than you're saying.
So I guess they're
They're
re-showing
dropped
it.
off the sign. They want you to know that they're concerned that you guys know more than you're saying.
The news felt that was worthy of repetition. I'm guessing that's going to be it. But alright, we'll leave that there. Let's continue on. So now we're getting to the point where Gabby's autopsy results are about to be revealed. This is called Coroner to Hold Press Conference on Gabby Petito Autopsy on Tuesday. This is courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8.
Tonight. And we start off with breaking news in the investigation into Gabby Petito's death. Officials with the Teton County Sheriff's Office in Wyoming announced that they will hold a press conference tomorrow regarding her autopsy. That's expected to take place at 2:30 Eastern Time. The Northport woman's body was found in a campground near the Grand Teton National Park back on September 19th. Officials ruled it a homicide, and of course we'll bring you that press conference on our WFLA app.
Alright, so this is going to be the official revelation of cause of death. This is Gabby Petito update. Autopsy reveals death caused by strangulation, and this courtesy of 10 Tampa Bay, and this was posted yesterday.
Hello, thank you all for joining us. I am Dr. Brent Blue, Teton County, Wyoming coroner. After a detailed investigation by our forensic pathologist, our anthropologist, and local law enforcement, with assistance from the FBI, the Teton County Coroner Office is filing the following verdict in the death of Gabrielle Lenora Petito. We hereby find the cause and manner of death to be the cause, death by strangulation, and manner is homicide. By Wyoming state statute, no other information will be released about the autopsy. The only thing that is released in the state of Wyoming is cause and manner of death.
I think they said they can't hear you. Just 1 second.
We could hear him.
Should I start over then?
Sure.
Thank you for joining us. Sorry about the audio issue. I'm Dr. Brent Blue, Teton County, Wyoming coroner. After a detailed investigation by our forensic pathologist, our anthropologist, and local law enforcement, with assistance from the FBI, the Teton County Coroner's Office is filing the following verdict. In the manner of death of Gabrielle Lenora Petito, we find the cause and manner to be cause, death by strangulation, and manner is homicide. By Wyoming state statute, only the cause and manner of death are released. Their autopsy findings and photographs and that sort of material is not released by state statute. And I'll be glad to entertain some questions at this time.
Hi, Brian. This is Alex with the News and Guide. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Was that it, pretty much? Because Luna says, then why does he take questions? Like, does this get any more like informative? Did I just get like the main piece of information, or like should I watch the rest of it? Because we're only at 2 minutes and it's 22 minutes long. I just want to see if we learn anything else like from here, or if it's just going to be a lot of like, I can't answer that right now. Because that's how it goes in these press conferences. They tell the amount of information that they're allowed to tell, and then basically any questions beyond that, it's going to be a lot of like, we can't speak on that right now, we have to wait, you know, that kind of thing. Luna says pretty much the only question he can actually answer is that Gabby wasn't pregnant, and she was not. I know that part. So I'm thinking that it would be safe to just move along. We grabbed the information. She was strangled to death. It's horrible. Okay, let's continue. We're down to our last 2 clips, so we did it. I fulfilled my goal. I got caught up in the Gabby Petito case. I will definitely be looking for more updates. My next live stream, though, make sure that you're subscribed and you also hit the notification bell to all, so that you can join us in the conversation of whatever we're talking about. But I think that my next live stream is going to be, we're going to look at the interviews of the Lori Vallow case. I know that they just released an interview with Tylee Ryan after, I think, somebody had died. I want to say it was Lori Vallow's like second husband or something like that. That is a really complicated case to cover, but has been some releases on like video. I want to say it's body cam, maybe it's more like, it's not really surveillance, but you know, when they go into the interview room and they're being filmed and they're answering questions. Melanie was interviewed, Tylee was interviewed, Lori Vallow was interviewed. I think there was like one more that was released, so I do want to sit through all of those and watch them with you all. They were at least like an hour each, so that's going to be another long live stream. No problem. That's what I like to do. I also am grabbing updates on Maya Miliete and Tristan Bailey, and I'm staying on top of Kristen Smart case. I actually have a list here of the cases that I covered in summer. We're going to be looking at Matthew Coleman as well, who was a man that lived in California, and he drove his babies down to Mexico and killed them. Itzel Espinosa, her murderer is still on the loose. We need to put the word out there because it looks like there aren't any updates and it's been a couple of months already. And I want to say that the case revolving that situation didn't get much airtime on the news, so we got to put it out there. Aiden Leos was a little boy out in Southern California who was basically gunned down due to road rage. We got to find out what's going on there. There were arrests, but I'm not too sure what's happening as of like recently. Angela Tremonte and Dario Distar, that's who I was talking about in the chat right now. Angela went from Boston, traveled to Arizona to go meet in person somebody that she met, I think like on a dating app or something like that. They had been talking, they decided to meet. She goes over there, they go on a hiking trip. He's a cop, he's familiar with the hiking trail, and for some reason they split up. It was more important for him to finish the trail than to accompany his lady friend and made sure that she made it to safety. She passes away on the trail and he has no charges on him or any type of consequence. That's a problem. We're also looking at Maya Miliete. Let's see, Elijah McLean. There have been arrests with the paramedics, I think, and some of the police officers, if I'm not mistaken. We gotta stay on top of that. Of course, Lori Vallow and then Kristen Smart. So if there are any other cases that you guys want me to look into, please let me know in the chat and I will do the research. But I think Lori Vallow is gonna be the next live stream. Yeah, her and her brother, who mysteriously and conveniently passed away, who I believe was the one that was going around killing everybody. But alright, let's watch these last two clips and then we'll call it a night. I appreciate everybody for being here, and you know, everybody chatting in the live stream definitely makes this more entertaining. Not entertaining, but like it just adds more to the live stream. We all do this together. Again, if anybody has any questions or anything like that, I have absolutely no issue, you know, checking it out and getting into that. I really do like it when people are involved. So I'll put it that way. So let's watch this next clip. It's called Gabby Petito Case, Why Brian Laundrie Has Not Been Charged. And this is courtesy of Fox News.
Let's go to...
And this was posted today. So let's watch.
Mark Eigler, the criminal defense attorney. Mark, obviously the coroner was very, very careful, limiting any further details beyond the fact that Gabby was strangled. Obviously that was by design, but what do you think is going on behind the scenes?
Well, first, he wanted to make sure that he didn't find himself a guest of the local jail by revealing anything more than the statute allows him to. By law, in Wyoming, the only thing he can reveal is the cause of death. Now, the reporters got some more out of him, like she wasn't pregnant and some other details. But for the most part, what we really wanted to know, things like, did he do it? Well, I defer to the FBI. That's not what we decide. Was there any kind of bruising? No, sorry, we can't talk about that. Did you see any physical evidence that would suggest it was with his hands versus an object? Cannot tell you that. So there's still a lot that they know. They're just not telling us, and with good reason.
So, Mark, the fact that they have not upped the charges beyond just, you know, theft of a debit card, could there be any way to interpret that? In other words, either they don't have enough information or they do, and they're just piecing it all together.
Okay, here's my very strong feeling, having been in the criminal arena for 30 years. They know he did it. We know he did it. He enjoys the presumption of innocence in a court of law, but in the court of public opinion, there's no one else who likely did it. They're calling him a person of interest publicly, but we all know even before today's announcement, he was a suspect. He's the #1 prime only suspect, and that's really what he is. You can call him whatever you want. Maybe they haven't removed that label because it might be better for him to possibly get him in. You're merely a person of interest. We just want to talk to you. That might increase the chances of getting him in. Here's the other reason why they don't charge him right now. As Ted Williams correctly indicated, they're absolutely reviewing and gathering further evidence. The minute you arrest him, assuming they could find him, his speedy trial clock starts to tick, meaning the amount of time they have to bring him to justice, as long as the defense doesn't delay the trial, begins. So why go ahead and arrest him for that right now unless you have to? They can arrest him if they can find him on the theft charges, and then they can bring charges right away.
You know, Mark, what if Laundrie is dead? We might never know what happened.
Which I suspect, by the way. Yeah, no, I think I do. I thought that from day one. I hope not. I would love to see a trial. I'd love to see justice done. But that was my gut feeling. Yeah, I think that he knew that we would find out exactly what he did. And strangulation, he knew, he's smart enough to know that that would leave the type of clear physical evidence that we would then all know what he did. He wasn't going to sit around for that.
What if there's a wild card element to this, Mark, where a third person's DNA or samples are discovered at the scene, complicating the case, and maybe yet an alternative reason why they have not upped charges at this point? What do you think?
I think that that is possible. That is 100% going to be the likely defense, assuming there ever is a trial. I left her. Yeah, my DNA is all over her because I was with her. That doesn't prove anything. So yes, there's some third person who must have come upon this pretty young gal and then did things to her that you can't say that I did. All the defense needs is a reasonable hypothesis of innocence. And while all the evidence seems to suggest that he probably did it, that's not enough. It's proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt.
Do you think Laundrie's family knows significantly more than they're saying?
Yes. There is no other reason why you would stand that kind of public scrutiny with people, metaphorically, with pitchforks outside your home. You're getting crucified in the court of public opinion. The only reason why you do that is because you're looking out for your boy, and you'd rather take it to the court of public opinion than have him spend the rest of his days in a cage.
Mark Aguilar, thank you very much, criminal defense attorney, following this very slow winding process of just trying to find out where Brian Laundrie is, indeed, if he's still alive.
Hey, Sean.
Be quiet, Sean Hannity. All right. So what I was going to mention real quick is Nicolette says, I don't know, I think he's dead too. But do you think his parents know he's dead? Or what do you think his parents are thinking right now? Because when I put his parents into it, I kind of feel like they know he's okay, just based on how they're acting, and I don't know. I'm not feeling he's dead, and I'm not feeling he's out in nature either. I feel like he's comfortable somewhere, because he has his family's help. I don't have my family's help. If I had done something crazy like that and I was on the run, I probably would be in nature, and I probably would turn up dead, because I didn't have anybody helping me. But if I had a whole family system like supporting me and giving me what I need to escape, which is, it looks like that's what's happening, I don't know. Let me see. Luna says he thinks he's smart enough to get away with it. He's arrogant, and honestly, he might get away with it. Oh, I hope not. Luna says nope, his parents know where he is. They know he's safe. That's how I feel. Jinxie says he could have just cut his parents off and killed himself, but then they would be worried. Then they really would be looking for him, and I really don't see them trying to find him other than calling the cops. And that one situation we just saw where the dad was in the golf cart. I mean, that didn't really look like he was like in a rush to find him. I don't know. This is crazy. Luna says, heck no, my mom would take me by the ear and turn me in. Right, exactly. Which would leave me alone in the woods trying to hide, and then I'd turn up dead. Like, it's just not ringing true that they are looking for him, that they don't know where he is. They know where he is. I don't know, it's crazy. All right, let's continue. We're gonna watch the last clip and then call it a night, and then let me think. I know I have 2 double shifts back to back, so if today is Wednesday, that means Thursday and Friday I most likely won't go live, but on Saturday I should be able to go live, unless I'm gonna dye my hair. I bought some bleach because I'm gonna dye my hair, so I don't know when I'm gonna do that, but I'm definitely off on Sunday, so if I can't go live on Saturday, I will most likely go live on Sunday. So just make sure that you hit the that you subscribe and you hit the notification bell. Luna says, I think he left the country. That's definitely a possibility. I think getting into Mexico wouldn't be that hard. I don't know. I gotta ask people at work, because I have not gone into Mexico in a really long time. But I want to say there was a time where they were not even asking for passports to get in. Like, you just needed an ID. Hopefully, he doesn't have a fake ID, because if he has a fake ID, that would make it easy for him to cross. But if he doesn't have a fake ID, hopefully at the border they have his name in some kind of like system that would alert them that he's being like pursued or whatever. So I don't know, we'll see. Lord Never Won says, are photos of Brian's tattoos being released to the public? If not, why? I gotta look into that. I'm not sure. But I did see another YouTuber talk about some of the photographs that he took, I want to say during the camping trip he took with his family, and somebody said that he had like a mark on his arm, and that could have possibly been like a defense wound from Gabby's part. But then again, if I was a lawyer, I would probably say that that was because he's out in nature, it was probably a rash. They'll probably explain it away. It wasn't anything so like obvious. Like it was just some discoloration on his arm that I saw. But as far as like tattoos, like I have not heard of that. Luna says, I think they were doing everything they could to stall the police to give him time. They totally did. And then like the 1 day difference, I want to say that first they said that they last saw him like on the 14th, but it really turned out to be the 13th. This is why I'm gonna make a note and try to see if there's some kind of application or some kind of software that I can get that'll make it easy for me to fill in like a timeline, because that's going to be very important with this case. And some of the stuff that they're saying is coming in like in pieces from different sources and different times. I want to put it all together so we can look at it, and then we can try to think for ourselves, you know, what was happening. Luna says you could go to Juarez and drink for the night, last I heard. See what I mean? And then once you've crossed the border, you're pretty much able to go wherever you want in Mexico. Like, I don't know about checkpoints and stuff like that, other than the ones ran by the cartels. I don't think he's going to want to go through those, but I don't know him like that, so I don't know. I'm just speculating. Nicolette Moore says they never asked me for ID to go into Mexico, just coming back to America. See what I mean? But I'm sure some stuff has changed too because of COVID, so that's why I'm gonna ask around, because I don't live that far from the border, so that's something I should know anyways. But I never crossed, so I don't know. Luna says, but I don't think he's in Mexico. I think he went to a non-extradition country. We've looked at that before, and that list isn't very like appealing. Like it's not vacation spots. Non-extradition countries to US. Let's check it out. Okay, let's stop sharing this screen and let's move over to the article I'm looking at. Here we go. It says countries with no extradition treaty with US, the best places to disappear completely. Let's see. Let's just look at the list. Bunch of explanations. All right, here we go. Afghanistan? You guys think he's in Afghanistan? I'm gonna go with no. Algeria? I mean, these are all like non-English states. Like, he would have trouble. Andorra? I don't even know where that is. Angola? Armenia? Azerbaijan? Bahrain? Bangladesh? Belarus? Benin? Botswana? Brunei? Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cambodia, Cameroon, Cape Verde, Central African Republic, someplace called Chad, China? Is he in China? Comoros, the Congo? He would have to be really good in nature for that one. A place called Djibouti, East Timor, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Gabon, Georgia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Indonesia, Ivory Coast, Kazakhstan, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, Lebanon, maybe Lebanon. Maybe Lebanon has like party spots or I'm saying like maybe Lebanon might be a place that you could go that would not be awful. Libya, Madagascar, Maldives, Malay, Mauritania, Moldova, Mongolia. I'm telling you, if I can't pronounce it, I'm not going. And if I don't like the food, I'm not going. But that's just me. And if I can't speak English or Spanish there, I'm not going. Because that would just be really difficult. Morocco, maybe Morocco, Mozambique, Namibia, Nepal, Niger, Oman, Qatar, Russia, Rwanda, Samoa, maybe Samoa, Sao Tome and Principe, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Sudan, Taiwan, Tajikistan, Togo, Tunisia, Turkmenistan, Uganda, Ukraine, UAE, Uzbekistan, Vanuatu, Vatican City, Vietnam, and Yemen. So there we go. Let's see. Iraq, Afghanistan, I don't know. That's for me. Trixie says, does it say Chad? It did, didn't it? Yeah, it did. And then, yeah. Check if Cuba. Nope. Cuba wasn't on there. Lots of places in Africa. Where did they go in Fast and the Furious? I don't know. I can't recall that. Like, was that non-extradition? Let's see. Let's just put Fast and Furious. Maybe it'll answer our question real fast. No extradition. Nah. Non-action. No, I don't know. I'll look into that one. Observing stuff says a lot of those countries are in Africa. That's where Morocco. What, did it look like fun? I'm guessing, like, if he did go to one of these non-extradition places, he probably went somewhere where he could have fun. I feel like he's that narcissistic. He's gonna try to make the best of it. Like, probably in the back of his head or whatever, he's thinking, like, he still might get caught, but he might as well, like, get some fun in there. That's just my opinion. I'm just not liking him at all right now, so I'm gonna think the worst of him. I'm gonna see him as some kind of narcissistic, conceited a-hole. Alright, let's watch this last clip and then we'll call it a night. This is called Gabby Petito Remains Being Returned to Family, and this is courtesy of LiveNOW from Fox.
The latest.
This was posted today. In fact, what I'll do before I call it a night is check to see if there's any updates. I doubt there will be because it's later in the night and it just happens to be where if news is going to break, it's going to break in the morning or like early afternoon. That's just kind of what I've noticed. But we'll check to see if there's anything happening.
With the Gabby Petito investigation that continues to get a lot of traction with people wanting to know, okay, what is the very latest? We're going to bring it to you right here, including what's the latest on Brian Laundrie's appearance as well. So let's get right up to the details. We're going out live to Florida right now, where we find Fox's Robert Sherman joining us here live with all of the details. And Robert, what's new on the case today? So many twists and turns.
Twists and turns all the time, Mike. Right now, it's pretty quiet here at the Laundrie household. Well, this comes just one day after the Teton County Coroner's Office in Wyoming released some of the findings from Gabby Petito's autopsy. The biggest takeaway from that announcement being her cause of death, which was ruled to be manual strangulation. Petito's body was found back on September 19th in Grand Teton National Park, and the Coroner's Office believes that her body could have been there for 3 to 4 weeks. Our Fox News digital team caught up with Brian Laundrie's father, Chris, earlier today, threw a few questions his way. Listen to this exchange.
How do you feel to know that Gabby died of strangulation in the wilderness of Wyoming? She used to live with you. How does that make you feel? Does it bother you that Gabby was strangled? Was your son involved in strangling Gabby?
And there you have it. No response to that question, though you did see Brian Laundrie's father stop and pause for a brief moment. The only statement we've received came from the Laundrie family attorney yesterday. That statement reads, quote, Gabby Petito's death at such a young age is a tragedy. And while Brian Laundrie is currently charged with the unauthorized use of a debit card belonging to Gabby, Brian is only considered a person of interest in relation to Gabby Petito's demise. At this time, Brian is still...
Debit card belonging to Gabby? I thought they didn't say whose debit card it was, because I remember last time we were talking about it and we were like, okay, maybe it was her dad's debit card and that's why Brian got charged, but here the lawyer is saying that it was Gabby's debit card, so I don't know if they misspoke or if that's, you know, the case, but I thought that they were withholding the information as far as whose debit card it was.
Still missing, and when he is located, we will address the fraud charge pending against him. For the Petito family, though, the nightmare continues. Fox has been able to confirm that the Petitos are on their way out to Wyoming to collect Gabby's remains. Their plan is to return to New York this weekend with her ashes. Mike?
Your heart just breaks there for the family that continue, you know, as we get these updates, of course, so do they, and it has to be just heartbreaking for them at every turn here with this case.
Most certainly is, Mike, and you just see the way that this has gripped the nation, breaking hearts of people who are in this community, back up in New York, where the Petito family is from, across the country. There's a reason that so many people have referred to Gabby as America's daughter, and we've spoken with folks who were over here at the memorial in Northport. It just came down the other day, but people said that they felt they had to come out and pay their respects because even though they may not have known her personally, it seems as though that she has gripped so many hearts in this way. It's really made a profound impact on many.
Yes, it has. Robert Sherman with all of the details here in this case. We appreciate you joining us here, always on Live Now.
Appreciate it. All right, let's see. Let's see if there's any new updates, and then we can go ahead and call it a night. So this is what I do. I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah. So I'll just put like the person's name or if anybody else that's involved, and go to filters and go by upload date, and then it's gonna show you the videos starting from the newest on top. So like, let's say I checked, let's see, we've been live for 4 hours and 40 minutes, so that means that the last time I checked was probably like 6 hours ago. So that's probably where I'll start. Or another thing that I'll do is I'll look at the status bar on these videos, and if I've looked at it, it'll be red. So this is gonna be the last video we saw, so that's how I know that this is where I left off. So I could start from here. So this one is interesting. Let me know if you guys want to watch it. It's called Numerologist Studies Brian Laundrie, Gabby Petito, and this is courtesy of Daily Mail, and this was 5 hours ago. Luna was saying, so I have no clue where anything is, even in the US. Same. But someone said it's easy to get to Cuba from where he lives. Usually it's the other way around, by boat. Yeah, where people from Cuba travel, if you will, to America, and they come on all kinds of things. Rafts, makeshift boats, I guess, if you want to call it. I was trying to say something like clever, but I can't think of a fancy word for water. Anyways, but yeah, that's usually how it is. Maybe like a life raft, I want to say. I've seen people from Cuba get over here on that, but it's like usually like from there to here, from here to there. I couldn't tell you if people do that. Maybe they do. I'm not too sure. But yeah, a boat is very possible. All kinds of things are possible. Luna says they did say it was hers and it was used after she died. Yes, the debit card. Okay. So yeah, I wasn't clear on that one, but thank you for the information. Jinxie says he was a pretty great outdoorsman. He probably built a raft. Okay. Very true. Luna says mommy and daddy probably bought him a boat. I'm thinking they bought him a plane ticket or some shit. I don't know. I think I wouldn't be surprised if someday we end up seeing some kind of like surveillance camera of like Brian at the airport under, you know, in some kind of disguise. They think it might be him, some kind of thing like that. I'm not too sure what's gonna happen. Same difference, just backwards. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this clip and let's see what the numerologist says about the situation.
Now we take a closer look at the tragedy of Gabby Petito's death and the active search for Brian Laundrie by the numbers. Now, as this search for Laundrie continues, numerologist to the stars, Glynis McCants, is taking us through just what could have happened in Brian and Gabby's numerology blueprints that led to a perfect storm of tragedy.
Okay. When I looked at these charts, I got chills because I felt bad for both of them. Yes, it's true. She's the one who we know is dead, and that's heartbreaking. But I also know that had they not been on this particular trip in this summer, I do not think this kind of tragedy would have taken place. And the reason I say that, the numbers 1 and 5 cannot handle being stuck in a small space.
Well, and we certainly know that a van is a very small space to be sharing. And it's not just the couple's individual chart numbers that were adding up to disaster. Now, Glynis says the timing of the trip could not have been worse.
This particular month of August 2021, I was concerned. I'd actually warned people, proceed with caution, just do what it takes to get along with people. If you have a conflict, put it off, write them later,
Dude, if she's right, she's onto something, because this, I mean, these past couple of months have been pretty crazy. Hey, Terrence Bade, how's it going? I like your shirt. Very nice. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, like these past couple of months have been crazy. But then if I think about it, when hasn't it been crazy? Sometimes I'll be like, okay, it's been a rough week, and then I'm like, okay, it's been a rough month, and then I'm like, okay, it's been a rough year, and then I just keep going back and back. And if I really want to, and I get in my feelings, it's been a rough life. So who knows if the stars have anything to do with it, or the planets, or the numbers, or anything like that. But this kind of thing can pretty much be said at any time about anybody. But let's hear her out.
Not get yourself pulled in. That is because the month of August is an 8, and the world number 2021, 2 + 0 + 2 + 1 is 5. When the 5-8 comes together, I can tell you story after story where drama happened, something bad, where someone became a victim.
But Glynis goes on to say about the search for Brian that while investigators may be looking for him for a good while, a love and comfort of nature is in his chart. He will be found or give himself up eventually. And of course, we will continue to report on this story until that day actually comes. Now, for
Okay, so Nicolette asked a question that I wanted to research. She says, what was August, a retrograde or something? So what I did is looked up retrogrades. That was somewhere. Okay. It says September 27th, Mercury will go retrograde for the third and final time in 2021. During this period of Mercury retrograde, which ends on October 18th, which is in 5 days, you'll probably hear a number of people carrying on about how everything is going wrong, and it's all because of the Mercury retrograde. Now, if you don't know what a retrograde is, it means having or being motion in a direction contrary to that of the general motion of similar bodies, and especially east to west. Among the stars, Saturn is retrograde for another week. That's an example. Let's look up, what does it mean to retrograde? It means to move backward. What does the Mercury retrograde means? It says to move backward or have a backward motion or direction, retire, retreat. It was first coined in the 1300s. It's originally used to describe the perceived motions of the planets and is derived from the Latin prefix retro, or backward. So it's the perceived motion. It's not actually traveling backwards. It just looks that way. All right, let's continue. I know I saw something here. Jinxie says, life's rough in general, for sure. Thank you. And then Nicolette says, that's the month me and my favorite sister stopped talking. Oh, gosh. Maybe there is something to this whole retrograde thing. I don't know.
more with Glynis, you can head over to her website, numberslady.com, and enter Daily Mail for 15% off of a personal chart reading.
Okay, well, cool. Let's continue. So this is like horoscope stuff. Yes. Yeah, totally. It totally is. You'll have people talking about like the signs and that the moon is in a certain sign in astrology and that's going to make the energies do something and all of that. It's not for everybody, but I do dabble here and there with different things. I feel like the more I know, the more I can share information and stuff like that. It's important. Alright, so here they're still talking about the cause of death, which we know. Let's see. This might be interesting. 5 hours ago, this says Teton County coroner clarifies comments in Gabby Petito case after autopsy announcement. So that sounds important. Let's watch that. This is courtesy of WFLA News Channel 8.
I think it's important for people to hear the actual factual information.
Tonight, 8 on your side speaks directly with the Wyoming coroner who determined Gabby Petito was strangled to death. Good evening, everyone. I'm Josh Benson.
And I'm Stacey Scheibel. Thank you for joining us. Gabby Petito was strangled to death by the hands of a killer.
And that revelation came yesterday from the autopsy results in Teton County, Wyoming. Today, investigator Masa Saidi learned more about the investigation, speaking directly with that coroner. She joins us now live in studio with more on the conversation. Masa.
Josh and Stacey, we've got new details from Dr. Brett Blue about the cause of death in this case. We also asked him to elaborate on comments that appear to identify a suspect in Gabby Petito's death.
Is there anything you want to say to the Petito family?
After being holed up for days at his Northport home, this morning, Brian Laundrie's dad, Chris, came out to mow the lawn. He was peppered with questions as he trimmed the grass surrounding a makeshift memorial for Gabby Petito.
Is there anything you want to say to Brian, sir?
According to the Laundrie family timeline, Brian has been at large exactly 1 month today, despite the fact that the coroner has now determined Gabby was strangled to death by human force. The feds still only identify Brian as a person of interest in Gabby's case, wanted for bank card fraud. That's why this statement from the Teton County coroner Tuesday got so much attention.
Unfortunately, this is only one of many deaths around the country of people who are involved in domestic violence.
Some assume Dr. Blue was confirming Laundrie was involved. Today, he told me that's not what he was saying.
Did you determine that her cause of death was the result of domestic violence, or was that just, a comment you made in the moment?
That was a comment I made in the moment.
Gabby's autopsy was performed on September 21st. Within hours, authorities announced the manner of death, homicide. It took 3 weeks to release the cause of death, manual strangulation.
How do you determine a finding of manual strangulation? Like, what is the state of the body in general that allows you to come up with that conclusion?
Well, it's dictated by the type of injuries. In general, when you talk about strangulation, there are two things that can happen. One is cutting off the blood flow to the brain through the carotid arteries, and the other is a collapse in the windpipe so a person can't breathe.
So tonight, the FBI and federal prosecutors are not releasing any more information. No suspect has been named. And while manual strangulation is often considered to be murder, there could be a set of facts that make it not murder, like self-defense. Stacey.
Okay, let's not open that door. Let's continue. Let's see. Well, I don't know about entertainment tonight. And then we saw them mowing the yard already. And then this says, forensic expert explains role DNA will play in investigation. Well, obviously, DNA is going to say a lot. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Let's see, Luna says, why would you mow your grass with all them people out there? Hell no, I let that shit grow. Maybe they're part of some kind of homeowners association, and I'm sure they're already, like, pissed because there's all these people out there, and the neighbors are probably going to be complaining and all this, and then they're like, in your grass too, you got to cut that shit. And then nobody wants to take the job because who wants to be known as the motherfucker that's cutting the grass of the parents of a possible murderer, we'll just say allegedly. Jinxie says I spelled it correctly. Well, good, because I've been a Sagittarius all my life. I should know how to spell that by now. Alright guys, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. We went strong for almost 5 hours. I couldn't be prouder of all of us. I'm so happy that I somehow attracted, if you will, a group of people that are interested in things that I'm into and talk about it and raise questions, and we can disagree in the chat and nobody gets rowdy or, in their feelings or whatever. I really, really appreciate my chat. I really care about everybody here. Thank you so much. Please make sure that you're subscribed and then you hit the notification bell, because this is what we do. This is not like out of the ordinary for us. Like, this is, you can look back at my earlier live streams and this is it. We sit here, we watch news clips, we talk about it, and we do research and we try to figure stuff out and everything, and I couldn't be happier with my channel, to be honest. So thank you very much, everybody. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing this screen and share the screen that has my outro. That's gonna be this one. And all right, so thanks a lot, you guys. I hope to see you all soon. Please take care of yourselves, and I need to come up with some kind of catchphrase or something to end the live, because at the end I always feel awkward. I guess I just hate saying goodbye. Maybe that's what it is. Alright, so bye everybody. Hope to see you all soon. Thank you so much.